Hey everyone, just wanted to thank Hey everyone, just wanted to thank you all again for joining us. We had some audio issues, so that's why the show was not able to go live. I was not able to go live. Barely were able to record the conversation, about a 2-hour conversation. I went back through it and took out some of the parts where a lot of my audio was really bad. So it might seem a little bit choppy, but that's because I had to chop it up. So hope it doesn't disrupt everything too much, but it had to be done just for the sake of quality purposes. So for quality reasons, we were able to work through all of our technical difficulties. I was having issues hearing people at some times, and I had to go to my backup audio, which is not the best, did not sound that good. But the good news is that I'll be able to edit the whole thing down, add better, higher res photos. So that's why it's taken me a little bit longer. But I wanted to put this in the front of that video to just kind of explain that. So if it kind of seems like things are chopped or kind of out of place, that is why, is because for certain reasons some of the audio had to be taken out. But it was a really good conversation. I think there was about 4 or 5 of us on the call. So all of you are watching this on YouTube right now. If you're watching it on the premiere of the YouTube video, thank you very much. If you're watching this later on a replay, I want to also thank you too. And again, this was just meant to be a conversation, a very good conversation about item 57, mostly about item 57, a little bit about item 53, and then some of the other group members were asking questions, so we got to just go back and forth on some of the different questions that I think that Stephanie had, if I remember correctly. But I hope you all enjoy this for what it is. I think it was another good conversation. I look forward to our next one. Hopefully the next one will be live. I have done a few things, so I do not anticipate that the issue that I had will happen again. Thankfully, it was not related to any of the fires or anything like that. But I had two choices. I could have either canceled the whole show, which I didn't really want to do because I've already done that a couple times, and I really hate canceling. If you say you're going to do something, if you say you're going to be somewhere, you got to really try. Now, sometimes that doesn't happen. Sometimes you just can't help it, and you have to postpone, which is fine. That can happen from time to time. But I think about halfway through this call, because everything dropped, so there was a lot in the first 20-30 minutes that you're not going to hear. So the conversation just kind of starts with us just kind of chatting. So that's the reason for that, is because I had to take out so much stuff. But the show must go on, and we've got to keep doing what we can to find truth, to raise the awareness about this case continually, so that the case does not just fall into the black hole, into the void, into the abyss. It is very important to keep this case going, to keep searching for justice, and to do our best, to do our part to get justice for this family, and to get justice for everybody else who has been in similar situations, and to try to do whatever we can so that the officers involved and the officers who are watching this case and have studied this case don't make the same mistakes that were made. I think that's going to be big victory. So Sophia made the PowerPoint. She pretty much put everything into the PowerPoint, so I'll be using those slides from time to time. You'll see those in there. But I think we were able to make it work, and I really enjoyed this conversation. Like I've enjoyed all of them, because they're all kind of different. So we have, I think we did 8 conference calls within the Gray Stage series, and then we did 7. We've done 7 live YouTube streams on the Gray Stage YouTube channel. So those are the newer ones that we've done. This was supposed to be number 8. I don't know if I'm gonna really add it to that list since it technically was not live. But as you can see, you know, there's so much to cover on item 57, and continually there are just more questions. So it's good to hear other people's views. I really enjoy hearing other people's honest, sincere views about item 57, about this case, about what they think happened, what they're open to, what they're not open to, what we've kind of closed the door on. And it's very important to agree to disagree. I mean, those are the most successful members in this group, are the ones who can respectfully agree to disagree on certain things, on different topics. We don't have to agree on everything. You know, my view isn't necessarily the right view, the only view. My view in some regards does change, and members have helped me kind of change some of my views, but for the most part it's pretty much been the same. We do also get a little bit into some of the different theories of what could have happened, what might have happened, and it's very important to put that in the proper context of that we're not trying to accuse anybody of being a part of anything. We're not saying that this is what happened. We are discussing it. We are talking about it. We are playing out these scenarios constantly. And the only difference is, instead of playing it out in our head quietly, separately, we're doing it as a group, as a think tank. And again, not to necessarily accuse anybody of any crimes or anything, but to bounce ideas off of each other. Because sometimes when you hear an idea come out of your mouth, it sounds different. And you know, you might think it, it might sound good in your head when you're thinking it, but when you speak it, sometimes that really helps you kind of flesh out the ideas, the good ideas, and separate the good ideas from the bad ones. So through everything, everybody just kept the conversation going while I was trying to focus on the audio issues on my part that I was having, and I hate that stuff, you know. It's one of the it just reminded me of the old radio days, working in radio, where it's like, man, you just never know, especially going live. Like, once I knew that we weren't gonna go live, once I finally came to grips and stopped trying to go live, then I kind of was able to relax. So I really didn't say too much within the first hour or so, and but also didn't want to try to you know, I mean, I've already made 150 billion videos. What more could I possibly say, right? But there is still a lot more to cover. There's still a lot more that should be talked about in a calm, respectful, polite, sincere, and intelligent way. And I think that's what I've loved about doing these live shows, getting other people's views, is that we're able to do that. And so I do look forward to the next one. I will continue to try to invite people in. I know schedules and dates, and some days work good for people, other days don't. This Sunday, hopefully I'll be on the show with Ross. He's going to have me on his Sunday show, so I'll keep you all posted about that, where that's going to be, where you can listen to it or check it out. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to work out, but Ross was one of the guys. He's been on a couple shows with us too. He was one of the first people to ever do a show with me and Dan Hennon when we were doing it on Google Hangouts. And recently, you know, I've thought about going back, and maybe when I do some replay videos, I'm going to try to test the stream later, but when I try to play back some of those old videos and kind of listen to where we were at, because I think we were really close back in 2015, 2016. There's really not that much that I would go back and say, oh, well, this was wrong. I'm sure there are things that we did get wrong, things that we didn't know, or updates that I would like to have put in there, but really not that much. Our views and our resolve, our quest for truth has not really changed that much. It's always been about finding out what proves David guilty. That's it, and so I'm just really appreciative for everybody who has been very supportive, very helpful, sincere, even when you disagree with views and different points and stuff, and all the people who have really tried to be accepting of other people's different views and tolerant of other people's views about this case. Sometimes you just have to learn to walk away when things get heated and it becomes my view against your view. That's when I have to kind of walk away from it and not go there, because nobody's going to change my mind, and I am not going to change anybody else's mind. The facts are what are going to decide what we think is true and what we think is false. That's it. So if you stick with that, then you'll be fine, and you'll go very far in this group. And that's what we really need, pushing forward. This is the big push here. I think there's going to be a big push to continue to fight for truth, to continue to figure out what we can do to get the case reopened. And I do hope that my book can be part of that. That is the whole purpose of this book that I'm writing, The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr. The book is done. I've made the second payment on the artwork, so that's done. We have confirmed, if I haven't said it before, I might have said it before, but we have 100% confirmed kind of what we already knew, is that the dog feces tests for Paleo were never done, which again then leads back to the whole thing. Well, if the tests weren't done, then how do you know the dog did it, right? And I don't know why the tests weren't done. Should have asked that, but I needed to get a clear, concise answer. Were these tests ever done? And no, they weren't. And I wonder if that bothers the investigators. I wonder if that bothers the people that put their time and effort, the law enforcement people that put their time and effort into this case to try to figure out what happened. Because there was a 5-year-old child involved. I can only hope that the investigators would have done everything that they possibly could have without being stonewalled. And if they were stonewalled, if they were told to back up, to not go here, not travel down this path or that path, we should know that too. So once again, I hope everybody enjoys this. I hope you enjoy this show. It's just another show that I hope will get people thinking, people who are kind of new to this case, get them thinking about item 57. Well, that sun is really, really bright in my eyes, so I'm going to duck down here a little bit. Whew. But yeah, item 57, for me has always been the big smoking gun. There are many smoking guns in this case. That's not the only one, but that to me is the big one. And it is, one of the things that we talk about in the show is where the bullet hole was. If we have one image that shows where that bullet hole should have been on January 17th. It's very clear. There's no doubt. Nobody saw that bullet hole. Investigators any law enforcement, cleanup crew. Nobody reported seeing that bullet hole until February 18th when they walked into that house. That was it. So the existence of the bullet hole, when the bullet hole was there, when the bullet was there, what the Gray State team were doing in the attic on January 19th, what they were doing in David's house on January 19th, when the cleaners were still cleaning the house on January 20th. That's been another interesting question. So it's question after question after question, and all roads kind of lead to the same thing, to the same answer, that there's just no proof David Crowley is guilty. I think that's a very good starting point. It's not the starting point that I had, but I do believe it is probably where I should have started. But that's just not the way that my mind works. That's not the way that I work. I'd like to give the investigators the benefit of the doubt, pay close attention to what they say, and then see with what they say, what they do, and what the evidence shows. It should all line up. It should all line up, and in this case, it just doesn't. It doesn't. Everything is carefully worded, carefully crafted, so as to give the illusion that David Crowley is guilty, while at the same time not 100% accusing him of being guilty. I mean, I shouldn't say 100% accusing, 100% proving. I mean, what do they really do to prove that David Crowley is guilty, besides the fact of just blaming, well, since there's nobody else and it had to be him. The process of elimination, I guess, would be the big word for it. But it was, the show started out rough. I think it ended very, very well. We went about 2.5 hours. Some of that did have to get cut because of audio issues, so that's why you will hear at certain times, different audio problems. But I just wanted to put this little introduction here first so that everybody kind of understands why the call begins with just people talking, and then we kind of jump into item 57 and discuss whatever. That's the other purpose of these calls, is for you to just say whatever you want to say, whatever you have been wanting to ask, whatever you have been wanting to run by other people. That's where this, we're trying to give everybody a forum for that, everybody in the group. So, hope you all enjoy, and I hope you'll come back. I'm going to try to, next Thursday, we're going to try it one more time. We'll try to go again, finish up with anything that we did not get a chance to cover. Though I think we pretty much covered everything that we wanted to cover in this show. And then next we're going to talk about, very interesting, an article that a member sent me, and I found out other members of the group have also read this one. It's a very interesting article about staging crime scenes, and I think it's a big topic. So we were going to include it in this show, and Catherine suggested that it would probably be good as its own show, and I think she's totally right. So we'll try to make that its own show. I'll try to put out the PDF document. It's about maybe 13 pages or so. It's really, really good. Written by 2 former FBI investigators. One is no longer with us, died a couple years ago, I think 2016. The other one is still with us. So who knows, maybe we can reach out to him. But the article, I think, is very, very good, and covers all the different things about different crime scenes and how to stage crime scenes and how to find if a crime scene is staged. So hopefully we can read through that, and then we can see if there's any similar things with this case here. Make sure to, we got the new WordPress site. I've gone back to my old WordPress site. whatistruth911.wordpress.com is where I'm moving all of my GregFernandezJr.com stuff. So, and then the graystage.wordpress.com is where that site is just completely dedicated to this case. Once the book is out, that's where I'll probably have the book where you can download it directly from that site. We'll work on some other things too, but just want to give everybody a quick update on that and say thank you all again. All of your support has been greatly appreciated. I mean, greatly appreciated. You know, it keeps us going, and it gives us that extra drive that we really need to push a little harder, to push a little further, and to keep hope alive, keep truth going. You know, that's all that we can really do with whatever you think happened with David, whatever it is, to get justice for him, for his wife, and for his daughter. That's the whole point here. So God bless you all. Hope you all enjoyed this, and see you next week. Live, most likely. Most likely we'll be live next week.
You've got this item 57 that, you know, they were looking at the ground the whole time they were there, and then they left. The police left, had to come back to find the bullet in the carpet, which that was linked to Ranny, right?
Mm-hmm.
Body's found on the 17th. The cleaners are still working. Item 53 is not discovered until January 20th. Item 53 is the bullet that is tied to Rania. That's the one that rolled out of the carpet.
Oh, okay, that was the one
20th.
in the carpet.
Yeah. So, you got some big problems there.
I wasn't too clear on what the difference is between the nuclear DNA they found on item 57 versus blood and tissue.
We'll pick up sweat, skin cells, saliva. It will pick up other types of DNA.
Shouldn't his DNA be like all over that house though?
It should be. He lives there. His fingerprints
Right,
should be all over the house too.
Like everywhere.
I mean,
like his, Kamel's,
coughing,
and
sneezing.
Ranny's, yeah, coughing, that's his house. It should be everywhere in there. His fingerprints should be literally on every surface. Because, I mean, you can see in the pictures there's, like, dust in a lot of different places. And, I mean, how's his DNA not everywhere?
It's
How is it
surprisingly lacking.
Right.
If you did not know that David actually lived in that house, you would have assumed that it belonged to Kamel only. I mean, Rainey's DNA is found on only a couple items, maybe 3 at the most. David's, I think, was, Greg, about 3, 4 items out of all the things that they tested?
Yeah.
If that.
Looking through all the pictures, there are quite a bit, I'm noticing, little, like, bone fragments here and there.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't quite put together if they're, like, tiny skull pieces or... Because in some of the pictures, it actually does look like maybe it's part of a finger bone. But I can't quite make that leap because I can't find it in any other reports, like what they are.
Yeah.
In the autopsy reports, they talked about how they collected skull pieces, phalanges, which is finger bones, and jaw pieces. So they actually do discuss it. I believe it's external evidence because they put it in brown paper bags. So you might find it in those areas. And all the autopsy reports are in the group.
In order to say paleo for sure did it, you would have to take all the feces all through that house and test them. Yeah. They would have had to test his stomach contents. And they didn't. They didn't test any of that. There should have been, from everything I've seen with other suicide cases, there should have been swabs done on his left hand. I mean, maybe I've got that wrong because of how, decomposed the bodies are, but from every other suicide case I've seen where a gun was involved, they swabbed the body to prove that, yes, this is the person that fired the gun.
And
I don't
didn't even do that.
Yeah, I don't see anywhere where they said, okay, David had gunshot residue on him. This is why we believe. It specifically says after going through all the digital evidence, they can't find a motive. So did they just do that with the rest of this? Because that's what it looks like to me, is they were just like, yeah, it's not worth all the paperwork. It's not worth all the waiting. We'll just go ahead and close this. I don't think it makes any kind of sense, especially given the fact that he was right-handed and supposedly he shot himself with his left hand. But then the bullet is that, quote unquote, killed him, his bullet, was not in the right position when you look at where the bullet was in the attic versus, the bullet hole in the ceiling in the living room versus where his body position is, unless he was moved.
Correct.
Unless he's moved.
If he was moved, you could definitely say that, yep, that's the shot that killed him. But you can't say he's the one who shot himself because it doesn't line up.
And the fact that that type of bullet would gather tissue, it would gather skin and hair.
Well, with the shots to Kamel, there was blood and tissue for sure on her bullets.
Yeah, you could clearly see it.
So why wasn't it the same case for David? Because, even going through a ceiling and a wall, that should still have some sort of minute blood and tissue on it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no logical reason why it doesn't.
It would still be in those petals and everything.
Yes,
the little things
still be on it.
Once it mushrooms, it still would be in those little grooves and stuff. So it just doesn't make sense.
Why did they leave? Like I think the report said they had 6 shell casings, but they didn't have all of the bullets.
Right. They had, I think it was 4 bullets and 6 casings.
So how did they leave without those 2 other bullets and knowing where they were? Why did they leave?
You mean why didn't they keep looking for them, or do you think that they?
Yeah.
Knew,
Why didn't they keep looking for them? David's dad, Dan Sr., he didn't live in the same town, right, as David and Kamel. He lived in a different town.
Right. He's in Owatonna.
Okay, so I had a question as far as why Dan Jr. was the one dropping the presents off when they were from both Dan Jr. and Dan Sr.
Well, I can't understand them leaving that big a check outside on the porch either.
Right. Yeah, that was my biggest issue with it, is that's quite a chunk of money. You're just going to leave it on the doorstep and not, like, knock or look in the windows or see if they're there or call.
People do steal gifts off the front porches, and we know that.
Oh, my goodness. My mail people, when we first moved into the house we're in, they were like, where do you want us to put your packages? I was like, what do you mean? I have a front porch. And they were like, well, sometimes there's theft. So it's like, oh, okay. I guess you could put them, over on this porch, the side porch here. Oh, that's a good idea. That way they're out of the way. So how how is it anywhere logical that he would leave that big of a check
Right.
on the doorstep and not even, like, call and be like, hey, just wanted to let you know, I didn't want to bother you, but we had these presents we wanted to get to you guys, and you should probably get them off your porch ASAP. But he doesn't. He just, like, leaves them and books.
Yep.
That to me was suspicious.
Yeah, it's all set up.
And I think Dan Jr. at that time was either in St. Paul or Minneapolis. I can't remember exactly where, but he was heading back from his dad's when he dropped it off.
Right, we have the image. We have the one image that shows where the bullet hole should be.
Mm-hmm.
You're not seeing it there? I see it there. Looks like it's there to me.
Well, if this is the one from the very first day, I can't see it.
I couldn't either.
I saw a video Catherine did where she shows, like, under a bunch of different filters, one of the pictures of the ceiling, and it does, to me, look like there is maybe a slight shadow there, but I can't for sure say if that's a bullet hole or not. But I would imagine that if they took a picture where you can kind of see, you know, what could possibly be a bullet hole in the ceiling, I don't understand why whoever took the picture, wouldn't have gone over and taken a better picture of it to make sure they have it documented. Because, you know, they did the whole thing with the vacuum where it was in the closet and they moved it out of the closet and then it was back in the closet and all kinds of other stuff. David's ring on the coffee table was there in one picture and then not there in another picture, and then all of a sudden it's back, and there's so many different things that I don't understand why they took pictures of them. And then other things that I want those pictures, but I don't even know if those pictures exist.
And even if that bullet hole is there the day that the bodies were discovered, it still does not line up with David's body position of how he was found.
That's true. That's very true. It doesn't, unless he was moved. I thought it was really rather odd that it was mostly in the living room and then the basement. Like, there are a couple here and there in other places, but the majority of the dog poop is, like, right there in the living room area and then down in the basement. One could conclude with that he was kept in the basement for a period of time, and then he was let out of the basement, and, you know, seeing his family that he loves, you know, I've read tons of different articles about, you know, dogs finding their owners dead, and, you know, they lay up next to the body, and sometimes, yes, it's disgusting to think about. Sometimes they do scavenge, and I am not by any means saying that Paleo did not scavenge, because I feel like, you know, it is very possible that he did. But the things they're accusing him of scavenging are not possible. It's impossible for him. Exactly. Where's the whole arm? Where are the three hands and the faces? If you're going to say this dog ate these pieces and that's why they're not here, then you better be testing his stomach contents and all those little different dog poops all around that house to find the bone in it, to prove he did it 100%. Because otherwise, you're just blowing smoke up everybody's ass. Excuse me. That
well, it's not just the external stuff, too. He's credited, the dog is credited with the internal things. He's credited with eating the brain. he's credited with eating a lot of this different stuff that, the tongue, the larynx, all this stuff that is missing. When you read it, they're implying, and I would say heavily implying, that the dog ate all of that.
Yeah.
But they can't officially conclude that if they don't have tests to back it up.
Correct. But if nobody challenges them on it, right, and that's why we're here challenging them on this. But if nobody was, correct, they would, everyone would just think, well, the dog did it. That's it. I don't think that's the case now,
That much damage, don't you think there would have been brain matter all over the place?
Yeah.
You would think it would be quite obvious if he did eat all of that. It would be in his poop. It wouldn't look normal. It would be disgusting.
I think there's one photo where you can see some dried brain matter.
And one with hair in it.
That's over by Camille's foot, right in that area, and it's just a little bit.
On that brown chair, you can see a little bit of what looks to me like brain matter, and then definitely hair. And then there's that Surface Pro, the laptop, is like pink and black. There was what looked to me like either brain matter or blood spatter or something. And then there are a few places where it shows in the pictures, you can see the clumps of hair, and there's what looks like either skin or some kind of like scalp and bloody stuff connected to hair.
Yeah.
But I don't think Paleo could have ripped her hair off in such a straight. There's some of those clumps of hair that look exactly like they were cut.
Right.
Because
could it be from decomposition?
Yes. I don't know though.
I have a hard time with such a short amount of time given to the decomposition in some cases, because 3 weeks you would definitely see the hair coming off and stuff like that. It's going through those changes. And your body does go through a second bloat. It goes through the first bloat, and then near the end, before you start skeletalizing, you go through a second bloat. I don't want to say that some people are wrong. I'm just saying that you can go through a second bloat, and it does take a while for your hair to come detached from the scalp and everything.
If you take run your finger through your hair, the hair that comes off onto your hand is going to be relatively straight because it fell out naturally. If you take a couple of your hairs and yank them out and then look at them, they're going to be somewhat curly because of the force, it takes to rip them out. And to me, it doesn't look like those hairs were ripped out. There's a very clean cut on a good few chunks of that hair. And that doesn't make sense unless she was scalped.
And there is a knife at the crime scene.
Excuse me. Yes, it's open. And that was another thing I thought was crazy, because you've got that one picture where you can see it open, and then all of a sudden it's in a box.
So
they don't want us to see. Yeah, why would David scalp her? What's the point in that?
Let's think logically. He's using hollow points, number one. Number two, there are at least 2 bullets that went through her head, if not 3. She would not have a head left to scalp.
Right.
So is it possible it was done before she was shot?
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, as far as trying to piece together how exactly this happened, even putting myself into the narrative of, okay, if David did this, he's got to collect that blood from her to write on the wall. Her hands are missing. So that would definitely be, that would kill her. You know, cutting off both her hands like that would definitely have killed her. So she had to have been
incapacitated.
It's in some way, yes. In some way incapacitated, yes. And, oh, that was another thing. I find it insanely weird that David was cremated. I find it insanely weird because if you were to try and go back, like say we got the case opened, and you were to try and go back and get his body exhumed to test it, like succinylcholine is, you guys know what that is? That succinylcholine is a drug they use to, like, during anesthesia. And in large doses, it can kill you. That's why it is such a controlled substance. But there have been cases where people who worked in the medical field in, you know, some aspect, for some reason, you know, just snapped one day and decided to give it to, you know, their husband or their wife or something. And at the time that the person died, nobody suspected anything. But then years later, somebody began asking questions, and the body was exhumed. And I don't quite remember if they found traces of the succinylcholine in the body or if it was in, like, live samples that were frozen or something. But if you want to get rid of any kind of evidence on a body, like of somebody being drugged or, you know, given something to incapacitate them, you burn it. That way there is absolutely no way that anybody can exhume them and relook at the body.
Right on.
Yeah, I've even told my daughter in the past, before this case even happened, that if I was ever murdered, that I was to be embalmed and buried. If I died naturally, then cremated. Because
I always had a joke that I want to be cremated and I want my ashes spread over, you know, some field when, you know, around where I lived when I was little. But the older I've gotten, I really don't want to be cremated. I really don't. I would really like to go in a box, and that way if there's ever any question about how I died, I could just be dug back up. But with David, we can't do that. We can't do that because he's dust.
I'm going to ask a really dumb question here, and I would look it up right now if I could get online, but I'm scared because of my bandwidth right now. But this is really stupid. I feel really dumb for asking this, but
the only dumb question is when you don't ask.
Okay, then this will be a great one.
Okay.
Is it possible to, based on his act, can you do a DNA test or a DNA sample, something like that, based on it with his ashes, or is that just totally?
I don't even know.
I don't think so.
They would be able to test not DNA, but they would be able to test his. Actually, yeah, they would if there was a large enough bone piece, or they would if there was a large enough bone piece. But lately, more recent cremations, they pulverize the ashes.
So it kind of depends on how he was cremated?
Mm-hmm. They would be able to test the bone that's in there for heavy metals, for instance, lead or arsenic, that kind of thing. but I honestly don't know if they'd be able to do DNA tests. It just depends on how fine his ashes are.
I had when I spoke with Sidra's friend, and she was going to get back the ashes for Rania, and I had asked them, you know, is there a way make sure that you're really getting back her ashes? You know, don't.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's a uncomfortable thing to think about, but just because somebody gives you ashes 2 years later
doesn't mean they're the ones
later,
that. Yeah,
Right.
I can see that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Sometimes they cremate 2 and 3 bodies at the same time,
Oh.
according to where you go.
That is awful.
So you never know.
Well, they do the same thing for pets, too, and so anytime I have a cat pass away, it hasn't happened lately, but in the past, I ask for a single cremation for them because I want my pet back.
Here? Has Paulette joined us? I couldn't tell because there is another number, but I can't tell if it's...
She said that she was on. Paulette, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, hey.
There.
Just listening.
Awesome. All right. Well,
I'm
if you
glad
want to
you
jump
made
in,
it.
or if you got anything you want to bring up or just chat about, bring it on up.
Have any of you guys seen any other murder cases or suicide cases even where the body fell in that position that David was in?
No.
Personally, me, no.
No.
There's a case of Philip Marshall, and it's a very similar case in many different ways for many different reasons. But the gun, they say he shot himself with the gun inverted, and I think he used his right hand to shoot himself on the left side or something, and the gun was found underneath him. So there was no way for anybody to really prove who had shot what because of the blood, et cetera, et cetera. I was expecting to find something similar in this case, and the fact that we didn't really, you know, that's still one of the big things. That gun is one of the big keys there, and the lack of proof that they can even tie to that gun, that they can tie David to that gun, is very disturbing, and I think will also help us get this case reopened one day.
Did they ever find David's fingerprints in the blood on the wall? Did, like, even partials or anything?
No.
I keep meaning to look that up.
No, they didn't find any fingerprint. There were no latent fingerprints found on that wall. But if you read the first responders, the first police officers that walk into that house, they clearly state that there was blood in fingerprints. So I don't know.
I was looking at that wall, and it looks to me on, I know there was another video where somebody had mentioned this, but it does look to me like there is blood spatter on top of the letters.
Yes, yeah,
But I cannot figure out how that fits.
Well, I think the video first. There was one video that said that there was a bullet hole. It was a bullet hole. I don't think it was a bullet hole, but I do think it was, you know, probably blood or something like that got on that top. That's like an 8-foot, 9-foot ceiling. So, you know, either somebody really, really tall, or they took a stool and moved the whole couch and everything. But it was weird that the lack of blood on the couch, I think, raised a lot of people's eyebrows too. It's like just one thing after another. If you look at these things all separately, sure, it's just like, it's a little bit of this, but you start adding all this stuff up, and it's just
right.
Like, it's not like we're trying to poke holes in what the cops say. We're just trying to understand why they believe David Crowley is guilty. And all of these things do not lead me or you or anybody else really to believe that David Crowley is guilty. You have to take a leap of faith, a giant leap of faith, to believe that David Crowley is guilty. And I'm just not ready to take that leap of faith. I'm never going to be ready to take that leap of faith, because in a case like this, where there's so many weird things, you have a young couple, first of all. You have one who was not born in this country. You have a young child. You have a U.S. soldier. Right there should be, wait a minute, we need to treat this a little bit differently. Let's put in a little more time than we might normally do. And then you have a filmmaker who was about to make this big leap. His leap of faith, that was, everything that he was building for came crashing down. And so it's disturbing. It's very disturbing.
And the friends all tried to say that, well, he did this because, the deal was over and his dream, he realized his dream wasn't going to come true. But that's not true. That is a blatant lie. If you look at his financial records, they were not at all trying to, scrimp and save for anything. There's the Mikes who both said, no, we were still talking about the deal. I think they had like an unofficial agreement or something that they were still going to go ahead with this with David.
Yeah.
That if you pick and choose, if you pick apart little bit all these things that we're looking at, and you look at just those things separately, you can follow, okay, yeah, it's possible he did it. But if you put them all together instead of looking at it all separately, that's where the problems start, because none of it leads to David doing it with all these little tiny factors involved. The missing hands, the missing arm, the missing faces and neck, and the dog that, we just decided he and David are the culprits here because, that's just what it seems like. We don't want to look too deep into this.
I think there was a lot of anger involved.
That's what it looks like. It looks like whoever did this was just so incredibly angry at David and Kamel and Ranny that they felt they had no other way to get what they wanted. And I honestly have not, if somebody was to come to me or message me or call me and give me absolute concrete proof, like absolutely not even a shadow of a doubt David did this, I would believe it if they could prove it to me. But so far, the only way, I feel like Greg has run into this too, actually all of you probably, the only way they can try and convince us is to say, just leave it alone. If you just leave it alone, it all makes sense. Don't ask questions. You'll never know why. Nobody will know why. Just leave it alone. Just let it go. But that's not an answer. That's not an answer. That's not any kind of concrete proof that David did it. You can't kill yourself and then hide hands or an arm. You can't kill yourself and then move over so that you don't match up, with where you are. Now, it is possible, I think, maybe that Paleo did move the bodies a little bit, but there's no way he flipped Kamel over and ate her hands and her face and then flipped her back over. And there's no way that he moved David into that crucifix position. The only way all of this fits is if there is somebody else who committed the crime. The only way any of this case information makes sense is if you add in one or more people who came in and committed this crime and pointed it at David.
It had been
that
more than
makes
one.
sense. I think maybe it. I really feel like there was at least 3. At least.
Well, I mean, the bigger issue, maybe not the bigger issue, but another issue is just the whole the amount of cover-up that would have had to have been involved here on some level from the Apple Valley police, not all of them, not saying all of them, just at the highest level, but the media too, in not just the mainstream media, but the alternative media too. It's just one of the weirdest things that I've ever seen. One of the weirdest cases, the way that Mr. Hagman, this is what he said way back when this first happened. It's like he wasn't too mad at the mainstream media. He was upset at the alternative media because like you guys have turned your back on this, and it was just like, I don't know if things just got too real for certain people or if they were like, they were keyboard warriors and all of a sudden, you're not in front of a keyboard now. We're talking about real people that this is one of the worst possible things that people who research the deep state, who research conspiracies, September 11th, John F. Kennedy, on and on and on. This is one of the worst things that could possibly happen. So I think it does scare some people. But, I mean, if you've been researching this, if you understand this, and if you have, if you're not fearful, and it's just like, what are you scared of? What are you doing here? And that's just been that's been one of my biggest
There's also been like a lack of interest in this, in the way that so many people watch the Gray State Sloppymentary and accept what Eric Nelson is proposing as true.
I think that's the perception, and that's what they've used, the media for. That's what they've used all of these people who have come out for that. I think that's the perception that the people in control have tried to create. But for us real people, as long as us real people can get all of the facts about this case, we can clearly see that what they're saying is just simply not true. And that's been the biggest challenge, is to get this research, to get this knowledge in as many people's hands as possible so that they can make a real informed decision about what they truly believe about this case without bias, taking their bias out.
And that's the biggest thing with this case is the majority of people who do ask questions and look further into this, we are all completely willing to accept David did this as long as there is concrete proof to back it up. That's all we're asking for. If David did this, if these people all believe David did this, why can they not prove it to us with evidence? Instead, they've all just, they're all a bunch of conspiracy theorists over there, and we're all, the people who actually knew them, I was the neighbor and I was the friend, and, you guys just need to let it go because you're all just being crazy. But, you've got people like us who are like, well, if you think he did it, show me why you think he did it. And that's where they stop, because they can't. Not one of them has been able to show anybody, without a shadow of a doubt, concrete proof that David did this.
Well, it's not that they stop. That's when they start the personal attacks.
See, I haven't gotten any of that yet, and I'm so scared of it. I'm
Just
so
wait
scared
a
of
little
it.
bit. You'll be up.
Bring it on, Ma.
No, I mean,
just bring that here. Bring it on. But there's no reason to go after anybody else.
No, there's really not, because if we're all wanting the same thing, we're all wanting the same answers to the same questions, none of us should be fighting with one another. None of us should be, angry and lashing out at one another. I am completely open to, the people who think that, maybe this was a government hit. Okay, I can see why you think that. That makes a lot of sense why you think that. I will need more proof to believe it was a government hit. I'm not quite that much into conspiracies, and that's just me personally. But then you've got the people who say, oh, it was a demon. There was demon possession. Okay, all right, I can understand that too, as far as, the videos shown of Kamel where she was like hearing things and whatnot. I can kind of understand that, but with all these different theories about this case, the biggest issue is the lack of evidence. I mean, we all have a bunch of evidence showing why David didn't do it, how he couldn't have, but we're the crazy ones.
Or that they say that they've seen the evidence, but they can't post it.
Well, if you've seen it and you're not a family member, how did you get it? That's what I want to know.
Well, it's called secret knowledge, and only chosen few have it.
Oh,
what it
man.
actually is complete and utter bullshit.
Yes.
Sorry, kids.
Right. First, you must think that David Crowley is guilty, and then we will share the evidence. Really, what it's been is it's been they've been using it to silence people, to say, you know what, if you just keep your mouth shut, don't talk about it in public, we will show you what the evidence is. And I guarantee you, all the people that sold out and fell for that, they haven't been shown anything. All they've been shown is what fools they were to just accept that certain people who are not trustworthy people, shady people, are going around telling you all you need to know is that David Crowley is guilty. Really. Really, after all of this time, after everything that David Crowley did, I mean, it is just, there's so many different layers to this, and so many just disgusting things that have happened.
It really is a rabbit hole. It really is, because the deeper you look into this, the more and more questions you're left with. Like everybody was saying before the documentary came out by Eric Nelson, oh, as soon as you see it, you'll know, you'll get it. It'll make sense. You know, okay? You'll know as soon as you see this movie. So just make sure you see it. And I really didn't know much about this case. Like I had seen it a little bit in the news, but I didn't really pay much attention to it because, I just chalked it up to, okay, he must have snapped. But I didn't ask any questions at that point. And so I saw the documentary, and then the documentary left me with a bunch of questions. So then I went back and I started looking further into it, and it just, the deeper you go, the more questions you're left with, and you're left with more questions than answers. I really don't understand how any case could get solved by people not asking questions. That's how
anything about this that makes any sense at all.
Yes.
Nothing.
And you send off FOIAs expecting to finally get the answer for something, and the information comes back, and you have 100 more questions, and no answers to the other questions that you asked.
Well, you didn't word it right. You gotta.
Well, the last FOIA that we got, it was a documentation dump, and oh my gosh, I think I'll be looking at that file for a couple more years. It's just so much information. But
there's got to be. Sorry, go ahead, Greg.
No, go ahead.
There's got to be one of those investigators or somebody that was at that crime scene the day the bodies were found that after all these years has still had that gut-wrenching feeling that this was not right. And if even just one of those people felt that way and was willing to publicly say, yeah, I agree, I think that would help get the case reopened. Or maybe, if we could get a family member or somebody close to them to say, hey, you know, I want it opened again. I want to know what happened. Because that's got to be awful for the families. You know, if they actually read all of the police reports and looked at all of the evidence, I mean, I don't want to think that they would just believe this and just let it go.
I think they were very sheltered. You know, the more that I look into it, it seems like they were very sheltered. It was a very controlled environment that they were under, almost this like bubble that they were kept in purposely. So they might not know about a lot of this stuff. I doubt that they've read half of the stuff that we've all read. And it's all public stuff. It's stuff that they could get, that they could ask for. Now, if they ask for it and they find resistance, then maybe that will, you know, spark that more. But, you know, it's one of the things that I try to constantly pray about, is that one day somebody from the family or one of those cops that was there or somebody that was involved in this will understand, you know, how serious this is and that there's something wrong. And we need justice. The family needs justice. They need real justice. And are they still in danger? You know, is this deeper than just David Crowley? Is there something more deeper involved? Is it more related to something that somebody on one of the sides of the family did? You know, I don't know. It's just it does not make sense. Even a police cover-up to me does not make sense. It's just like every scenario does not make sense, and I play them all in my mind over and over and over again. But I think the one thing that we all know does not make sense is that David Crowley is guilty. So if it's not that, it has to be something else.
Well, we are a few select people, so we're not going to give it up.
That's right.
That's the thing. As long as we all still ask questions, as long as there's at least one person going, no, I don't think he did it, you know, I feel like that's at least a small victory.
I think it's a big victory. Yeah. No, it is. I mean, we've had many of them. We just don't stop and, you know, really recognize how many victories that we have had in just trying to get justice for this family and trying to find out what really happened. I think we have had a lot of silent victories.
Well, I know if that was my family, I sure wouldn't have gave up.
No, I wouldn't. But see, that's just me. Yeah, I mean, that's right. Just, you know, this group, like, I guess, you know, they're all perfectly content letting it go, which that doesn't make sense to me.
The slide presentation is covering David's body position, the ceiling bullet hole, item 57, which is the attic bullet, I included photos of the living room because so that we could kind of talk about the angle that David was laying in and that stuff. And then I also included DNA reports for that bullet, ballistics reports, and item 31 because it went along with the ballistics report.
I just want to say one last thing about the family. You know, I still think it's possible that the family has not accepted what has happened. And I do believe that that's why people are trying to keep us as far away from the family as possible, to make us look as crazy as possible, so that they will never contact us, so that they will always think that we're crazy people who are trying to make money off of their family's death. When in reality, the Gray State team are the only ones who have made money off of this death. Besides Eric Nelson and, you know, anyone who was involved with that, they made money off of this. Every time that
look at Dan Hennon. He put up $7,000 of his own money to hire without question. He didn't tell everybody, well, if you guys can all give me this money, we'll hire one. No, he said, I'm paying for this, and if you guys want to help, I would appreciate it, but if you can't, don't worry about it. Nobody in our group has asked for any kind of money whatsoever in trying to figure out what happened with this case. And that is such bullshit, because the people who have made money on this are the ones who aren't asking questions. They're not. They're not asking what happened to, you know, the police walked out of there without finding David's bullet and had to come back. Like, they didn't even know it was there. Somebody else told them about it.
Twice they had to come back, you know.
It kills me that I've watched that documentary so many times, but I noticed the more times I've watched it, I've noticed more and more things, like the way Dan Jr. talks, and the way Dan Sr. talks. I think Dan Sr. is just looking at the way he is in that documentary, and I wish I could see all of the footage that went into making that, because really they made you, Greg, and Dan look just crazy. And you know, like they went through all these interviews with all these people and then cut and pasted where they wanted it to match their narrative, and that's it. That's all they used. I want to see all the other stuff, because Dan Sr., when he's reading wherever that came from, whether it was actually David's journal or something somebody else gave to him, when he's reading that, he does not look like he believes it. Like, he's got this very, to me, this very monotone voice, like you'd be reading a page out of the dictionary. Like, it does not seem to me like he believes what he is reading in that.
I would have to agree.
Maybe that's, I don't know. And then Dan Jr., when he's talking about Ranny, where he's like, she was my dream girl, you know, like as a daughter, or however he put it. That to me was creepy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it was cut.
The way.
Yeah. It was the way that it was cut.
I hope it was cut. I hope it was cut, because otherwise he seems like a creep the way he talks about her there.
But they might have purposely cut it to make it look like that. That's, you know what I mean? Like, the same way that I could tell that they cut stuff that I said. The only thing they use is the one thing that they were constantly.
I don't give a damn about credibility.
Right. Which was all. That all went back to my conversation with Sean Wright. So it was focused on that. All of their questions, everything that they were trying to get me to do was to talk bad about Sean Wright. I could tell.
And you wouldn't have known any of that from your clip in that movie, because
Right.
There's none of the rest of anything you said.
From their point, they were probably like, oh, okay, we have him saying that he's not a credible source, which is all.
Yep.
This is what they've been trying to do with all of us, is to just get people to not take us seriously, and it's just not working. It really isn't.
If anything, it really points the finger back onto them, because you've got Judy, who is, slandering anybody and everybody who doesn't believe the official narrative, because she's the know-it-all, because, her husband saw the bodies first. So
because that
then
obviously
the
gives her
spotlight is on her. So then you start digging into her, and you find out she's got a son who was arrested with a shit ton of pot, and he presented a Homeland Security ID. So, does she really want that? That's what it seems like to me, is she's trying to get more attention on her than anything, when, Jesus, I wouldn't want it if I was her. If I had found my neighbors like that, I would not. I would want to talk to the police, and that's it. I wouldn't want to talk to anybody else. I would want to forget it, because she didn't even know them. She had to ask her husband for the address. Colin Prochnow, he talked to David more than Judy ever did.
But yet
so
they knew everything.
Right. But they knew, Judy knew everything about it. She knew so much, in that first 911 call, or maybe it was the second 911 call, where she was like, and it looks like the dog may have, eaten them. Or no, she said it looks like they've been eaten, which I suppose that could be the dog, or something to that effect. How did she know that?
Really?
And this is where I've said in the past, it almost seems like somebody handed her a script. And I'm just, the way that she goes through and clicks off every box, that's what it sounds like. Was she handed a script? Probably not. But that's what it sounds like.
But see, I've had questions about her son from day one.
Mm-hmm.
He was supposed to have been there around that time.
That's right. Well, he was there. He was there.
Yeah.
But he was. I don't think he was ever questioned, right?
And I think
why wouldn't they question him if he was there, though?
Because they didn't know he was there.
I think he left before the bodies were found.
Okay. Slide number 2 is just a it's just a diagram, correct, of the living room?
It's a rough drawing, yeah. And it looks like, it was made pretty early on, too. On the 17th.
And I added this because I wanted everybody to see the direction of the bodies and which way David was laying.
Which is a little bit different. It's a little bit different than the way that the bodies are laid, because in the actual image, David's left hand is more spread out. But maybe they're drawing that as kind of a curvature kind of thing to show that the left hand was kind of curved up because it was up, meaning it was like stiff, right? And you could kind of see his hand. His hand was in a weird spot too, and I'll try to add that in here too.
Now, is that like normal as far as body decomposition goes? Like with his hand being in the position it was? Because if they were really in there for 3 weeks, you would think that that's 3 weeks is well past rigor mortis, I would think.
Mhm.
So maybe I'm wrong in thinking this, but I would think that his hand would have relaxed
by that point.
Yeah, by the time they were found, I would think it would have relaxed out of that position.
Yeah, and the other thing is this. See, that's weird because like when you look at Kamel, it seems like that is very accurate to what all of the documents say about how her right hand is kind of over her head, where her head should be, and her left hand is underneath her left hip, basically.
So how did Paleo get it? How did Paleo get to them if they were in that position?
I don't know.
Because that would definitely be suspicious to me. You know, we're saying a dog did this, but for him to be able to access that, he would have had to have rolled her back over when he was done. Like, rolled her over, ate the parts, and then rolled her back over. And clearly, he can't do that. So,
well, he definitely can't do that if the daughter is right on top of her left leg.
That's what I was
which is where the daughter was.
Right, because Ranny would have rolled right along with her if it was Paleo that was moving her. And honestly, that's odd to me, too, that they would say that the dog ate all of these things when, I mean, in the photo of the bodies that I saw, Ranny's stomach is exposed. That is such soft tissue that you would think if he was hungry enough to want to scavenge off those bodies, he would go for the softest parts first.
Slide number 3 is just, I need to enlarge it. It is coming straight from the BCA report, and it's talking, no, not the BCA, the Apple Valley report, and it's talking about the bullet hole in the ceiling. Mm-hmm. And it says, a hole was observed in the living room ceiling near the front entry. Characteristics of the hole and its surrounding area indicates a projectile is traveling generally west to east as it entered the ceiling and exited in the attic. A bullet, item 57, was collected in the attic vicinity of the hole.
But you see, in one of those investigative reports said that one of those policemen stuck his finger through that hole too.
And I think I have a photo where they were measuring that hole too.
Where you can see the gloved hand and there's like a finger in it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's one of the photos that I included.
Yeah, I first thought that he had put his fingers through that hole. I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not so sure if he. The way that it was written was kind of weird. I think I might have misunderstood it. He might not have put his finger through that hole, but
that's what it said.
I have to go back and look at that.
That's what it said.
I thought when I was looking at that photo, I thought maybe it was there for either a size comparison or maybe he had stuck his finger in the hole to feel if he could feel the bullet.
Oh, that might be
we'll have to
possibility.
Go yeah. Do you know what document and page that was on, Pansy? Or?
No,
sir. Find that. Yeah.
It was back when it was back when they went back to get that bullet.
I think it was in the Apple Valley report.
I have my Dropbox open. Let me go see if I can find it.
He may have been just trying to figure out which way that bullet was headed.
But then they wrote that his body position was something and then southeast.
Correct.
And that doesn't line up with where the bullet hole is unless he was moved.
Yeah, that's
Well,
what
to
I'm
me it
looking
don't line up.
for. Yeah, it shows the feet northwest, head area to southeast. So his feet were northwest and the head was southeast. Okay.
And if David was standing when he supposedly committed suicide and the bullet exited the left, it probably would have taken out that living room window.
Yeah, that was another thing I was thinking about. How, though, you said it entered the left side?
No, it exited the left side.
It exited, so then he couldn't have shot himself.
And had that bullet over the other direction.
Yeah, because if he shot himself with his right hand, I could see it exiting the left side. But if he's shooting with his left hand, it should have exited the right side.
But they don't know, right? They don't. I mean, if we look at slide number 5 that you have here, the gunshot wound of the head, they don't know where it started. They can only say it went out the left parietal bone and scalp.
Correct. But even if it did go out the left side, it still couldn't have ended up in the attic. Not with the way that he was laying.
Not with
unless somebody went in there and moved his body.
That's the only conclusion I see, because if he shot himself in the head and then just fell back into this position, his body should line directly up with where that bullet hole is, if that was his bullet that killed him. Because it could just be that it had his nuclear DNA on it because, I mean, it's his house. He lives there, so his DNA should be all over that place. His fingerprints should be all over that place.
Correct.
David's, Kamel's, and Ranny's DNA should have been all over that place. And then they've got the 2 samples of unknowns. That should have been immediately tested, because I would think that right there would show somebody else was in the house. Because, see, we're supposed to go along with the narrative that David secluded himself and his family for months from everybody, just cut everybody off, and then that's, when he did this, when he committed this crime, is after he pushed everybody away. But if you're going to believe that he pushed everybody away and he was just he was just isolating, himself and his wife and his daughter, there shouldn't be anybody else's DNA in that house whatsoever, except the dog.
Wait, find out who that DNA belongs to, and you'll find the murderers, I'm sure. And maybe they didn't want to go that far.
So those swabs would be on file, though, right? That unknown DNA?
Yes, it should be.
Jeez, I would think that right there would be enough to open it.
Greg, I can't upload the PowerPoint to the group with my phone.
Okay, that's all right. It's okay.
So I guess the file's too big.
It's okay. Yeah, we'll definitely put that up, though. I'll see if I can shrink it or something. But right now we're looking at slide number 6.
Slide number 6, is that item 57?
It looks like the comparison.
Yeah, that's important to keep harping on. Let's see, comparison. Comparative comparison of item 31, which is a bullet fragment. This was found over by the window near David's body. This was tested against the fired bullets from item 1 and item 57, and they were performed with the following results. Item 57 against item 31 showed presence of matching features. This means that item 1 fired item 31.
Why didn't they test it with the rest of the bullets? Instead of just that one.
Because that's the only one that matters, apparently.
Yeah, probably.
They should all match, though.
They should all match.
But they never talk about item 57 matching matching to item 30. Sorry. It says that item 31 was fired from item 1, which is the gun, but it never states that item 57 was fired from that gun. Right. It said it showed matching features to item 31, but why didn't they say that item 57 was fired from the gun?
If it was a complete match, why wouldn't they say it's a positive match that these two are the same?
Correct.
Why would they word it like they seem to match or something along those lines? If it's a complete match and it's a 100%, this bullet came from this gun, then it should all match completely. All those bullets, all the fragments, all the shell casings, all of it should have the same tool markings as, any bullet fired from the gun, item 1.
That's correct.
Right.
And yet this paperwork doesn't show that for that particular bullet.
And it's not tested against a bullet. It's tested against a fragment, right? So it's like
yes.
You're testing a bullet against a fragment, and it doesn't. I don't know. It's not even a bullet. So is it a fragment of a bullet?
That's right.
And we have another missing bullet, or what?
Why didn't they compare it to the rest of them or any one of the other ones?
Right.
If David did it, they should all match.
Right.
If David was the only one firing a gun in that house, all of the bullets and fragments found at the scene should all match. There should be no doubt whatsoever that all of those were shot out of item 1.
Yep.
And that's what's so frustrating.
Let's go to slide number 7 here, item 57-1.
Item 57-1 is DNA results. So they took one sample of the bullet, and it says male DNA profile matches David Timothy Crowley, does not match Kamel or Rania, would not be expected to occur more than once among unrelated individuals in the population due to insignificant genetic information, no statement on minor types.
It's very very bland. Doesn't match up with a lot of things that they say about the other bullets. I mean, it's just not as detailed. It's almost like 53 and 57 were just kind of rushed along.
Right.
I think this whole thing was rushed along.
Yeah.
And I do
Hard
apologize I apologize to everybody, but I'm dyslexic, so reading out loud is difficult for me.
Oh, you're doing fine. You're fine.
You're doing fine.
You're doing great.
I would not have been able to tell you're dyslexic. You sound amazing.
Thank you. It's just reading that gets me.
There's a lot of that in
this.
Slide number 8 here. This is one that you had. Do we know what image number this is? This is the only image that we have that might possibly show that there was a bullet hole in the living room ceiling on January 17th. One photo.
This image I actually got from the group. But I know it's from the day of discovery because the Christmas tree is still there.
Right. This was part of the BCA. I think this was a part of the third, maybe the second or the third round of BCA photos. But this is it. I mean, this is all that we really have to really work with right now. But if you compare slide 8 and slide 9, I mean, it looks like the bullet hole was there, no? It's either a shadow, it's a reflection, or it's that hole. It's a very bright area right where that hole should be. And I do have the image number somewhere, so I will make sure to add that to this video.
It says 48 of 77 photos, or 711 photos, excuse me.
Oh, so that's okay. So that's part of the third round then. All right. Yeah, I could find that one. It was taken from the kitchen, and it was zoomed in, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it. You almost wouldn't even notice it. So I'm wondering if that's the image that they use, because at some point they came back and said, yeah, there was a bullet hole there. We found it in one of the photos. Maybe this is that photo.
But did all the officers see it on the 17th? And if
Nobody
they did,
saw it on the 17th. Nobody saw it.
Nobody took photos. Not even the
Nobody
DCA
saw it
team.
on the 18th. Nobody saw it from January 17th until February 18th. No law enforcement person, anybody saw it until February 18th when they went in the house. That was the first time. That's a long time.
because logically, if any of them did see it, it would be in their reports, right?
Correct.
And
they're
was
very clear. They do say in their own documents, they do say that they did not see it on the 17th.
I believe it was planted there.
Mm-hmm.
No, you keep trying to pressure me into thinking that. No, I'm just kidding.
Or shot up into the ceiling when they visited there on the 19th. The visitors that came in the house?
Yep.
There was
but they came during the daytime, though. I mean, this was, and they were only there for like 20, 30 minutes.
That's long enough.
I guess so, but why go there and shoot a hole into the ceiling?
When they went in, sorry, go ahead.
Well, why even be in that house before it's even cleaned?
Really?
I mean, there's biohazard everywhere. The air is tainted. Why are they in that house? What are they looking for?
Not only that, just your conscious state of mind.
Well, I remember reading somewhere that they had said they wanted to go in and make sense of that. And one of the questions that came up to me in hearing that was, when they went in that house, was that before or after the police told them about the writing on the wall?
That was before, according to Mason Hendricks. So he walked into there. They all walked into there, and they had, and the wall was painted white. So they had no idea what was on the wall, according to what he said. But he knew that there was something that was underneath that wall, and I guess only later, I think around January 25th maybe, is when they all found out that what was actually written there. So they don't even know what was written there other than photos, you know. Without that, they wouldn't know. Without those photos, we wouldn't know. They were trying to
painted
hide
over?
it.
Who painted over the wall? The police did?
The police had that. Well, they must have had the cleaning crew or somebody do it. If what Mason Hendricks is stating was true, then it had to have been done by the cleanup crew, or
the cleanup crew wasn't even there yet.
What day was
They might
that
have been
that
there on the
Mason was in the
18th.
house?
Say it again?
What day was it that Mason was in the house?
January 9th.
Mason Hendricks, the 19th?
Yes.
The bodies were found on the 17th. The police
That's 2 days
officially
after?
left.
Yeah,
Well, the
2
police
days.
left the house Sunday morning, which was the 18th. They went in on a Monday. The cleaners weren't
started on
even
the-
there yet.
I think cleaner started on the 18th. I could be wrong on that.
You need to double check on that because
Yeah.
It just screams weird because that would have stunk, for one. To high heaven,
Mhm.
you wouldn't have wanted to be in there without some kind of something over your mouth and nose. It would stink.
Not
So
in the
why
attic,
would they
right?
want to go in there? What do you mean? It wouldn't stink in the attic?
No, that's where they were, according to what he said. They're
Right, but they
they're
had
in
to
the
go
whole house.
through into, because the opening to the attic was in the David and Kamel's room, right? In their closet?
There's two.
Oh.
That's definitely, but that's the one that they probably went through. It because when the police left, there was not a ladder that was leading up to that attic. But when they came there, when they came there on February 18th, there was a ladder there, and the attic was like, I think it was open. I think it was like wide open. So.
Yeah, I read something in the reports about how it was not the one in the bedroom, the attic entry in the bedroom closet was not open. And then when they came back, they
Then it was.
pointed out it was open.
Right. So that's another weird thing. Who was in the attic?
But that would have been a month later.
Mhm.
So these guys
That's
went in there 2 days after this happened, and went and played around in the attic?
When I say it was planted, because they went up in the attic, I think, saying that they were looking for the bullet because they saw the hole in the ceiling.
That's
Because they were the ones
weird.
that contacted the police, weren't they?
They didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Sorry,
no,
go ahead,
they didn't
Chris.
say anything. You're right. No, you're right. They didn't
Who
say
contacted
anything
the
when they
police to let
should.
them know?
No, the police found the police traced that 911 call from January 19th. They traced that to Chris Klein, and then Chris Klein started telling them stuff, and that's one of the things
Right,
that Chris Klein told them. So, which is great. I mean, it's great that he did. It and that's what made it seems like Klein didn't really do anything wrong. He told them what they wanted to know. Seems like he was very truthful, because without him, we wouldn't even know that there was a bullet there.
What was he that wasn't there like a report from one of the neighbors or something about a suspicious person being there, and then that was somehow linked to Chris Klein, I think, through his license plate.
Yes.
So who was he in the house with?
Well, he was in the house with Hendricks, with Danny Mason, with David's brother, with I guess about 5 or 6 different people, and they're all there. And I don't know. It's weird that the 911 call only mentions a suspicious person, as in one person, but obviously it wasn't just one person.
Unless this was a later date.
Yeah, maybe they came in later that night or something, because when I first heard about this, I thought it was nighttime, and I thought maybe they were in there for a very long time. But when you look at the 911 call, the person knows when they show up, so you can actually calculate. They have about 20 minutes to be in that house, and that's it. So that's one of the biggest problems that I have with them trying to go in there and add anything to this crime scene, is because, you're taking a big, big risk. Not saying that it's not possible, but it's a big, big risk. But I guess if you got 5 or 6 people, in there with you,
everybody could corroborate everybody else's word.
And they may have all been in on it.
they would all be bonded from that very point, because now if
Right.
anybody spoke up, they'd all be part of the crime, be accomplices at the worst case or best case scenario for their accomplices.
You would think if they were in that house and they saw that the police missed that bullet in the ceiling, they would have been asking more questions. It just does not seem plausible at all that they believe the official narrative, given the fact that they were the ones who pointed out this bullet. I mean, not officially, but basically, they saw it when the police had missed it, and they went up into the attic to see it or whatever. So, I mean, you would think if it was you, if you were to put yourself in their shoes and this was your family member and you walked into the crime scene and noticed the police missed something, you would, I would hope, automatically go to, well, if they missed this, what else did they miss? Because we all did that. We all started asking what else did they miss? What else did they miss in the crime scene? And we've all come up with a giant list of inconsistencies.
Yeah, sure.
It's almost as if they wanted to believe the worst. That they wanted to believe that David was the killer and not ask questions.
You've got to be just so naive, so incredibly naive to just stop. Because everybody, I've talked to my friends and my family members about this case, and every single person I have personally talked to has been like, yeah, that does seem kind of weird. That doesn't seem like he did that. It doesn't seem like it's possible for him to do that. You look at where the bullet hole is in the ceiling, you look at the fact that there's no blood or tissue on it. How can you say that's the bullet that David killed himself with if it doesn't have his blood and tissue on it? We know for a fact that Kamel couldn't have been the one to do this because she's got 3 bullets with her DNA and blood and tissue on it.
Mm-hmm.
We know Randy didn't do it. Why can't everybody conclude the same thing with, well, David was right-handed. He shot with his right hand. His right hand is missing. The gun is on his left side. He's laid out in a crucifix position on the floor, and he's not even lined up with the bullet hole.
Right.
The one main consistency with all the police reports is that they all, at least my take on it was the rough sketches they did and like their notes and whatnot, they were all pretty like they all kind of matched up, But you can't, any of these guys, we don't know where they're from or anything like that, what cases they've dealt with before. But any one of them should be trained to walk into a scene and pick out what doesn't match with a suicide. I'm not trained, and just from teaching myself, I can see this doesn't match up with a suicide. You guys can all see it doesn't match up with a suicide, but people who are trained to do this as a career, none of them see a problem with this. That scares the hell out of me for all the people within that police department's jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Amen. Well, I do want to kind of wrap this up here in the next 10 minutes or so. Sophia, are there any other slides here that we should focus on?
It's mainly just the bullet hole, just the ones that the BCA took when they came into the house in February. And then, of course, I added living room photos.
Yeah, let's talk about those for a second. Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me get to that. My device just
froze.
Slide
number 27, which this is pretty much, this is almost like the same angle of the one image that shows the actual bodies. It's almost as if, this is the after photo, after the bodies were taken out. The dog feces, where the dog feces is interesting too. It's kind of towards the end of this rug. Lots of hair. That stuffed animal too. That's another thing. But why did you choose this image here? I mean, there's so much here.
Well, so that we could kind of get an idea of where David was laying and the girls, as we were talking about the direction of where the bullet had gone. And then the photo after that is the window. So if he had been standing and that bullet would have exited the left side, it most likely would have been either embedded in that wall where they had the gun when they were photographing the gun, or it could have been gone, or it could have gone through the window when it exited. But it's not there. It supposedly did a U-turn and went in the opposite direction.
Well, I mean, doesn't that help us kind of see where this bullet hole, where the bullet was shot into the ceiling? Like, it would have had to have been almost at an angle, right? I mean, where would David have to be? He'd almost have to be on the ground.
I feel like for that bullet to actually be the one that he supposedly shot himself with, he would have had to be sitting on the floor, like with his legs extended out, so that it could curve up and do whatever it wants to do, where it did like a U-turn, like Sophia said. I think he would have to be sitting down on the floor for it to be anywhere up in that ceiling.
But for his body to have fallen to where they tell us that it was, he would have had to have been standing when shot. Is that correct?
I feel like in order for his body to fall in that crucifix position, and in order for that bullet to get up into the ceiling, he would have had to shoot himself while sitting, like with his legs out in front of him, like sitting on the floor. And see, I don't even know how it would get up into the ceiling like that. Like he would, I think, to fall in that crucifix position, naturally, he would have had to be sitting down. But then that doesn't line up with the bullet, because if he shot himself and just fell back with his arms outspread, that bullet would not have been up in the ceiling where it was. It would have been over more. It would have been directly lined up with where he was.
Right. But it went through this window here.
Right, or went through the window.
Mm-hmm.
What's your take on that? Like, where would he have to be sitting, or standing, or for it to get up there like that?
Well, if he was sitting
to the kitchen.
If he was sitting, it would still be.
Go ahead.
I don't know. If he was sitting, it would still exit out the left side. We can't change that. That's what the autopsy says. So that bullet would be where? Let's see, bookcases, Christmas tree, that wall, possibly,
Mm-hmm.
or the window. Still, it would still be there. It didn't do a U-turn. So
bullets do not naturally. They don't. They just don't. They have a specific line that they go in, and that's it.
I just don't see what it could ricochet off of. But gosh, would it still have the momentum to go all the way up through the ceiling into the attic? By that time, it's already exited the skull.
And it would have slowed down a good bit. I don't see it bouncing around up there the way it did, unless it was shot just straight up into the ceiling and not went through a person at all.
There you go.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I see. And if it was shot through the ceiling, or just shot from a gun, and it didn't hit anybody, where do you think, Greg, somebody would have to be standing to shoot that?
I think they'd have to be kind of leaning underneath him. If David was standing, they'd have to be towards the kitchen, and he'd have to be kind of towards the kitchen. And I was thinking that maybe his body might have fallen where that recliner was, that his head kind of fell there. But again, that also doesn't line up with with where his body was found either.
Did they test the blood on that recliner?
No.
They took samples, but they never ran it.
If they would have, it would have proven that somebody's body was moved. There's no way blood can end up there, and the bodies were found the way that they're telling us. Somebody's body was moved. It just has to be. Just has to be. There's no other way that a big blood stain like that is going to get on that recliner. There's no way. So I think maybe that's why they didn't test it. I don't understand why they didn't test it, other than somebody wanted to make sure that it didn't get tested. Not to say that everybody was like, oh, we can't test this. But again, this is a very controlled thing. Once they leave that house, it's a very thin line of who's controlling what gets tested and who's controlling what they do and what they don't do. And that's basically it. Everybody else just goes on to do their other jobs. It's crazy.
What would it take to get a hold of those samples?
An attorney.
Oh.
Or a family member with
or a family member.
Attorney. With an attorney. Yeah. But, yeah.
And that's kind of problematic.
Anything else here before we wrap it up?
All I can say is I've been watching the impeachment hearings all day, and that's what this sounds like.
There's some very similar things. It's the way that they kind of, certain people have treated, David Crowley's case. You could make some strong comparisons, definitely.
Yeah, and it's suspicious.
That's why interpretation Sorry, go ahead.
No, I wouldn't worry about the impeachment hearings. There's nothing that's ever going to come from it.
Well, the first
If they
time
make
I've
this,
heard any Democrats talk was today, because I've always listened to Republicans talking. That was ridiculous what I heard today. Outright funny.
it's kind of like listening to the other group.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Anyway.
I feel like the reason this case has been so open to all these different conspiracy theories is because of all the different extreme tags that the media attach to David. You've got alt-right and New World Order and extremists and all kinds of things attached to him that so many people look at and are like, oh, that's why he did it, because he's crazy.
Right.
But when you look at the people who was connected with David and making this movie, none of them are that. So why is David that?
Right.
I mean, we have a couple of them who are bona fide Freemasons. We have others that voted for Hillary. She's as deep state as you possibly can get. So where was David being alt-right and everything?
There wasn't that term. I'm not even sure that term was even around in 2014, 2013. I don't remember hearing that until after Trump got in office. That's the first time I had heard it, you know.
Yeah, it was 2016 when they started calling us alt-right as a derogatory term. All it was just standing up for our freedom.
I guess he got grandfathered in somehow. I don't know.
Well, that sure was a mixture of people, I'll tell you. Mix all those beliefs up, and what do you get?
Well, you can learn a lot about how to deal with this case by watching, you know, what's going on with Donald Trump. Definitely, it can definitely help.
Yeah,
it's just like a program. You know, it looks like the same program, just on a lower scale.
Right.
I don't know. I truly believe that slandering a dead person who cannot defend themselves is the lowest form.
I agree.
That's what they say that we're doing. That's what they accuse us of. You know,
slandering
like, really?
David?
Yeah, somehow by asking questions about, you know.
Yeah, that's our group, the Justice for David Crowley group. Anybody who is a member of that is slandering David and Kamel and Ranny because we're trying to ask questions when we should just leave it alone. We should just shut up and accept what we were told and not ask anything else.
Well, maybe they shouldn't have made such a shitty documentary.
Yes, they did. That documentary, that really, you look at that and you're like, wait, hold on, what?
Mhm.
And then you've got to do your own research to even try and make sense of anything in that documentary.
But then once you start doing your research, then you're a conspiracy theorist, and you should not be asking questions.
Mm-hmm. There's never been any case that was solved by shutting up and letting it go. Cases get solved by asking questions.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the police do all their interviews with all the different people, and they look at all the data, and they look at all the pictures and all the terabytes of stuff that they go through. And that is their investigation. That's what's supposed to lead them to the conclusion of what happened. But sadly, in this case, they just basically went along with what Judy suggested in her 911 call. Murder-suicide.
And why is that?
I don't know. I really have not been able to figure that one out yet. That does not make sense. Collins...
She don't make sense at all, period.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't make sense on a lot of accounts. But, like, Collins... I know you guys did a video about this, but Collins' interview, or excuse me, not interview, his phone call to the police was basic, listen, there's some bodies, we need somebody over here. Judy's was more like bullet points, like you'd said earlier. It sounds like bullet points. Murder, suicide, dog scavenging, gun on the floor. She didn't need to do all of that. And then in her interview, she says that she's not a suspicious person. She's not the type of person that immediately jumps to, a murder or suicide. Well, then why did you?
Yeah.
That's exactly what you did on the phone, is immediately jump to murder-suicide.
Well, then she also states that she never believed that David had guns in the house, or she didn't know that David had guns. But before, she made a comment about the garage sale and how David supposedly had a gas mask and was pointing the gun. I mean, she made that comment.
And she thought it was weird, and she didn't want the grandkids over there.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So she knew he was a gun, exactly. Which is it? Either you knew he was, and you didn't want the grandkids over there because, he's got a bunch of guns, and he wears fatigues, and he likes to shave his head like many hundreds of thousands of other people. But, you also don't know even his address or phone number.
Well, the thing is David had a mohawk off and on throughout his adult life.
Yep, and you can see that. Yeah.
So this wasn't a new thing. And in the very beginning, I thought it was a new thing. And even if he did have a mohawk, that has no bearing on his mental status.
Not only that, but that's a really big if he had PTSD, why wasn't it somewhere documented? Why wasn't the family saying, listen, I know you guys are asking questions, but, he had a serious issue. Like, that would have been something that I would think the family would have been pointing out first and foremost is, hey, he had, mental health issues. This is why he did it. It's not going to make sense. But they haven't said that. The PTSD, if there's no history of it, it's literally just hearsay.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say he just snapped if there's no history of it. Kamel should have had something in her notebooks about it. She should have... There would have been a trail somewhere if he actually had PTSD. And no, that's not really anybody's business if he had PTSD or not. But it would help. Honestly, if there was documentation that said he had PTSD, I would probably lean a little bit more towards, yes, he did it, if not for the fact of all the other inconsistencies.
Right.
Well, not everybody with PTSD it doesn't lead up to a double murder and suicide. I mean, I have PTSD from an accident that happened when I was in the service. And I have not snapped and killed my family.
But with you, there's documentation. Like, because of what you went through, you have post-traumatic stress disorder, or Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
well, yeah. And the thing is if David was bad enough to have PTSD enough to where he would have snapped and he was unstable, why was he even making a movie that was so violent? Why was he over at the gun ranges shooting his guns nonstop? And
yeah, you would think that
recreating
would be
war
a big
movie.
trigger for him if he actually had PTSD. I know guys who have PTSD that they can't have ceiling fans in their house because the ceiling fans give them issues like flashbacks and stuff. Yes. So if David had PTSD, how was he able to make this gruesome movie?
I'm just not buying that at all. Especially when people are saying, oh, it was so bad enough to where he snapped. I have some pretty bad PTSD when I'm in the car and I see a vehicle coming up pretty fast behind me. That's what happened. I was on duty and I had a really, really bad car accident and head injury because of that. And there are times when I will have a freak out, like anxiety, but you just move on.
But there would be a record of it with David.
Yeah,
there would be some sort of record of it. And there's not. So that can't even be counted as any kind of evidence.
I have military records from another individual who was accused of killing his stepson. These military records talk about his history, the medals that he earned, things that he was written up for while in the military. We have nothing like that in regards to David's military. So
I hadn't thought about that. Now that you mention it, that is quite odd.
All we have is DD-214. And it does clearly say that it was David and that he served, but we have nothing else. And like I said, I have somebody else's military records from another case, and it's very detailed. I mean, maybe it's different because the person actually stood trial.
The fingerprints they got from the military, if they've got that print record, is that how they matched it to the print on the clip, the magazine, the gun magazine?
I believe so. And they would have been able to get his DNA from the military, too.
Yeah, they actually got his print from the FBI.
But didn't the FBI get it from?
Correct. They might have, right. Which makes.
Is that just the chain of command of how you obtain records?
I honestly don't know on that one.
I mean, you would have to get it from somewhere. I mean, the first place I would go is there, where he served. But in California, all of our driver's licenses, since I think about around that time, 2014, you had to have your fingerprint on your driver's license. I don't know about in David State or in Texas, but it sounds like they were able to get his fingerprints pretty quickly.
Ours are in a database.
Yeah, apparently his DNA was. I don't know.
So if his DNA was already in the database, why did they need to collect samples at the scene to confirm?
Well,
maybe that's, I don't know, maybe that's a dumb question.
They took it from his body. They didn't collect a sample from the scene. So they didn't take hairbrushes or toothbrushes. They took it directly from him. and Camille and me.
Okay.
They took it from the bodies that they found at the scene, right?
Yes, they took it from the bodies that they found at the scene.
Yeah, which
but they did that during the autopsies.
During the autopsies, okay.
So did they match that to his military record?
No, they didn't.
I don't know.
So see that's where it popped up that this was a witness protection kind of thing.
Mhm.
Right.
Excuse me.
And maybe that's why the FBI was involved.
Even though we were told that they weren't.
Well, it's just weird that the military wouldn't just send it to them. They had to have an outside source.
Right. That's what I thought was weird. Is I always kind of assumed that to get military records, you would just call whatever branch of the military they're in. Be like, hey, I need this record for whatever reason.
Well, I mean, I thought that they would have to go through the Pentagon at least and say, hey, I need that. And then, but I don't understand why the FBI had to be the go-between. Maybe somebody can explain it for us.
Maybe they were watching David. That would make the most sense, is that they had already knew who David was since 2012, and the FBI probably already had a file on him, possibly.
Probably.
It would be good to know how we could get the FBI file on David, if they have one.
See, why are they protecting him but not anybody else?
Yeah. David himself said in a clip from that documentary that, you know, veterans are the ones that are being watched.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly believe that. I have no doubt that anybody who signs up for any kind of gun permit is put into a database. Any kind of license that you buy, or you buy a gun or anything like that, that's all put into a database. That's why you have to give your driver's license in order to get a gun permit. That's why they make so many different, you know, forms of identification that you have to present to them to prove who you are before they give you a gun. And I don't know how it is in Minnesota, but I know here in New York it's damn near impossible to get a concealed carry license. But David was taught by the military how to shoot and kill. And somehow he managed to miss the dog and fall in a crucifix position where it just doesn't make sense. I don't know. It just does not make sense.
He was at the gun range quite often.
That bullet, item 7 was the bullet that jammed. So apparently at some point his gun jammed. Or something, right? Because there was a bullet found there. That
was the bullet on the carpet?
Yeah. They never tested that to see, just to make sure that David's DNA was on the bullet. His DNA should be on all of the bullets.
Right, because it's his. He supposedly did this. So
he loaded
there again,
it supposedly.
Because he loaded it. Right, exactly. So how long does someone's DNA, how long would it stay on a bullet? If I were to put to load a magazine, not a clip, but if I were to load it, how long would my DNA stay on there?
Theoretically, it should be on there until wiped off, or after an extremely long period of time, it would degrade.
If it goes through something.
If it goes through something, I mean, if it's fired, theoretically when it's fired, you know how like there's, I can't describe it, it's like smoke or whatever comes through the barrel. So it would be hot enough to burn DNA off of it. And that's why the attic bullet doesn't make sense unless somebody had put it up there after David had handled it.
Put his DNA up there?
I mean,
No, put the bullet up there.
Oh.
see, okay, let's do this theoretically. David's at a gun range. He's been firing his gun all day long. He goes over there to wherever he was, like the target, and pulls out one of the bullets, and he's handling it. Then one of the guys collects it, and later on, after they're dead, plants it up to the attic. This is all hypothetical.
But if you think about it, if they are willing to commit this crime, you can't really discount them willing to go up into the attic and place this bullet there. Whoever, they may be, if they're willing to commit such a crime like this, who's to say that they wouldn't go back and, I don't know, want to relive it and then go, oh, wait, they didn't find anything connected to him, so let's just pop this up there.
Right on.
But how do they know they didn't find anything connected to David? This happened 2 days.
They would have to have somebody on the inside.
Correct.
And see, that's a whole nother hole. That's a whole nother rabbit hole there.
The more you look into this case, the more rabbit holes there are. And right now we're just talking theoretically because nothing makes sense. That attic bullet is not the one that killed David.
I still am hung up on how that blood writing got up on the wall without any kind of drips or anything. Like they would have had, whoever did that would have had to collect it somehow from Kamel and take it over to the wall and like dip their hand in it and do the letters. And to me, it looks like if you look specifically at, I think it's the L's in Ala'u, it looks like one of the L's looks like a right hand going one way, and then the other L, to me, it looks like the hand was flipped onto the back of it to wipe down the other L. And I mean, if you theoretically, if somebody else did this and they had David's hand already cut off, they're not going to do it with their own hand for, fear of leaving their own DNA, so they're going to do it with David's. They're going to do it with David's hand, and they would have to dip it in Kamel's blood somehow to write it on the wall like that.
All these bodies were bled out.
If it was David's hand, it would have left skin cells, and it didn't. It was only Kamel's DNA.
But these bodies were all bled out, weren't they?
I don't know.
So they could.
That would be interesting to find out.
I think they were.
I didn't ever read that in the paperwork.
I think Catherine's the one that told me that.
Yeah, I think that was one of the. Pansy's right. That was one of the early things. Was that where's the blood? Right, there should have been a lot more blood. So I think that's where that came from.
Because they were talking about that hose in the bathtub, wondering if that's how they bled them out. But that hose was too little. It would have taken some time to have done that.
Well, if Kamel was bled out in like a bathtub, wouldn't they be able to spray luminol on it and see The pattern?
Did they though?
Yeah, but that bathtub, I mean, just looking at it, it looks very old. It doesn't look like anybody had ever been in it. And you have to remember, David built that. So at the most, that whole bathroom is 1 year old. I think it might have been, maybe six months maximum, but I don't think it was done either. He was still working on it, but he built that whole bathroom and everything, and I think that's why it looks kind of dirty. It's almost like it's not even ready. But
it may not have been new fixtures either.
His DNA, his
Sure.
DNA should be all over this entire house.
Correct.
Which it
should
probably
be.
is,
He lived
but they
there.
didn't. But they weren't testing it. They weren't looking for it. That's the whole thing, right? I mean, how little of David's of his DNA that they were actually looking for. I think
Well, when you think about the wall being tested, the samples that they did test should have shown his DNA if he wrote that on the wall with his hands.
They swabbed 2 samples and only tested 1.
And the same thing for the computer, too. When they swabbed the computer and tested that should have shown up with David's DNA mixed in, but it was only Kamel's DNA. If he used that computer often, his skin cells
would be all over it.
Yeah.
His fingerprints would be all over it.
Yeah. There should have been some mixture of his DNA in that swab that they took, unless he had gone through and wiped everything down and then touched stuff with Kamel's blood.
Which, if he did this, why would he care enough
to do
that?
Yeah.
This case doesn't make sense logically. It's a conundrum.
It is.
It is.
I really think that's a great place for us to kind of end this one here tonight, because we've come full circle, basically.
Yeah.
But once I get a few glitches fixed out, maybe next Thursday we can come back and have another chat here.
Oh my goodness!
Hopefully, you guys will have your power back.
That I finally got to do this. I can't wait to do another one.
Awesome.
Thank you guys so much. Because looking at it by yourself is one thing. Being able to talk to other people who have looked at the same material that you have, it's so intriguing to hear your guys' take on this. Like every video you guys have done, I'm just like, man, these people, these are my kind of people.
Nice.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
I'm glad that we helped, because this case is something else.
May not ever figure it out.
Nope.
Yeah.
Keep trying. Keep trying.
Right.
And Greg, I want to thank you so much. You've done so much research on this case. That's very commendable. I really respect every single person who has put their time into this.
Yeah, there are many people who never get credit. You know what I mean? But there are many.
Yes.
People.
Sophia does a good job too.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes, you do. Oh man.
Thank you.
I was looking at the stuff you posted. I think it was Sunday, and that I'm not so good at understanding what exactly they mean in all these different forensic reports. So when you guys break it down and like explain what it means or your take on it, that really helps me kind of understand it. It would be amazing to get like an actual forensic scientist of some sort on this.
That would be amazing to get somebody to give us their take on it, to actually look at everything and not see that documentary. Because
that can happen too, and that's one of the things that we keep praying about and we keep searching for. Definitely.
Well, we might have some answers by the end of December in regards to that. I know.
What's happened to Dan?
Dan,
Greg?
What's Dan doing now?
Oh, I mean, he's still with us. He's still with us. He just he just wrote the foreword to my book. So
Really?
Yeah, he's
been busy.
still here.
I didn't know you guys were both working on that together. That's pretty awesome.
Well, I had asked him to write the foreword, and he wrote it, and I thought it was great. I think people are going to like it.
That's good.
And Greg, your book is amazing.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're going to try to spread that one. I'm going to try to hit some local festivals and things, and just try to pass it out and do anything that I can to help keep this case alive until we can.
And see, that's the biggest thing, is keeping this case alive. Because there's so many that are willing to just write it off as he was a psycho and just let it go. It needs to be kept alive because there are so many inconsistencies. And with all the work everybody has done on this, it's just mind-boggling that we're 4 or 5 years now?
5 years, yep, almost 5.
Almost 5 years now since this happened, and geez, I would think there would be more interest in this.
It's steadily growing. The interest in this case really took off after the documentary came out, and that was a bunch of people who are like us and saying that this documentary didn't make sense, that we were just lied to, and they come to the group seeking answers. And a lot of people don't really respond to the group, but they'll email or PM Greg and Catherine and I see that they will look at the files and stuff like that. So as long as we have people who are actually looking and asking questions, that's amazing. And I really think that Greg's book is going to help a lot of people with understanding the research documents and what happened, the play-by-play. So he did a great job putting the police reports and everything into his own words. And I keep saying it, but I really think it's going to help people understand this case a little bit more.
I hope so, because you look at all the clips and stuff that they smashed together in the documentary, and you're left with more questions. And with the videos that Greg and Catherine and Dan have done, and even the conversations with all the people from the group, you guys, we really stick to facts. Like, yes, we do have our discussions of, well, what if this and what if that, but we're not saying shut up and stop looking. And that's the biggest thing. We are all encouraging people to look, to ask questions, to do their own research. Greg, I can't even remember how many different videos that you've done that you've told people, don't take my word for it. Look this stuff up yourself. And that is really the only thing we can keep saying is do your own research. Look it up. Make your own opinions on it.
And I have put all the files into the group along with Greg and Dan. They've all done that. So everything is there. And if there's something that you need and we haven't, just ask us. We are happy to share whatever we have. And for those of you out there saying that information is being hidden from the group, send out your own FOIAs and request that information. And you'll find that we've put everything in there.
And if you don't know how to submit the FOIA, I'm sure anybody who's done it already would be more than willing to point you in the right direction.
I'm happy to write it up for you guys. I've done it before. I have the stuff saved, the laws and everything. I can write it up for you, send it to you. You can send out for your own information. So we're here to help. We want everybody to be involved, to research, to read, to ask questions, and come to your own conclusions. So.
Yes.
Sorry, didn't mean to get preachy there.
That's great. So hopefully we can all come back here Thursday and try to do something more live. All right, everyone, we are officially live. Thank you all for joining us here. We are waiting for our guest, the creator of... All right, everyone, we are officially live. Thank you all for joining us here. We are waiting for our guest, the creator of... All right, everyone. Feedback there. Okay. And I believe we have Mario on the line. Mario Cosentino. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, but Mario, if you are there, let's go ahead and make sure that you are on the line here. And we are live. I was going to play this little clip here of one of the movie trailers that you have here. I believe this one is right from the website. Good website, lots of good stuff there, so we'll definitely check that out. Mario, can you hear us? See if you can hear me. Can't hear me yet. Okay. We'll stay on the line until he can hear us. Once again, thank you everybody for joining us here live. We are going to have a special show here. I'm really looking forward to this. Conspiracy Code. This is a film by the filmmaker Mario Cosentino. Hopefully I'm not butchering that name too much, but definitely glad to have him on here. He's joining us briefly at any moment. He will be joining us. And I don't know if you've gotten a chance, if anyone has had a chance to check this out, but it's definitely worth watching with some of these trailers here. So we're going to go ahead and play one of these. And then we will get started here. We're just waiting on the line for our guest. As soon as Mario gets on, he will join us. And I got about 10 questions here or so for him. And then we'll just kind of we'll let Mario say whatever he wants to say. And then if anybody wants to join in the chat, if anybody has any questions, anything like that, please go ahead and feel free to join us there. Sorry, I'm getting a little more feedback here. Do we have Mario on the line with us? Hello, Mario. Can you hear us? Not sure if he can hear me or not. Let's see if he can. I'm going to ask him. Hey, can you hear me? And we'll go ahead. Let me play this here.
Our intel shows they're on course to cut us off halfway en route. We need need you to intercept them. Do what the hell you have to do to slow them down. As soon as we're clear, we'll meet you there. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Godspeed, soldiers. I'll see you on the other side.
I don't like the sound of that.
We just have to
Can
hold
you
them
hear
off for
me?
a couple of minutes.
Yes, I can.
Ain't no head getting me today.
I can hear you.
William, listen to me. In real life, in a war like that,
This is a really good trailer. Mario, are you there? I don't want to interrupt too much here, but I'll go ahead and replay this. He might be having some technical difficulties hearing us, so let's get to the bottom of that first before we move on. Mario, can you hear us? We can hear you. We can hear you. Okay, he's typing. Let's see. We can hear you, and we are live. Okay, I might need him to adjust maybe some audio settings. Let's see. I'll ask him, can you check your audio settings? Or else, let's see what else I can do here. Okay, so he's gonna wait about 3 minutes. He's gonna try to fix his audio. While that is going, I say let's go ahead and play this. This is the English one. This is the one that I was looking for, so I'm glad to find this one.
Our intel shows they're on course to cut us off halfway en route. We need you to intercept them. Do whatever the hell you have to do to slow them down. As soon as we're clear, we'll meet you there. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Godspeed, soldiers. I'll see you on the other side.
I don't like the sound of that.
We just have to hold them off for a couple of minutes. Ain't no head getting me today.
William, listen to me. In real life, in a war like that, no one wins. It doesn't matter if you're the good guy or the bad guy. You fight because you'll have nothing left to live for if you don't.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. There's the guillotine. Wow, really good. Very interesting stuff. Okay, and that was from the Conspiracy Code, and Mario is going to be joining us here very shortly. I think he's working out some audio issues. We could hear him, but he could not hear us. So, Mario is joining us, and the time zone of where he is 3 a.m., so let's take that into consideration here. We're very happy to have him join us. So he'll be back on the line here shortly. And if anybody has any thoughts, hey Patty, thanks for joining us in the chat. If anybody has any thoughts about this trailer, obviously the first thought would be, wow, this looks very similar to what David Crowley made. And I think this was brought up a while back, maybe a few times, where people have said, "Hey, I know that there's a project that's similar to what David did, and maybe this is the one that they were talking about." So what I did is I created a little playlist here of the Conspiracy Code videos that I could find. A lot of them were not in English, but as we just saw, we just watched the one that was in English. And so some of these trailers, are very, very interesting. Let me see if there's another one here. There's a few, but it's very well done. Let me turn this down. Sorry, probably doesn't need to be that loud. But these trailers are very well done, just like David's, and you can see some of the similar things that we have here. This scene is this happens live. Everybody, we see this worldwide at different times. This type of thing is happening. Is this what they want? Is this what the New World Order wants? Is the police against the regular citizens? Is this what it's come to? Is this part of the plan? Is this the New World Order? Is this the conspiracy code? Those are some of the questions that we're going to be asking today. These are some of the questions that we've been asking for years, and who knows for how long, centuries perhaps. But as we look at this, what emotions are going through your head? What do you see? What do you feel? What does this tell you? Does this give you hope? Does this give you angst? Does this make you angry? Does this make you sad? The whole gambit, it's all here. Who is the enemy? Everybody's in mass on both sides here. Two dark forces at war. What are we seeing? Many people will watch this and will interpret it themselves. We will interpret it in different ways. But it is an interesting concept. And here's a little torture scene. We know how that goes. So definitely some similarities to David Crowley's project, right? No denying that. The conspiracy code. Global control and unity. A trinity is what it pretty much is, right? That's what it comes off as. So very interesting. A lot of these are. So I've created. We can go to the Seven Stones Universal Film Productions YouTube channel, which is where I picked up all of these. There are some other ones, so I was hoping we could ask Mario about that. Once again, he's going to be joining us here. I don't think he's back on. Just some minor audio issues, and that's my fault because I just got home, did not have time to really test the audio and make sure that the audio issues were all worked out. Probably should have done that a day ahead of time, but you know what happens. When we go live here, this is par for the course. So nothing wrong with that. But we've just seen 2 of the movie trailers for Conspiracy Code. And I think those are probably 2 of the best ones that I've seen so far. The guillotine scene is an interesting one because it's very similar to David's film. And there's a few other ones here. This one, there's some that are, obviously I can't, it's in a different language, so that was part of the problem. But in the description of this video that you're watching right now, there is a link, and if you go to that link, it will take you to where you can kind of learn more and see what is going on with this conspiracy code project. I'm just going to check in on Mario really quick. Hey Bugs, thanks for joining us. Yeah, YouTube generally will not notify you, even though they should. They should put this video at the top. Any live videos should always show up at the top. But YouTube, unless you click on the notifications for all, and since we're here, I'll show everybody. So when I subscribe to a channel, I am subscribed, but you'll notice this is still light. I have to go from personalized to all. This makes sure that I get all of the notifications for anything from this channel. It's a new thing YouTube has changed. They've changed their policies. They're changing all that stuff too. So who knows, how much longer YouTube will be a viable option for this. But and hey Bugs, Bugs says it wasn't at the top, and I asked for YouTube to alert me when you were live. Oh well, I don't know. Then that's I've had that happen too with Ellie's videos. A lot of times Ellie will go live. Another YouTuber who does some great videos. She'll go live and I won't get any notifications. So next we need to get Dan Hannon to go live. That's what we're gonna work on next. We'll create a conspiracy around that. But I'm going to check in with Mario really quick here. And again, thanks everybody for joining us. This is going to be a very interesting conversation once we get Mario's audio issues worked out. We could see him, we could hear him, but for whatever reason, he could not hear us. So we'll see what's going on with that. And Bugs, maybe you can actually help me test that. Maybe I can send you, if you're able to just call in just so I can make sure that it's not an issue on my end. Because if somebody can get in to the conference call, then Mario should be able to. But if you have an issue, then maybe I need to look deeper at my settings. So if you are up to the task, if you want to volunteer yourself for that, I sent you that link just so I can see if you can get on and get live here while we roll on. And maybe we'll look at another trailer here while we wait. This one is about 3 minutes and 23 seconds. And again, I'm going to ask the question. This one's actually one of my... I'm going to go to a different one. This is in a different language, but it's still very powerful. Look at how well this is filmed. That... we'll come back to that. But even if we just stick with questions about this trailer, we're still going to have a lot of questions, I think. It's very similar. I want to know who these guys are. These are probably the good guys. And very similar to a scene in Gray State. One of those long cutscenes with Danny Mason. Pretty similar.
Oh, hello?
Hey there, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, good. Alright, so I just want to make sure, thank you for that. I just want to make sure it wasn't an issue on my end for any particular reason. And I'm just sitting here waiting, talking to myself and playing some of these trailers. Do you mind holding on the line for a couple minutes?
No, I don't mind holding at all.
Okay. Have you seen any of these trailers?
No, I haven't actually.
Okay, it's really interesting. I played one or two of them. I finally found an English version, which does kind of help, but man, there's a lot of similar things between this and David's film, including the guillotine, which I thought was an interesting thing. Almost too coincidental, because it's just very interesting. So I want to get Mario's view on who was holding, who was basically chopping off head, or who was supposed to be chopping off heads there, because we know in the Gray State it's the Masons, it's the free Masons. So I'm wondering who it is, and Mario kind of makes those same ties. And he was working on this film, Conspiracy Code, and I think the very first trailer, the earliest one that I could find, came out in 2015. So he's been working on this, and something happened, and we're going to get his view on what exactly happened. But at some point, the project, similar to David's, gets shut down, and all these weird things kind of happen. So, but some of the scenes were just, it was very, very similar. But Mario's looking for somebody who can help him finish this project. So,
okay.
It's a very interesting thing here. And you won't be able to hear this right now, but I'm just looking at, we're watching some of the trailer here, some of the trailers, and it's like a conspiracy cult. It's this cult, right? So it looks like the last update was in 2018. So you can tell he's still kind of working on this whole thing, and I'm sure he's going to be joining us here any second, so we can get some more views on this. Patty asks, did Mario see David's trailer? That's a great question. I'm going to assume so, but we're going to ask him that. I got a list of about 10 questions here for him. This shot right here, that drone shot that we just saw, is one of the better shots. And so he makes the connection between Rome, the Vatican, and all of this crazy stuff that is going on. You know, one of the trailers that I saw showed two different sides, and it's the police against the regular citizens, I guess, is what it's supposed to be. Some people might interpret it like that. That's not the way that I interpreted it. I interpret it as two sides of the same coin that are being used, that don't know that the other side is actually there, but that this New World Order is actually orchestrating both sides. And when I first watched David's trailer, and I'm curious when you first watched that, when I first watched it, that was kind of the view that I got, was that it for some people it might look like you have people going into FEMA camps and they're rioting and this and that, but to me it looked like this was something deeper, that was all being planned by one bird, and we're just looking at two separate wings. When was the first time, Sophia, that you saw the Gray State trailer?
It wasn't until the documentary came out.
And what was your view on it? I
honestly did not know. I thought it was interesting. It was a lot of things that Alex Jones had touched on. I used to watch Alex Jones up until the election. And after the election, maybe like a month or so before the election, I stopped watching him. And a lot of it was centered around what he had talked about. And so what David was putting in the trailer was not something new for me to see. And I was like, oh, he's touching on everything, basically. The FEMA camps and the guillotines, because Alex Jones had really talked about that, especially after Obamacare was passed, and the guillotines were a part of the Obamacare, supposedly. I hadn't read that, but they discussed it a lot on his show, and about the coffins, lots and lots of mass grave type coffins that were in certain areas, and the Walmarts being made into FEMA camps and stuff like that. And a lot of it was fear mongering, and made me depressed, and I really couldn't listen to it anymore. So I just kind of dropped off the face of the earth with that. But then when I saw the documentary and all the things that David was focusing on, that was almost everything that Alex Jones had talked about. So, yeah.
Interesting.
I think he would have made a really interesting movie. The trailer concept was amazing. But like a lot of people have said, it's nothing new. I mean, we've seen it in a whole bunch of B films. So I would have liked to see his version.
Yeah, I would have too. I think that would have been very interesting. And as we're looking at one of the trailers right now for Conspiracy Code, it has exactly what you're talking about. Those FEMA camps, those bins, those coffins, whatever they are. Looking at a teacher right now in some type of school or something. But it's very, very similar, the way that this is put together. And you can tell that some of it is real footage. I don't know if David's 2012 trailer had real footage in it or not. I don't remember. I know obviously the documentary did, but this one I'm not sure if it did. But I'm very interested to hear what the story is. So Mario's still having some issues here getting on the call. So we'll see. Message with one account.
So he was having audio difficulties?
Yeah, he was on for a couple seconds, and we could hear him. I could hear him fine. I could see his screen, but for whatever reason, he just couldn't hear me. So something with the playback, I think. But now I'm not sure what's going on with it. Let's see if he has another.
I think it's very interesting that he's working in the Catholic Church. There seems to be a lot of conspiracies around the fact.
Yeah.
Hopefully his movie will have an English version to it.
Yeah, I would hope so too. It's, again, my only question is, is this, I want to hear from him. What is the purpose? What is the reason for making this?
That one part with all the police officers and the shields, that just reminded me of Gray State right there.
Yeah. Yeah, and the more of these that I watch, the more similar things that you see, and with real footage, you can tell, it's real footage. There's some very good Hollywood footage. There's a September 11th image right there. That's interesting too.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because I think David's film was going to kind of tie some of that into this project as well. And the Guy Fawkes masks and all that stuff, which was another big thing, because that, I was really against all of the Guy Fawkes masks and the people in masks and all that, and a lot of my friends were totally for it, and that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that if they're into that. For me, it's never been, unless you're, even Batman, I had a problem with Batman wearing a mask. I just feel like it's unnecessary, but I get it. For some people, you have to, and they're, they don't want to reveal too much, especially in this world, this digital age. So I get it, but it was just, my view on that. It's kind of I kind of shy away from that type of stuff, but that's just my personal view on it. So let's see if Mario. Looks like he's joined back in here. Hey, Mario, can you hear us?
Hi. Yes, eh?
All right. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome. Yeah, it's maybe a little problem.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
The connection. Yeah. Okay.
That's okay. Hey, we're just going through some of the trailers here. I got one of my co-hosts, Sophia. She's been a regular here, looking at the David Crowley case. So she's watching some of your trailers for the very first time, and this is really really good stuff. This is really good. I want to thank you also for joining us. I know it's really late over there, or really early, depending on how.
It's 3:30 in the morning.
Oh my goodness, that's really early.
Yeah, it's okay, no problem.
Okay, well, we definitely appreciate that. And we got people in our chat room. I want to say hi to everybody who's joining us in the chat. If anybody has any questions as we go on here, please let us know, and I will try to read off some of those questions for Mario.
Yeah, it's okay. I am here.
Okay. Do you want to begin? Is there anything that you want to say here before we open up with some of the questions? Tell us about this project. This is a fascinating project. My first question. I'm just going to jump into the questions. When did you first create this? And are you the sole creator, or is this like David Crowley, where there's other people trying to take credit for this too?
Okay, listen, I start this project about 2009. It's about, yes, 2009, because I started to write my book first. And I wanted to use something. When I see the project from David, I stay like this, because I thought, oh my God. It's the same reason why I start my film. And I come crazy, because you don't know what's up here in Europe, in Italy. It's very, very dangerous. And now, oh my God.
It's worse?
Yes. Yeah, because me, I stay 93, 94, and 95, three years in mission in Mogadishu.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yes.
In the special corps, and I see many things very strange. For this, after I leave the the military, and I start look around me. Why these people make like this? Why these people make like that? So all question. And after I start write first my book, and after I start writing the script for my film.
Is the book finished?
Yeah. The book is finished. It's go out.
Is there a place?
Many people.
Is there a place we can get
Sorry?
the book? Is there a place we can purchase the book?
Hey, listen. This now I want you to make a smile because my first book. It's one book that speak about FIFA.
Mm-hmm.
You know FIFA from football, Italian football?
Yes.
Yes, because here in Italy now it change everything. And I start to speak about the ultras, the people go watch the football. You know, the club. From ultras, from people, some hooligan, all this.
Mm-hmm.
And I make the collegament with the new world order, because the new world order don't want these people. And I write this book. Think 60,000 book around Europe and Italy, take out my book in every way, in every place. The people don't want this book out. I don't know if you understand what I mean.
Yes, I think there's a lot of we're seeing a lot of that where people don't want certain books out, certain topics out, and they give us many reasons, right? They say, well, you don't want to scare people, you know, you can't prove it, you don't have the facts, or they just usually just call us crazy. Go ahead.
Yeah, believe me, I have many proof, many proof. And after I start to make half of my film,
mm-hmm.
I see many things, very strange things.
Any strange things in particular that stand out to you?
Oh, yes. Many. Believe me, because, you know, my film is speak about Masons, Vatican, Mafia. You know, it's all one group. Okay? All this group is support the big people, the big potent in the world. Bilderberg, Rothschild, Rockefeller.
They're all
these people. Mm-hmm. All these people is corrupt the government. Why? In Italy, okay, every month. People from left, people from right is fight. It's kind of maybe people from Africa, you know,
mm-hmm.
From Africa, from Iran is coming in Italy with the boat, and it's impossible to stop this. This is one plane. This is one plane because you have to create confusion in Europe. More confusion you make. And after you make what you want.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you understand what I mean.
Yes.
Example.
And Italy started fighting back.
Sorry?
And didn't Italy start fighting back against the mass immigration?
No, it's impossible. It's impossible
really?
Because this is impossible because this is the plane. Okay? Italy,
mm-hmm.
The government from Italy is sell Italy from the big people in the world. Is sell.
Oh.
Yes, he sell everything. He sell from food, from clothing, from everything. The
mm-hmm.
big company is selling. It's nothing now in Italy. What is the concept now? More immigration coming in Italy. And more people spread. Now is this plane? What do you mean? It's come 1 million, 2 million, 3 million people immigrant in Italy.
Wow.
The population is spread. And after the government is making a new legge. You know new legge? example, microchip, video everywhere in the street, in the house. This is what now is coming in Italy. Now, from finish all the displaying about the new world order, now in Italy take out the cash money. Just put with the card.
The digital currency.
Yes, after this is complete all, because these people have the the control for everybody. When is finished the cash, these people have the control from everybody.
Are they close to that? How close would you say they are?
About in 2-3 months.
Wow.
Yeah, because until now, anche today is in the media, in the TV, is a sell one small machine. Okay, small machine can you put the card from the credit card. Now it starts now sell this small machine for every people. This is very, very dangerous. Because if you don't have cash, after your life is a complete control from these people. Control how much money you take, where you give the money. Maybe more 500 euro is impossible you take every week, or maybe less, or maybe more, I don't know. But this is the problem. And my film speak about this, and speak with the sorry, and they speak about the new military corporation that we have in Italy. Is the new gendarmeria. This is gendarmeria. It is some police, some FEMA, and they control all the country from Europe. And this we have the base in Italy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna look up the Italian, because I'm not familiar with the police force. What is the difference between a police force over there to a government force? Because it over here it's all starting to look like the same thing. For the last maybe 10-20 years, it's all the same. And now they're all dressing black. I mean, we used to call cops boys in blue. They don't wear blue anymore.
No, see here in Italy it's black.
It's black. Yep.
The special force, the special corps is black, and sorry, my language is very, very bastard, people.
No, it's good.
Because
it's
good. You know, some before you have the police, you have a carabinieri, you have finanza. Now with this new group of police, okay, for all the Europe, not from just Italy, for all the Europe, the new gendarmer, okay, these people, oh my God. For this I put, when I see the introduction from the capital, Pena Capitale, you know, because anche David Crowley in the film, is have the capital Pena. This is when the people take out the head.
Yes.
And here in Italy, I'm sure 100% is come back this.
Really? I mean, that seems so satanic. It seems just so evil, so corrupt.
Yes, because don't forget the Italian Masons. Okay, in 1981. We have the big Mason in Italy, is the Grand Oriente d'Italia, this is the name. After this, some people make one organization and put the name P2. P2, the name from this Mason, can make a very catastrophe in Italy.
So they are Masons? They're Masons?
Yeah, all these are Masons.
Wow.
All this is from, you know, the Ordine di Sion in France?
No, what is that?
In France, the big from Mason in Europe is in France. France, Italy, Sweden, and England.
Wow.
If you see, sorry, I speak just me. If you see in the TV, okay, never you see one TG can speak about Sweden, Denmark. Is similar to this nation is not Europe. Nothing people speak about Sweden, Denmark, Norwegia, Liechtenstein, nothing. Because in Switzerland, because all these people make a rendezvous one time a month in Switzerland, in Lausanne. Me, I speak with one ex-Masons and tell me many things. It's incredible, all this story. People, I don't understand why don't believe. I don't understand.
That is a good question. Why don't people buy into it? Is it so far-fetched? Is that people are just, or is it too scary that they just don't want to look into it? They don't even want to think about this could possibly be happening. It's just easier to just watch your FIFA and just, act like that's the end. Put all of your focus into sports. Over here, obviously, we have a different football, but is that what it is?
For me, I make many conferences and I speak about these things. The problem is this big organization, okay, control all the media. Okay, we have a Facebook, we have a WhatsApp, we have all life inside one telephone. And because these people control all the media, okay, is making you see every day what want these people. Don't make you see the verity. It's the same control mind, and this control mind is coming from a TV, from telephone, from internet. It's a onde, I don't know now in name in English onde. 1 minute I tell you, is the onde frequenze. You know frequenza?
What's that?
Allora, frequenze is
frequency.
Frequency. Okay, is a frequency que have the number 666.
Oh.
This is frequency. Yes. Is this what is coming when me and you speak in the telephone, when me I watch the TV, when me I listen the radio? All this frequency 666 is this frequency that don't make work your brain.
That's horrible.
All the people come back from work is very tired. They had it's impossible have the concentration. Yep. This is inside the new world order. I control mind from telephone, TV, radio, frequency, all this. And don't make you get up. This is the problem.
That's serious. That's an attack. They're hitting us from all different ways, and I can totally see that because once I come home from work, I don't really want to think. I don't want to use my mind, and so at that point, whatever they want to plug into my mind, it's very hard for me to resist that. I've turned off my cable. We do not have cable. We don't. I just will not go there. There's so many other things that we probably should not do either. But the frequency, we've heard a lot about frequency and how it can be used to control people's minds, and maybe even not fully control them, but to get them to do something that they would not normally do. It's like digital marketing, is kind of the thing.
Yeah.
We do have a question.
And now it's
Go ahead.
Now it's more dangerous because before we have a 4G.
Yes.
Now we have a 5G. The 5G is close all the frequency in Europe, and more people are dead from cancer, from heart attack.
Yeah.
Because this is the scope from this potent people, because we have too much in the world.
Yeah, we do.
And with the introduction in my, for now I speak about my film. In my film we have the introduction from microchip, you know, and in the film from David, the same.
Yep.
But in my film, the microchip, okay, is not from only just if you have microchip, can you eat, can you go make a shop? No, because inside, remember this, 2003 from area 51, okay, it's lost one virus. The name of this virus is Kirikuito 51. If you remember, in my film I put inside this small microchip we have this mortal virus. Why? Because like this, the potent, the big in the world, control who born, who have to death.
Is there go ahead, finish your thought there.
Okay, example, no?
Yeah.
Now I speak about my film. Now about my film, you see in the street the big TV, and you see population with microchip 60%. Okay, all these people have the microchip. The big people, cioè the potenti, no, it's potenti,
Important?
The powerful people, okay, with this microchip is control how many kids born, how many people you have to kill. Why? Because in some time it's coming, okay, how many people in the world? 1 milliardo, okay? Okay, take out all the people 85 years old. Wow. Just take one button and this microchip is break, and this virus go inside the body, and after you kill. This is what I mean is my film.
Oh,
okay?
Wow.
In the future.
Wow.
And I have many problems for this. Many problems.
When does the chip go into the person? At birth or later on, or at a certain age?
No, I don't understand.
In your film, when does the microchip, when is it supposed to go into the person? When does a person say, or when does the government or whoever tell them that they have to get this microchip?
Okay, and this is a nice question, because the powerful government, the big in the world, new world order, okay, don't make you put.
They don't force you to put the chip into your.
No, don't force you.
Wow.
Just use the VIP people. What I mean? Example, the singer Madonna, okay? You see in the street, big TV, and Madonna can speak, oh my God, with the microchip, I know my kids have the temperature, okay? Another YP person, oh my God, with the microchip, I know my kids is take a drug. You know, is put like this. Don't force it you. It's making you understand that this microchip is good for your life. Because can you see if your boy have the temperature, you see if your son is take a drug, cocaine, you see if your son where is going, okay? Maybe to your mom, I go tonight in the restaurant and go in another place. You know, is put like this, not force it, because like this is very, if you force it, it's coming very chaos. Listen, like this, you use the VIP people, okay, these people, many singers, are inside the new world order. Many people. Many people.
We have a question here from somebody in the chat room. We haven't gotten to my 10 questions here. We'll get to those. Definitely we'll get to those. But
Yeah.
Patty Barbie asked the question, have you ever had any threats for your work? Has anybody ever threatened you because of this film, before, during, or after its creation?
This is listen. Now I want to show you something. When I start my film, okay, I start some joke, because me I have another work. Okay, I write the book, and after I write the script for my film. I start, and in Italy is coming, oh my God, very nice, very nice. Oh, good, Mario, you speak about this, because people don't have courage from speak about these things, and all these things is going very nice. Okay, many people want to give money from this film, and I start making the teaser from the project. After the teaser is ready, we make the presentation in Rome. Many people, about 300 people inside, another 500 outside. Never is coming this in Italy for one film. And many papers speak about me. You see, very confusion I make with this film, because people start to ask me, what this is? This film you speak about what? And we start. After I make the presentation from this project, all the people want to give money is going. I people start writing on Facebook in the chat, I kill you, if I find you, I kill you, take it easy, all these things, many things. And it starts making sabotage in the set. You listen?
Yeah. What type of a sabotage? Sabotage the project?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sabotage the project.
And and threats on your life.
Sorry?
And they threatened you. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. People threaten you
many times.
Mm-hmm.
Many times. This.
Are you?
And this, but me, I don't scared, because if you want to make something for myself, you don't write in the message or in the chat. Just you make. You don't give to me the advertisement.
Right.
Okay? And I go. But after I go, some people, big actor from Italy, starts call me, Mario, open your eyes, because you have inside your project people no good. They start asking me the name, surname, and everything. And after I find that many actors inside my film is a Mason.
They're all
many actors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, many.
They didn't know while they were filming this? They had no idea what they were filming?
Yeah, it's heavy there, but it's some, come I tell you, he want to destruction me. You know? Is maybe tomorrow I have 20 actors come in the set.
Mm-hmm.
I go in the set and nothing people in the set.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All these things. And the more important is that the bank is stop my account.
What? Why?
Yeah. It's in 1 year now.
Why? What is that? I don't understand.
I start. Okay, listen. I start making me the trailer for my film, because I want to find other collaboration. Mm-hmm. Okay, if people want to invest money in my film, After this, I have a problem come inside my account for not one time, 20 times. Okay, my telephone is open in the night. My telephone registered only. Many things strange. It's incredible. One day I go take money in the bank, in the cash money outside the bank. I don't work my card. I go inside and I ask why it don't work. No, sorry, we have one paper. We have to block your account. This is the account from my production company. Okay, I have all the money inside there.
Mm-hmm.
Until now, I don't have explanation why. Just is blocked because they want to know where are you from this money. Only this answer me. But it's in 1 year.
Wow.
Not only one this, I tell you, on the other street, is take me the passport.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
take me my passport.
Yeah, you're like a prisoner.
It's impossible.
You're a prisoner.
Yeah, it's impossible I go outside Italy. Yeah, I don't know, tell you bullshit, is it the verity? Is it 1 year account, my bank, block it, my password take out, and I have a paper, it's impossible I go out from Italy. Okay, take me the live transfer. You don't know what's up here. Can I write another book from this story?
I'm sure you could. Yeah.
Yeah. And after, 2014, when I see what's up, David Crowley.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Didn't that did that concern you when you saw what happened with David Crowley? Did it concern you that something like that could happen to you?
Yeah.
But that didn't stop you from going forward.
Yeah. You know why?
Why?
Because one day it's called me one production. Okay. Good morning. I am Salvatore Scarico. He said, I want to produce your film. Okay, I was okay. We make a rendezvous. We speak about this. And I go inside the office. In the house, no office. Okay. Mm-hmm. And we start to speak. And I see around me what have many things from Masons, many things inside, okay?
Oh.
But me, it's okay, no problem. We speak, and this man tell me, it's not good you make this film only because maybe you have a problem. Let me come inside in this project, and we make it together. I mean, it's okay. If you have money, come inside. And this man, he tell me, okay, but after 2 weeks you start making the film, we have to go in. I tell him, why? But don't worry.
You have to go into hiding?
Say hiding, yeah.
Yeah.
So you have to go into hiding because after all the media speak about you, and after 5-6 months you come back, or maybe you find yourself in top of the mountain.
Wow.
I think you are crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, like this. The problem is this. If don't worry, Mario, because we start, if you scam the journalist, the TV, we tell him just you speak only in the set, you shout in the set, we tell these people he scam people black, with dress black in the set, you speak with these people, so all things strange, okay, and after you go. But me, I think, if these people kill me and take the film, thinking me 2017, I sell 16,000 t-shirts for my film, for marketing. It's a lot of money.
That's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. After I have made the project, because I had to make the video game.
Yes, I
with my
saw.
film.
I was gonna ask you about the video games for
Yeah,
PS4. That was interesting.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Because me, I have the pre-contract with Sony. Cioè, I
Wow.
make first me, I make marketing, and after I launch from the film. But it's impossible going. It's very, very. I don't know
Uh,
why.
that's an
But
interest.
something what's up.
Yeah, that's an
Can,
interesting
can, can,
thing that you say
can you
about.
give me
Yeah,
10 seconds?
of
I take
course, of course,
water, 1 minute.
of course. Okay, so while we're waiting here, yeah, that's an interesting some interesting stuff here. But just looking at the website here, I did notice here's where that PlayStation 4 video game, which is another interesting thing because David Crowley was working on a video game. Now I don't know how far he actually got into the video game, but he definitely had plans for it, and you know, if you think about it, from August up until the time that David Crowley died, he was kind of going into a seclusion
Okay.
of his own. This is very interesting. Okay, we got Mario back here. Thank you, Mario. Mario, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Are there speaking of Freemasons, are there good Freemasons and bad Freemasons, or are they all bad?
Listen. Sorry. The problem is this. The Freemason is a very, very old time. The problem is that many people use the use the word Mason just from other things. Okay? Example, in Italy, when we have the Mason in Italy, after come P2. The P2 is a Mason, but the bad from Mason, from Mason. Bad people from Mason, because these people here want the control. The Masoni, in the normal Masoni, from what I see with my eyes, is other things. We have a Templari, we have a Cavaliere di Marta, we have Illuminati. Okay, from these three organizations, the more bad are Illuminati and Templari. I don't know if it is like this in America.
Yeah, yeah. It's all the same cast of characters. It's just they hide behind different names, but they're all the same. They're all working together at very high levels. So it's interesting that this person tried to bring you in, but then wanted you to go into hiding. We were just talking about that. It kind of seemed like in David's last days, in his last months, I don't know if he was going into hiding or whatever, but he was kind of distancing himself. And I wonder if there was somebody that he was working with that was kind of telling him that, go ahead and go in the background. Let's kind of ease back and everything. And that would make it easier for people to say, oh, well, David was distancing himself from everybody. He was going into this dark place. Do you think that they were setting you up for something during that time?
Yes. Yes.
That's a great question. I was just about to ask that.
Sophia, do you have any questions right now?
I noticed that you put the Catholic Church or the Vatican into your trailer. Does that play a big thing in your movie, or does it have a big role?
The Vatican have a very big position inside. Think one thing. 70% people in the Vatican are Judei. Who are the Judei?
Who are they?
Just make this question and try find the answer.
Okay.
So they're kind of mixed in with the elite then?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
How interesting.
Many people. Aspetta, 1 minute. Tony animato. Allora, you see the cartoons Lupin?
Mhm.
Lupin, you know Lupin in the cartoons?
No, what's that?
No. Okay, Lupin is one man in this cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
It's similar. Go take the money from the rich, give it from the poor.
Okay.
People. Okay.
Like
But,
Robin Hood. Like Robin Hood.
Yeah, like Robin Hood.
Okay.
But is from una puntata. Allora, from one bit, one puntata, okay? You see one church. Allora, moments. Che play the bells. You know the bells.
Mm-hmm.
The church play the bells, and all the people,
Mm-hmm.
from the frequency from these bells go inside the church. This is what make the Vatican. The Vatican is one richiamo. Okay, in English, richiamo is one recall can make the church. Okay, with take money from people from Africa, take money from people who have very dangerous malattie. Maladies, illness. Malattie is illnesses. I don't know in English now this. Because people are sick, no? The boy is sick, the church take money, go in the church.
Like a charity or something. Like a charity or something. Yeah.
Yeah. The Bank of Vatican is the bank more big in the world.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they own everything.
Bank more big in the world. And who are the people in the church from the Vatican?
The devil.
we have Templari.
Yeah.
I think we have. Listen, because now I start smiling because the Preti. The priest warriors. You remember? The priest.
Mm-hmm.
Priest warriors from the Templari. And the priest is kill many people. Many people in the history.
Yeah, millions.
And the big papades, the big priest of Masons is in the Vatican.
It's so evil. It's all just evil. It's like this huge gathering place, and yet everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people, just the regular average human being, sees the Vatican as something that is glory, something that is very powerful, something that they think is a good thing, and I don't believe that. And I think there's many people out there who understand that the Vatican is not a good thing. It's not a Christian thing.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with Jesus Christ. As a Christian myself, I have a lot of problems with what they're doing there. How do the people in your country, how do they feel about the Vatican?
All people is the same. Can have the brain, the control brain.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen this. You see, in Italy, we don't have a tentative.
Really?
If you see, in Italy you don't have. You have in France, and I think what's happening in France. Me, I write 2 years before in my book. is these are all false flag.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is the verity is just 20%, 80% all bullshit. In Italy, because we have Vatican, we don't have people that put a bomb. We don't have people make a strange with a train. We don't, in Italy, we don't have because we have Vatican.
Interesting.
Think this.
Yeah.
Think this why. Okay, just we have in France, in Spain, and England,
but not there.
Yeah. And all this is not the verity. This is not the verity, and that tell you why. I write for you here. Allora, 1 minute, because okay, think one thing. If I tell you, Fernandez, tomorrow the government is make the vote, is vote, okay? Is vote because they want more security in America. More security, what does mean? More control, more police, and the nuove leggi. Nuove leggi is and the new laws. Okay? Because these people want to spread you. Because it's impossible, no? You know, can in 3 million people come from Africa? You know we have inside the people on partition from ISIS. Why you come inside Europe?
Right. Why bring the terrorists to Europe? Why?
Yeah, why? I tell you why. Because you make come. You make no, because the community from Europe is tell us we have to take inside. Yeah, but this is the program. Take inside these people, make the people scared, because you see people from Nigeria rape girl 13, 12 years, 10 years, 15 years. All day here in Italy it's like this. All day you see in the TV 4, 5, 6 girl is raped from people from Nigeria, from Iran, from Iraq. All day is like this. And the people now is scared, is making your kids go outside. And they want more control. And now it's okay, because now it's coming the government from destra. It's an destra is from right hand. The government have now. And the people from the right hand want all the control in Italy. This is very problem.
Yeah.
Because I tell you, I make this because I want to save yourself. No, you don't make this for me. You make this, can you take the excuse from these people, can you take from Africa, you put inside Europe, and after you make the new law. And like this, and in America it's like this.
It's everywhere, yeah.
Yeah, everywhere. We
had
and
a
David.
Go ahead.
No. Speak.
We have
after we speak about David.
Yeah, we have somebody in the chat room, Lori, who says, in the basement of the Vatican, it shows the Pope sitting on a throne that has the devil coming out of it. Have you heard of this? Have you seen this?
I don't understand. Speak.
I guess where the Pope sits, right? The Pope.
Yeah.
His chair. His chair. Yeah. On top of the chair, there's a devil coming out of the chair. I don't know. I've never seen it. Is that real? That sounds so...
Yeah, it's real.
That's crazy.
not only this, you see the rings from the Pope?
Yeah.
The rings?
Yeah.
If you see the rings from the Pope, you tell, oh my God. But it's incredible.
It's crazy. I mean, this is so far-fetched, but yet it's real. I mean, the proof is there. Just like you say, if people research, if people look into it, they will find that this is all real.
Yeah.
This stuff is real.
Yeah.
The guillotine, the guillotine scene that you have in your film, in your trailer, I've always wanted to know, because in David's movie it's the Freemasons. Who is cutting off people's heads in your film? Who is holding this guillotine? I'm going to pull the image up here of the guillotine as well.
This case, take out the head.
Yeah.
Okay. Is one doctor. Is one doctor that before is working with the Masons, and after, because come in love with one military man from the opposite side from the Mason, okay, and speak many secret, he won't kill.
Really? Ah,
yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay, that's very interesting there.
Now, if you want, we speak about David, what I think about David.
Yes, please.
Yeah. If you see in the group, I put many picture, many photo for what I find. It's many coincidence. And in the life, when you have many coincidence, it's the truth. Because, okay, one coincidence, two, but when it's coming 9, 10, 15 coincidence, something smell for all this story. And I don't write in the group what I find, but I tell you now. I see from your website the design from the position from the body dead. You know?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Let me pull that up. Go ahead. Yeah.
You don't see something strange. The position
of the bodies.
Yeah, if you the rally position, because if it's the ready position, you see the wife with the head in the sides from the wall, the girl in the middle, the legs from the mama, okay, and David with the leg in the position and the head behind. If you see this body, one moment, is the position of this body is make one V. The 2 V reverse. You know what mean this?
No, What is
the legs? The legs is making one V, and the legs from the wife is making another V.
Oh, I see. Okay, like a loop almost.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the Trinity.
Like a Trinity.
Yeah.
Oh, that's disturbing.
It is some one signal. The double view behind the 1 and 1. And if you remind the ultra 1 minute, if you remind the last super from the God, you remember? The quadro. The painting from the last super from the God. This is from Leonardo da Vinci, you remember? You see?
Yes.
In the middle, from the God and the other people, exactly have one V. The V is the Grembo. Allora, is Grembo English is the lap from the woman. Okay? What does mean? The legs from David make the woo. The leg from the wife make the woo. And inside you have the girl, the children. The children is the lap.
It's disturbing. It's very disturbing.
And this is a very, very big message from Mason.
What is the message?
Because I tell you now, I want to tell you another thing. Because the wife and David is fine with no head. Okay? Because the dog hit the face and the head. Exactly? Or is not like this?
Yes, that's the official theory, the official story, yes.
Official story is yes. But to think, the double view, okay, double view, with the leopard, the kiss in the middle, this is one big signal from Masons. What does it mean?
Oh.
Okay,
yeah, go ahead.
We have all the control.
Oh my goodness. That's interesting.
You know, because it's impossible that David shot the wife, shot the kids, and after shot himself. And he's come in this position. Is impossible.
Interesting. Yes, you're right.
Possible.
You're right. Yeah.
And if you see in one picture, we see half a hand from David.
Yes.
And have some position from Mason position. Not only from Mason position, ma anche the position che have the Pope when make the crochet, the cross. Exactly like this. This is very big message from Mason.
What does it mean?
And what is not too much. Something David is know. Something David is know. Not all from what's happening, what's coming in the future in America, but from before what's happening in the fair, in the Africa. This is what, because I tell you this because it's the same what I think me from my film. This is one very, very big message, and I think David did not kill himself, don't kill his wife. Some people is inside this house, and the people very close to David.
Okay, who are these messages for? For all of us? Anybody looking into David's crime? Is this like a warning sign for us not to go any deeper? Is this for his friends, for his family?
I think from this is one message from all the people who want to put the nozzle inside. The nozzle is want to put the nose inside these things. Okay, and for me, use people very, 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 but very close to David. And not from the money, from other things. Is here we don't speak about it's okay. I kill David and after me I make the film. It's something more.
Could the symbolism have a lot to do with the murder itself, like part of the ritual of the murder? The way that they positioned the bodies? Or was that all for after the murder?
Listen, me, I don't think that these people dead in this room.
Oh, you don't think they died there?
No, No, because
Yeah,
we don't have
of course.
we don't have blood. Cioè, with three people shot in the head, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Allora, in the carpet, you have to find many blood. Or after 1 day, or after 10 days, or after 20 days, you have to find many blood.
Is it possible that the cameras just don't pick up the blood? Bad cameras, no blood because of bad cameras, but the blood is there.
I don't know this, but for me it's impossible. Like the people dead in this room.
Yeah.
It's impossible. Come it's impossible che David is right in the wall with the brother from the wife. It's impossible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because if you use the true, is find David. Is find David with the barefoot.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
It's a barefoot.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go right in the water, okay, you don't have one, I don't know, one bottle with blood, you put your hand inside, you write. You have to go up and down, up and down.
You were saying that was written in your view, from your view, the blood that was written on the living room wall was written with the left hand. Is that correct?
Yeah. I'm sure 100%.
Okay, from your view, is it a live hand or is it a severed hand, a deceased hand? I don't know if that makes sense or not.
This I don't understand now.
Yeah.
Repeat.
Yeah. Was the hand? Was it written? Was somebody using their hand to write it, or were they using someone else's hand?
Listen, if you David use the hand,
yeah,
you have to find just only one fingerprint. The police is find
none.
No, it's impossible.
No fingerprints on that wall.
It's impossible. It's impossible.
Gloves? With gloves?
Because just when you put your hand in the wall,
mm-hmm.
and after you write the letter, just when you touch the wall, 1, 2, 3, print thing you have to find. It's impossible.
Mm.
This is what is making me a little confusion. Some people make a good job. It's make one chain, the crime chain, very nice.
Mm-hmm.
But very nice from close this situation is okay. David is kill his wife, is kill the girl after he's kill himself. Close. No, it's not close. Something what's up.
Mm.
Another things I don't understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Because me, I write something, and the people tell me after 20 days find the people dead. Giusto? Is like
yes.
this?
Yes. See.
After 20 days. And find the light inside the house open.
Yes.
Is right?
Yes.
The light inside the house is open.
Yep.
It's
curtains,
right,
yeah? Curtains open.
Now.
Curtains are open. Windows are open. One light on.
Okay. Now, tell me. I see the picture. Okay. We have the present outside the door.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm?
Yes.
You know what I mean. Now, if I go give the present for my brother or one my friend, and I see the light open, why I have to leave the present outside the door?
Yes.
if I take the present, okay, it's because I want that my friend or my brother receive this, and maybe or I call before, or if I don't call, I make a surprise. And if I come outside the door and I see the open light, and I call and nothing people answer me, but me for sure I see inside the WhatsApp.
Yes. Now he did see the family dog, but would you, let's say you and your brother are fighting. You're not on good terms. First of all, would you still bring presents to your brother's house? And second,
no.
Would you knock on the door? Would you look through that window when you see a barking dog? Would you leave $14,000 on your brother's front step? Probably not.
This story is very strange.
It is.
It's very, very strange. I mean, and it's strange. I don't know what's up about me. I to speak. You see the post I put. The last message that people tell me write, David. The letter, 2 letters, is the similar letter from the message that leave the brother. It's the same. The O and the N, it's the same letter.
Which letter is the same?
I put in the group.
Okay, I'll look at that.
I put in the group, and if you see.
Oh yes, yes, the letter A.
The A and the O.
The A and the O.
Yeah.
And the N.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the same. Come is possible? It's the same.
But can you really compare handwriting from a piece of paper to handwriting on a wall? Can you compare?
No. Allora, the letter in the present is another calligraphy.
Okay.
The message que leave the David, the paper, is this now rendezvous with Allah, is another calligraphy. In the war, another calligraphy. It's not the same.
And that's been my assumption for a very long time, even before I did the graphology, before David and Kamel, was that.
Yeah.
It was written by him.
Sorry?
I had done comparing graphology for both David and Kamel.
Yeah.
But for at least a year and a half, my assumption was Dan Jr. for the wall.
Yeah.
But I never could understand why.
Why? Because listen, it's very easy to find the question, answer the question, because if you see in all the things that is coming after 2, 3, 4 years after, I make it say, why all this not before and now? Why is don't put the picture from the world 1 month after, and which is put outside 3 or 4 years later, I think. Is make all this chain crime, the crime chain, exactly what these people want you think. David is killed the wife, David is killed the kids, and David is killed himself. Why? Because he's lost the head, because they have many economy problem, because the wife is a Muslim. Many things like this. All the things you find is not one things in the favor of David. It's all okay. David is having the Quran, David is right in the water. David is killed the wife. Like this is easy. It's easy. But nothing people know the verity. Me, I speak many times with Danny.
Danny Mason?
Danny Mason.
Arcus Mason?
Yeah, I speak, yes, because I want in my film, Danny.
When did you speak with Danny Mason?
Oh, me with Danny, I speak in 2017.
And you reached out to him, or he reached out to you?
No, I write to him, and after when I tell the story of my film, to me, no, thanks, I don't like this film.
Really? I'm shocked.
And after I speak with the other Mason.
Mason,
you know, the big man.
Yes, Mr. Hendricks, Mr. Mason Hendricks. Yes.
Yeah, I speak with this man, and when I speak with this man, he's not in America, and in Sweden, because you go from holiday in Sweden.
Yes.
And me,
so you spoke to them after David's death?
Yes, 2017.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear.
Yeah, so
understand.
He spoke with Danny Mason in 2017 and with Hendricks, Mason Hendricks, in 2017 too? Both in two? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, too.
Did they reach out to you, or did you reach out to them?
He reached out to
we speak. Me, I contact these people, and we speak after about Danny. And not Danny, but the other Mason, the other man, the big man.
Yes.
Inter me, Danny have many debit.
And what did they say? So Danny Mason, from what you said, Danny Mason did not like your film. He did not like Conspiracy Code. Is that correct?
No. He's not like.
Did he say why?
Because like after we start to speak about the film from David, and tell me no, I don't like. I have other film to make. I don't want to make this film this question anymore.
Wow.
Okay. And after when I speak with the other Mason, he tell me David have many problem, economic problem, and tell me David is lost the head. It's impossible to speak with David because he lost the head. All these things.
Yeah.
He lost the head and he killed all the family. Just this tell me.
So
very rude.
Really?
Answer.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Very rude answer.
So they didn't want any. See, and that's weird because at the same time they're trying to go forward with Gray State. So why? I mean, it sounds like you pretty much had a project that they could have actually worked with, and instead of that, it sounds like they saw. Just my personal view, they saw you as competition to what they wanted to create.
Yeah, maybe, maybe I think.
Wow.
I think it is. But I make one question. The Gray State is make or no?
No.
No. They can't make the actual Gray State. It is stuck like a copyright kind of thing until, I think it was 70 years now.
Yeah.
I think it was 75.
Another question. Who are the script?
Who owns the script?
Yeah.
David does.
David.
Nobody
Only David?
Yeah, the one who passed away, David Crowley. It's in his name, and it's in limbo for 70 years.
Okay, and other people have the script?
People have the script. They are hiding the script. They won't let us see the script, but they have the script, and they'll taunt us. They'll tell us that they have that script, but we can't see it.
You know why I tell you this? Because I write when is find all the family dead, the computer is open.
Yes. Both of them.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's open.
Mhm.
And another thing is why the two car is in the garage.
Yeah, that's a good question. Why were both of the cars in the garage? Was that so that people would think that they weren't home? Were they worried about one of the cars getting taken away? Maybe like a repo or something like that? I don't think so.
That's not possible. Not with their payments for on time.
They had their tags are new, you know. So yeah, they had just
and
paid.
The police and the police is coming inside the house. Is a friend of the dead of David?
The police?
Yeah, the police after David is dead is going inside the house. The police from this place is a friend at the family from David?
Not that I know of. Maybe, but I don't see any evidence of that. No.
You know why?
Why?
I speak with the brother of David.
Oh, really?
He did.
Oh, wow.
This man is tell me he's the brother from David, and tell me these things. Okay, because I want to know something. But this 3 years before, and I tell her, ma you make the 1 minute, I have here right here esame balistico. Allora, the brother or this man, I don't know, must tell me is the brother of David, is tell me that the police don't make him and the family see the body.
Really? So he never saw the body? Is that what you're saying?
No, Mr. Me never see the body because, and I tell him why. Because the dog is eat all the face.
Okay.
And I tell him, listen, but you make the ballistic examination, because with the ballistic examination, you prove if David shot or don't shot. And tell me, no, because we ask the permission from take out the body, and until now, until 4 years, I don't give the okay from take out the body and make it the new ballistic examination.
After after the death, you're saying. See, the problem there, they cremated David Crowley soon after he died. Pretty quickly, they cremated him. So there's nothing they could do, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this after this man after is block me, and I don't speak anymore. But I speak with another man. This man work inside this film. No, I don't remember the name. He's make some police inside the film from David, and this man tell me the similar things. Okay, the family is impossible see the body.
Wow.
Okay, it's closed very quickly, very fast. This story.
Yes.
And the sister ask. I don't know if David have the sister. This man to me, the sister from David ask from take out the body and make the new examination, and don't answer and don't give the permission.
Wow.
Why all this?
So the sister didn't want the body to be re-examined, or the sister wanted it?
No, what they tell me, the sister want.
Okay.
Yeah, the sister want, but I don't know who. This the body is sotto sequestro. 1 minute, I tell you in the English version. Allora, is sotto.
Because there are two sisters. There's David's sister and there's David's wife's sister. So I'm curious which sister it is.
I don't know this. And they tell because he's under 6 ore. You know under 6 ore?
No. Seizure?
Seizure, yeah?
Yeah.
And because like this, it's impossible to take out the body.
Oh, okay, because they had seized it. Okay, so they had the body and they weren't, and they wouldn't. That's so weird. That's so weird that they would do that. That's disturbing. I'm happy that somebody wanted to look. It sounds like whoever you spoke to wanted to look deeper into it, but somebody was stopping them. Is that right?
Yeah. It's close all this situation very fast.
Yeah. No.
This okay. David is lost the brain. He's killed our family. He's killed himself. Stop. Close. But it's not like this. For me, not like this.
No. There's more.
Yes, more.
Lot more.
And I think if you shot the people in the head, okay, because I write is David used one gun, caliber 41. Is it true?
40 cal.
40 cal. One gun like this, okay, is making one very big catastrophe in your head.
Yes.
Okay, and why don't find Patsy around the room? The pieces of head. Why don't find?
I don't know.
Why don't have blood? You say, in the carpet or on the divan or I don't know, because I see the blood just little like this in the wall.
There's blood on the walls, and there's blood. Yeah, there's blood on the walls. There's blood on one of the chairs. That's there. And
it's a little.
Little, yeah. But could that be because of the camera? Because you don't see a lot of blood unless you actually look deep into the camera, unless you zoom in. No.
I have to be in agreement.
Moment in the living room, or in the camera with the bed.
In the living room.
Living room. No.
I'm in agreement with Mario that with 3 headshots, there would have been a lot more blood in that house. And in reality, the DNA is all connected to Camille when it comes to the blood.
And it's 4 headshots because Camille was shot twice. Right?
At least
you know one pagano ritual is give the head eat from the pork. You know this?
Is that a Muslim? I'm not familiar.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. In the ritual, in the pagano ritual from the Muslim, when one person could know many things and want to try to know other people, okay? The head is eat the pork. So the pork eat the head.
Oh, wow.
Many things strange in this story.
Yeah, there are, and we haven't even gotten to our to the questions that I have for you here. So we do you still have time? I know it's early for you. Are you everything okay? No problem so far.
No. It's the problem is anche another. I see in one video che si find the bullet up
Yeah, in the ceiling. Yes.
After many years. Is it right?
After a month. After 30 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is the bullet from the shotgun from David, he killed himself, no?
That's the official theory. Yes.
Okay, it's impossible.
Why?
Because in the paper see the wife and the girl is shot in the head. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And if the bullet go up, you have to shot yourself inside the mouth.
Yes.
It's impossible.
If he's on his knees?
It's impossible. This is from the honor from one military. You don't kill yourself inside the mouth.
Interesting.
Very, very strange, this.
Yeah. Well, it's strange. I mean, that's...
the gun.
Yeah. You won't do that. There's a lot of strange things with this, right? But that's one of the big ones. I've never heard that a military, you wouldn't shoot yourself in the mouth. Would it be more on the side of the head? Is that the way?
Yeah. Yeah, because it's the kamikaze. The kamikaze is use the from killing himself the spada, the sword, the kamikaze.
Mm-hmm.
When it's killing himself, this is the honor. But the honor is you have to put in the top from the stomach, from the heart. This the size. This is honor. If you kill yourself in another way, it's no honor.
That's an interesting thing. I never thought of that. The kamikaze. Yeah, for sure.
And another thing.
To die with honor.
If you really, David shot himself and put the gun inside the mouth, the people who put the gun inside the mouth is two things. Or because you scared, or because people tell you put the gun inside your mouth.
Wow. That's really interesting.
These two words.
Yeah.
These two words. And for me, I tell you this, the family Crowley don't kill inside this house.
Somewhere else.
Yes.
Well, why kill them from your view? Why kill them and then bring them back into the house? Why not just kill them and because you have to stage the crime scene?
Yeah, because maybe you want to make the Shane. The Shane, he believe in Allah, he convert in the Muslim, he write the Quran. Some film, eh?
But David was a Christian.
Yeah, the wife is a Muslim.
No, the wife was Christian too. She converted to Christianity. She was a Muslim, but then she converted.
She converted. Yeah.
I mean,
some people don't want.
Yeah, maybe, and that's just what I've researched. I don't know if that's 100% true. I can't say that that's the absolute truth.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have.
But now is here. Yeah.
Let me see. Can we should get to some of these questions here that we have.
Yeah.
Okay, so number 1, when did you start the conspiracy code, year, and why? You said the year was 2009 that you started the conspiracy code. Okay, and the reason why you created this is based on real life things that you saw, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, this is because I started when I was in Mogadishu from 1993 and to 1996.
Doing
I
what?
evacuation from in Mogadishu.
Mm-hmm.
And the operation Kangaroo we make. I stayed 3 years in Mogadishu.
Okay.
And already I start to see things. I start to see military with microchip.
Really?
Or you believe it, or you don't believe it.
I do.
Some troop. I don't tell you the troop because after me I have a problem. But some troop is put the microchip inside the soldier. You know why?
Why?
Because at this time, the the other military is live inside the mountain. The other military, the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and because the base is inside the mountain, with the satellite is impossible find. And this military put the soldier taking the proposite. I don't know if you understand. Me, I work with you. You put the microchip inside me.
Yes.
Okay, and after you make the condition, take me prisoner.
Mm-hmm.
And after, because I have microchip, you find where is the base.
Ah, okay.
Okay, and another things. With my eyes, I see the addestramento. I see the addestrament. Who addestrament? The ISIS. Many people know that the ISIS is addestrament from USA army. No, it's not only USA. Even Bulgaria.
Bulgaria, really?
Yeah, and nothing people will speak about Bulgaria.
Wow.
Nothing people. All the guerra, allora, 1 minute. Allora. All wars are invented. Think this. Why all these wars is invented and why all these people go in Europe? Because in many years Europe is finished. The paradise is Africa.
Why? Why is the paradise in
because
Africa?
Because it changed the atmosphere. Before here in Italy we have 4 stations. Now we have 2. You know, now we have rain all day and we have 26 gradi.
Mm-hmm.
It's hot. It's changed everything. Okay? And after it's come snow, rain, it's changed everything. So the paradise is coming Africa. And from after, if you something WhatsApp in the future, the paradise is no America, is no Europe, is no Australia, is Africa. Because in Africa you have everything. Gold, mineral, petrol, gas, everything.
Very interesting.
All for this is all the wars. The war is invented. People don't want to know, or don't want to know, or don't want to see. I don't understand why. It's very easy.
You just have to look.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, me, I start to write this, and after I start to write after I see all these things, I start to write my book.
And the book is Conspiracy Code, right? It's the same. Same name.
Okay. Yeah, Conspiracy Code, the same of the title of my film.
Okay. Yeah, I'm curious. Is it in English or is it only in? Is it multilingual or? Maybe we need to work on that.
In Italian, and I make a very little copy in English word.
Okay. Yeah, we need the English copy so we can. I'd love to read that. Yeah, I would love to read that.
And if you have other question, make me.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Are the similarities between your film and David's a coincidence or is it planned?
It's not a coincidence. Maybe it's on the contrary. We both we have the similar vision. Okay, maybe we have the same information, maybe more, maybe less, I don't know. But when I see David is being taken out from his film, I did 2 + 2. It's okay. I understand why. Because it's similar my film. I mean, we were both telling a present and the future, okay? And we would have what's happening here. David in America and me in Europe. These are the things. In contemporaneity, we think the similar. David think what's up in the present and in the future in America, and me, I think what's happening now and in the future in Europe. And I don't know why we have in some things from the script, we have some things is similar. And I think, wow. Allora me, is good what I think is the verity, because another person, another ex-military, is think about similar me. And this give me the power from go avanti, you know this.
Go avanti? What's that? What?
Avanti is from go. Allora. To move on.
To move on.
After this, okay, I move on. Because other people think similar to me.
Yeah, to keep going. It's a good sign. It's a positive sign for you that you're on the right track.
Yeah.
Okay. What was your view when you first saw the Gray State 2012 trailer? So when you first saw David's trailer, what was your view when you first saw it?
I think we have many images from the future, okay? But I think straight away, okay, this man is speak the truth, and is speak about the future, the true future, because it's like this: microchip, global control mind, rebellion from the people. I like in my film, no? I think the organization hidden behind the government. I don't know if you understand. It's a new organization hidden behind a government.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, they call it
behind the government. Yeah, you have this.
Shadow government, deep state, all that.
Yeah.
And
talking about global control.
Yeah.
And they take and they speak about global control.
Right. global control, New World Order,
a single world government and a single world military force.
Yeah.
It's 30% the same in my film.
Yeah, it is. It's very, very similar. It's very interesting. Let's see. So I think we've kind of gone over number 4. What is your view about David's death? Let's get your general view. What is your view about David's death? What do you think?
I think David was killed. And the people who killed him, they are very, very close to him.
Do you think it's people close to him part of a government conspiracy or part of a government hit? Yeah. Now, I want it to be clear. When we say government, we're not saying everybody from the government. It's just a powerful force within the government, correct?
Yeah. Inside the government.
Yeah. It isn't like the people in the government are making laws, they're going to kill David and whatever. No, it's not like that. And I think that's where some of the misconception comes is it's either very radical to the left or very radical to the right, and we're just saying no, it's possible that people within the government that have killed other people, we know that this stuff happens. So why are people closing the door when it comes to David Crowley? They don't want to think that it's possible that David Crowley was killed by somebody within our government for whatever reason.
Maybe because David want to put some message inside the film.
Yeah, there's a lot of messages. And
a lot.
Yeah, a lot. And he meant it so that people could interpret it themselves. He says this is a film, so he's not taking a certain stance. He regards himself as a filmmaker first.
Yeah. It's like this.
Is that how you see yourself, as a filmmaker first?
Yeah, because me, I am very crazy. Think.
What do you mean?
Yeah, think is inside my film.
Yeah.
We have about 317 scenes.
317 scenes, absolutely.
Yeah, in every scene. And this, I want the people find, because when after you put all this code, I live inside the chain. For example, now me and you we speak in the telephone, and in the rally is one chain. Me, I am here in the table, and maybe in the film I am in the table, but we have one code, one number, one symbol. And this I think what is make David in the great state, because we think the similar. I don't know if you understand. You understand what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
This.
Greg? You there, Greg?
And I don't listen good now. Hello?
I think we lost Greg.
Yeah, I think.
He'll be right back. He usually hops right back on.
Yeah. If you have some question.
Greg was the one with the questions. He had only asked me to hop on after you were having technical difficulties. So I wasn't even briefed on this call. But you have a lot of fascinating information, though. and I'm glad to be there. No, Greg, I can't hear you. Sorry, he's texting live right now.
Yeah.
And I still find it very interesting that you were speaking with the Gray State team after David's death.
Yeah.
That just blows my mind.
2, 1, 2, 3.
Yes,
test,
because
1, 2, 3.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear
Okay.
you now.
Okay, good. All right, I was
Thank
talking
goodness,
to
you have the question.
I was talking to a wall. No. Okay, yeah. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, we covered that. Okay, the conspiracy code was filmed very well. It really was. You did a great job on this. Can you? I don't know how much of the background you can kind of give us about what it took to actually film this trailer. It's done very, very well. Did it cost a lot of money? Like I just feel like after watching a couple of these trailers, I want to know as much of the backstage stuff, because at one point in my life I wanted to do film. That was it. Once I learned about what you have to do, how you have to sell your soul, all of this different stuff, that's when I kind of said, okay, that's not my goal, you know. So did it cost a lot of money? Did you have to use very high powerful cameras? How many people helped you film this? I want to know everything about this.
Okay, listen. The problem is this, because when I start making the film, I take some people working for me, many people, and we who's nice and the last model of a camera. I making 6K, 6K. Because of me, I think that this film I don't want to give in Italy.
Wow.
Okay? I want to give it outside Italy. Why? Because in Italy we have Vaticano. I have a problem, and one film like this is born in 2 minutes. You know, because it's impossible many things you put in the film. It's impossible you speak the name for people that are protect. It's the untouchable. And I want to make the distribution outside Italy. But for making all this without the money from the cast, is costing to me €2 million. It's nothing from the price you have in USA, because in USA the film is more expensive.
Yeah.
More expensive. But you have, for example, Nicolas Cage for make one film is take about $14 million to make one film. But you have other budget. Okay, and you have a big distribution, is Century Fox, Eagle Picture, and Old Mason.
Of course, they're always there. They're everywhere.
Yeah. Old Mason. This is the problem.
Yeah. They control it all.
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, some really great shots. Even just everything about this is it's just very well done. You did a really great job with this.
Good job. But now I stop the film because it's a problem every day. Problem. And I want to restart. And now I think, I wait. Or I sell, or I find another production. This I have in my mind. And I sell the script, and I sell all the conspiracy code with the script, with everything. Or I try find one production outside Italy, che want to make this film. maybe we change the name. Invece che Conspiracy Theory, we make David Crowley, The New World Order.
You never know. There could be somebody out there right now who might be able to pick this thing up and, you know, really make it into a reality. It's definitely possible.
Listen, if you find the good people, the nice people,
honest
with this film, honest, not because me I write or because of me, but with this film, with all the script, the story I have inside, because you don't know the story. It's coming out of a very, very nice film. I tell you only these things. The last scene of my film,
yes,
okay, we have the Pope from the Vatican in ginocchio, un momento in ginocchio, knee, you know knee?
No, what's that?
Okay, we have the Pope from Vatican.
Yes.
Down in the front, the Pope from Orthodox.
Okay.
And the Pope from the Vatican is give the moneta, is give the coin of the power of the world.
He hands it over.
Because before the Vatican, the Church, the Christians, and the Orthodox is together. Okay.
Okay.
After the Christian is make one way, and the Orthodox make another way, another street.
Okay.
Is division.
Mm-hmm.
And this day, the Orthodox, that before they are more strong from the Vatican and the Christians, is give the coin of power. This coin of power is a son in my book. Is the same the Santo Graal. Santo Graal. You know Santo Graal?
Santa Graal? No.
Yeah, Santo Graal. In the Da Vinci Code, Sang du Graal.
Sand de Graal.
What is that? What is that?
Is a Kalish.
Bloodline?
Yeah, the Kalish. You know, this is from the power. Who have inside the hand the Santo Graal, he have the power in all the world.
I
don't know if I explain myself.
Google.
Yeah, I can look it up here. If
you know the coin of Vatican. The coin, la moneta. What is it? Moneta is
let me look it up.
The currency.
You
know?
Numista? Coins from
the currency of Vatican. This coin, okay, is the forza, the power of the world. Who have this coin
controls the world.
Who have this is control the world. When is the Orthodox is take another street, another way, and leave the church Christian only, is give this coin for the Vatican, and the Vatican is control all the world.
Okay.
In my film is come this reverse. the Vatican giving back from the Orthodox this coin, is giving back this coin, and they give the power, again the power, and this what is weight the Russia. Because the Russia wait that the Orthodox come power again, because after is want attack Turkey from giving back Constantinople to Greece. I don't know if you understand.
Yes, Constantinople to Greece. Yes.
And now watch what he is making Turkey. Okay, he's advising on other countries, bomb. So this, my film don't speak about this. I speak about many things.
That's interesting. It's interesting that you mentioned Greece.
I am crazy. I am crazy. Don't worry, I am crazy. I know.
No. Not one bit.
No. It just seems crazy because because people won't think about it.
It's very crazy, but in the final it's the verity for the things. People don't want to see. People don't want. I don't know why. Maybe all people have the head very born.
I think it has a lot to do with this 5G and a lot of this mind control stuff that we've seen, just to kind of keep us down. I don't know. So let's look at number 6. Number 6 is what is the plot of Conspiracy Code? So what is the plot? When I watch this trailer, when I first see this, let's say that I was like a Hollywood producer or something like that. What is the plot? What am I supposed to get from this? What do you think that I should get from this?
From this, you have to understand the relation between the mafia, Freemasonry, and Vatican. This is the point. All these things is mafia is the similar government. Manson is the same government. Vatican the same government. Up these three, the triade, because for me this is the triade: mafia, Mason, and Vatican, have the bank system who control all the system in the world. Example, you never listen in your life one people from a government dead from cancer or dead from a heart attack? No. Me, no. And you know why? We have the come si dice, la cura. Allora, 1 minute. The cure of cancer we have, and not for now, for many years. Okay, but the business from the house pharmacy, is too much from chemio. Think in Italy, chemio from what chemo. I mean chemio.
Chemo, yeah.
Chemio from cancer, no?
Yes.
Think that one chemio from cancer cost in Italy about 2,500 until 70,000 euro. One. Think the business. What I mean, these people from the new world order want to control everything, okay? Every years the cancer is go up, because the food is not food some 40 years before. The what you breathe is not clean, everything. And the cancer every year go up, 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 up. Now in Italy, 6 person to 10 have cancer.
Wow.
Okay, every 10 people, another 3, 4 dead from a heart attack. And all this is great in the proposite.
It's manufactured.
Because
Yep.
it's business.
Yeah.
It's business. When in one country you have 1 million person with a cancer, 1 million person, okay, the medium, 30,000 euro, the cameo, is a lot of money. And these people don't give a shit if you're dead, if you're alive. These people won't make money. But the cure from the cancer, these people have. Because
Why?
never you see one politic, a big politic, or one person from Bilderberg, or one person from Rothschild, or one person from Rockefeller dead from cancer. Never.
Right. They always make it out okay. Yeah.
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 You know this is it from control, global control.
Yep.
Is it control how many kids born? Is it control how many people have to death? Is it control all the malattie, the illnesses, all infectious diseases. All these things is control.
It's all about control. It's
always been. For control this, he uses one nice method. It's the bank system control.
That's how you control the people. Control the money, control the people.
Yeah, and you make the big factory is finished. Remember this, when you go in one bank, example, I have one factory from steak, and the bank, what is make? Don't put down me for the first, is put down my customer. If you put down my customer, me I don't sell. Quindi after I go to the bank and I tell, listen, I need $10,000 million because I want to put up my business. The bank don't give you cash money, just write the number and give you money in your account. It's virtual money, okay? But for you take this money, you have to give a guarantee. You give your house, you give your car for guarantee, from taking this money. And the bank give you this money, you put up your business again, but the bank is put you down again because it is put out from the business all the customers you have. And after, what is this? The bank don't lose the 10 million. You know why? Because it's just a number. But it's take your property and everything. This is the game from the big company. Sorry, my English. I think you understand what I mean.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. It's the same thing here. This just shows it's a global issue.
Yeah, it's global.
Yeah.
Yeah. For these two men, David and Mario, try make this film because
and there's probably
give you one message.
Yeah, and there's probably many other people out there who also want to try to get this message out there. Now, there's future filmmakers out there right now who might be able to help, who might be able to take what David and what you have both done and take it to that next level, or just keep it going. I mean, are we?
Yeah.
Is this like a track race where it's, you know, just keep passing it so that they don't kill it? There are people out there. There are very evil people out there right now who want to kill all of this. They don't want anybody talking about this because it is not a part of their program. If it's a part of their program, and if they could have gotten David and Mario to say, hey, just, you know, you have a great project, this sounds great, but we're going to do it our way. You know, and it's much different than just whatever the vision that you had and whatever David had for this. That's what the people, and now it's so, you know, there's so many more opportunities out now than there were even four years ago. There are many future filmmakers out there, and I hope that to all of the future filmmakers, don't sell out. Make the movie you want to make the trailer you want to make, and don't let anybody bullying you into making something so evil. And just, you have your vision, go with it.
Yeah. Exactly like it is.
Okay, so we have number 8 here. Why did production on The Conspiracy Code stop? Who stopped you?
Who stopped it? Listen, I explained to you before.
Yes.
When I started, many Italian production want to help me. Many sponsors want to give me money, but don't know the story of my film. After I make the teaser from a presentation, and the people starts understand the story of my film, all the people is vanish. You know, who was vanish, and that you have many Massoni inside my film.
Mm-hmm. And they just they don't want to be a part of it. They don't want to think about it.
Think in Italy, after me I make the presentation of my project, in 4 months, is right about my film, about me, about everything, 419 newspaper. Every day I have 2-3 interview. After is coming one things. You remember the Costa Concordia? The boat in Italy that killed many people? Concordia, you know?
Yeah.
It started che Rai 1, the biggest channel from Italy, is taking me hospital inside this transmission. We speak about my film, and after he starts make me some question about Concordia. What you think? And because of me, I start take a book, and I write many things. I start ask a question from the journalist, and I tell her, but you know who are Concordia? And the people start telling me, no. No, you don't know who are Concordia. I tell you who are Concordia. You know Bilderberg?
Yeah.
The Bilderberg have one quadro, one scettro. One moment, I tell you the exact name. Scettro. Is have one scepter. Have the name Concordia. In the many years before, we have many people from Bilderberg in Italy, family from Bilderberg, and we have the family Concordia.
Mm-hmm.
The family Concordia with the family of Medici from Florence is make not the bank, is make the prestito bancario. 1 minute, the prestito bancario. Is make the Medici of Florence with the family of Concordia the bank loan. You understand the bank loan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And what is this? The symbol of Florence,
Yes.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
is the lily. You know, the symbol of Florence, the lily, the flower.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And the boat Concordia is make the inchino, the bow. Is make the bow front the Isola del Giglio, the island Giglio. Giglio is the flower and the symbol from Florence and the symbol from Costa Concordia and the symbol from the Masons of Sion in France.
I'm gonna look that up right now.
This day we have the centenary. In the centenary, every 100 years, okay, we have the sacrificio. The sacrificio. You know the sacrifici?
Yes.
This means that you have to have the sacrificio of one virgin girl.
Yeah.
Listen this now.
Yes.
When I start to make me the question from the journalist, I tell how many people find dead before the last? And answer one journalist for me, 32. And I say, good. 32 is the maximum level of Mason. And who are the last victim is find after 2 years? And the journalist told me, the girl, the 13 years old girl, yes, the virgin. 32 plus 1, 33. 33 is the maximum of Mason. When I make this interview, okay,
Mm-hmm.
I receive about 6 million visits in this video, and the RAI is cancelled all. We don't have anymore this video, this interview.
Wow.
And after I start to have a problem.
Yeah, you must. You hit on something. You hit on something they didn't want to be talked about.
Yeah, I hope you understand my
Yes.
English. If I speak.
I think so. I think so.
Is it like this?
Okay, let me go on to number 9 here. Are you in danger because you made this trailer?
Yes and no. I want you to remember me. I am from Special Corps, Special Force in the military, and from sorry my language, from fuck me, you have to think same to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because when now I speak with you, and when I speak with you, example, no? Jamie, I think, in what way can you fuck me? This is because we have in the blood from the military and everything. From fuck one person, son to me, you have to think son to me.
Mm-hmm. Can't trust anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't trust me. I don't trust. Because I am like this. I see the people look me. Many call incoming strange. I don't know.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Many times he come inside my Facebook. I change. I don't know how many times I change a password. People come inside my email. For this, I change every time with another name. The Facebook.
That's not good. That's not good. You got to keep changing the password. Keep changing all
yeah,
that.
yeah, every time.
Yeah. No, it's terrible.
Every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
What they do is they try to get you to click on things, and then you kind of But I just just as long as you're changing your password, they find your patterns. So I don't know, but it sounds like that sounds like you got some security issues.
Yeah, maybe something they want to find.
They're monitoring. It's like a monitor.
Want to find this? Yeah. Some monitor, yeah. Want to find it when I go, with who I speak, and everything.
Yeah.
For sure.
For sure. Sophia, do you have anything else? I got one more question, unless you got anything. Thank you for staying on the line. I know you didn't plan on that.
Yeah, it's 20 to 6.
Yeah, thank you.
It's been a fascinating conversation.
Yeah, I mean, we covered so much here. I feel like there's a lot more. We just gotta. I think we should end this part 1 here. But I would love to have you back on, and once we get some more feedback, we're gonna have a lot more questions, and I hope that maybe we can get you back on, and maybe at a better hour for you too. We'll see.
20 to 6.
Okay. All right, let me...
That's enough. Now I make one coffee and I make a breakfast.
Okay, well, thank you again. I just have one more question. Please explain about the people involved. Okay, so as seen in the pictures you posted on Facebook. Okay, so we kind of went over what you posted on Facebook. You have these people, and they're actors, a part of your project,
inside that, you have the actor. We have a journalist, newspaper. We have production. Many people, because this day we have 300 people inside and another 500 outside. Because I make fans for my film.
Yeah.
And this never is coming in Italy. Okay, one film have fans before go out in the cinema. Me, this day, I have about 300 fans from France, from Spain, from every Europe. It's incredible. And this day, I have the actor can make this trailer, journalist, sponsor. This day, they're very big and nice day. After, it's changed everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you said somewhere here 75% of the people that were part of your project are pretty much, they don't want anything to...
All the muscle.
Yeah.
All the muscle.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It's incredible. Well, not because me at you is muscle, no, because after I take information. And one big actor, from the top actor in Italy, Mr. Me, Mario, open your eyes, because you have in your project many actor and muscle inside.
Yes, that was what I was looking for right here. You said 70% of the people, 70% of these people are those who sabotaged my film, starting with the actors, Andrea Sasso, Christina Catul.
Yeah, because when you make one film, you have the program, no? Okay, tomorrow is coming Francesco, Mark, Isabel, you know? And after you don't come, why?
Yeah. I mean, why would they sabotage this film? Why would they spend their time sabotaging that?
You know what? Because there's one actor to me, Mario. The Italy Italian market of the cinema don't make you go out with this film. Because in Italy you have to make just fiction, film of mafia, and comedy film.
And
The other film is from the big distribution from America. I don't want that this film go out.
That's horrible. That's horrible. You say, however, over time, I discovered that they belong to the Freemasons. Here we are at the presentation of my project at the Rome Cinema House, where I was awarded as Best Screenwriter and as Best Independent Production Project. I mean, it's just fascinating to me. It's fascinating how well this movie, or how well your trailer was received, and then they just had to cancel it.
Yeah. If I find good people, can I make and I finish and I sell? I don't know.
Well, there might be somebody out there. Yeah, there might be somebody out there right now who can help, or who wants to help try to finish this project. So, okay, I want to shut this down here. Unless anybody else has any questions. If anybody in the chat room has any questions, we'll try to address that, or else let's shut this down for now, and we'll try to come back with the part 2 later on.
Okay, let me know. Or maybe we make another rendezvous. We speak again.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, Fernandez. We speak soon.
Yep. We'll stay in touch.
Okay.
Okay, my friend.
You're welcome.
Evening.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All
Bye-bye.
Right. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night,
Good
everybody.
night.
Real people, real radio. Wherever you are, make it TFR. Truth Frequency Radio. This is Truth Frequency Radio.
The wicked ones obviously under heavy Masonic influence. The Rundown, Monday through Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Check out therundownlive.com. Mike P. Kriston H. The Rundown, Monday through Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Check out therundownlive.com.
What up, guys? We are live here. It is Monday, January 19th, live here on the Rundown Live, rundownlive.com. Mike Pachesney, Kriston Harris.
Hey.
We're celebrating freedom today, right? Because it's MLK Day, and when you have somebody good for freedom, they just end up assassinated, and then you have a government holiday.
Well, that's just it. It seems like whenever people speak out or they do things that point out the hypocrisy in the system, people end up dead, Mike. We haven't seen that with Ron Paul, but he's pretty high profile, and there's still a lot of good people in government that maybe protect somebody like a Ron Paul.
We're not going to be talking about MLK today. No. We know what he did, and we know what happened.
And he did a lot of good things, but he ended up dead.
And he ended up dead, exactly. And he'd still probably be fighting today if he was around. That's why they had to get rid of him.
I definitely don't think he'd associate with the current establishment, both conservative or liberal. That's for sure.
And like Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton.
I don't think he would like either of those guys.
And Nancy Pelosi, Pope Pelosi. You don't think they're friends?
Well, no. He preached against the police state and a non-aggression principle. Remember, he warned about the police state and government being the policemen of the world. Remember, And then he said that God will give the nation to a country that does not know his name, and he'll break the back of America. That was a Martin Luther King. I don't know if that's verbatim quote, but it's kind of a...
To me.
I mean, that's what's happening. Isn't China getting all the roads and jobs? So
it's because we've had some interesting news over the weekend.
Sad news, depressing news.
Yeah, it's interesting and not good. So we need to go there. A friend is now passed, and there's some bad news surrounding this. David Crowley from the Gray State movie, the writer and director, and now his family have been found dead in their home. So we're gonna have to talk about it. We got to talk about this because
that's a sad topic.
Ours, and we have to talk about what happened here, because I wouldn't want this to be anyone else I know or my family, or so we have to talk about it. So that being said, open lines today if you guys want to get in the convo, 866-37-TRUTH, or you can call us locally, 414-455-4333. But we'll open up the lines for you, and then Kristan, if you want to get into the site real quick.
Yeah, guys, if you guys haven't had a chance to yet, get in front of your computer, tablet, or cell phone and type therundownlive.com into your browser. It'll take you to our website. There, you're going to find a bunch of awesome information, media, and, basically a plethora of articles written by Mike and I and other activists. Make sure you guys share those on your social media networks like Twitter and Facebook. We're actually on those platforms as well, guys. Make sure you add us and invite your friends to like The Rundown Live on Facebook, Twitter, and all the other neat social platforms that are out there. If you're interested in supporting The Rundown Live, there's no better way than to check out Private Internet Access. Private Internet Access is what allows Mike and I to surf the internet anonymously. We can check our emails, download, conversate, do cool things like avoid Reddit bans or video game bans and things of that nature for those World of Warcraft and Call of Duty and who knows what other video games are out there right now, online game systems where you might get banned. This will help you avoid all those bans. Check it out. It covers 5 computers for a full year. If you guys want to know more about how this works, go to therundownlive.com, go into the search bar and type in Private Internet Access. Mike made a fantastic tutorial, and this is how we stay afloat. This is how we afford to continue this awesome broadcast. It's through these purchases, and you can use Bitcoin, PayPal, or your old gift cards if you'd like. $39.95 for full year or monthly for $7. Check it out. If you'd like to listen to the Rundown Live, there's no better way other than the TuneIn Radio app. The TuneIn Radio app is available as well on the tablet, cell phone, or PC. Download the app. It will allow you to get Mike and I, as well as all the other Truth Frequency broadcasters, including Popeye and Joseph and everyone else, Phoenix Rising Radio, all the other awesome broadcasters we're getting to know and love here on the network on 90.7 Denver FM.
Joseph because he only has one name, but he really has 2 names, but it's really only one name.
Well, isn't it Johemian Grove now? Did you see that? You made a little meme where he's making fun of the Bohemian Grove. It's Johemian Grove.
Beaver. And for anyone that hasn't heard, we talked about that on the Hangar 18.
I'm assuming this has some kind of special innuendo, like Winona's big brown beaver.
He has a giant beaver in his backyard, and it's called Johemian Grove, and apparently he barbecues babies back there. I'm not really sure. He's not here to defend himself, so we can't pick on him too much.
Oh, man. That's a horrible thing. We don't condone barbecuing of any humans, including babies, but there are others in the world that partake in this brutal ceremony at Bohemian Grove in California, including political leaders and elite politicians and the rich. Just saying, guys, it's just out there. You can Google it. Google Bohemian Grove. It's a real thing. But nonetheless, I want to say thanks to our syndication, FPRN, LibertyTalk.fm, Liberty Movement Radio, Conspiracy Wire, Wide Awake America. And I don't want to forget, guys, if you can't catch us live, there's no better way than to download the Rundown Live app to your Android telephone, cell phone, iTunes application store. It's available there as well for the iPhone, Amazon.com for the jailbroken phones, and the Windows platform. Go get the Rundown Live app, guys. It's free. You can download a hundreds of our past episodes. You can email us show tips straight from the app, and you can even send us messages on Facebook and Twitter. So check that out. And if anyone out there knows how to improve our app and add the live stream to it, we're interested in custom work. If you guys can help out, check it out. Contact us, showtips@therundownlive.com. Give us your guest references. Send in your custom artwork. We like to use it and everything else, guys. So I want to say thanks again, 90.7 Denver FM, Truth Frequency Radio.
Sounds good, guys. 866-37-TRUTH. Kristan, did you know apparently, now this is according to science, which never may be questioned ever until it is questioned and proven wrong.
Well, like, they don't know. You know, then according to science, bumblebees can't fly, right? Because science can't explain how bees fly. So they're just kind of like an imaginary item. So don't believe in, bees or anything.
Well, yes, because science is never wrong until it's proven wrong. But today is apparently the saddest day of the year, and it's being called Blue Monday. Did you know this?
No clue. I have no idea. I've never heard of that. That sounds like a frosty beverage, Mike. I would like a Blue Monday. Can I get one of those?
It sounds, blue is like one of them excellent flavors.
Well, Blue Moon, I mean.
When people say blue, it's like my favorite fruit.
Yes.
It's like purple. It just works for me,
Blueberries,
Those are awesome fruits. That's a Simpsons reference anyway. But no, seriously. Blue Monday, never heard of it, but now scientists are just, I don't know who these scientists are, by the way, either, but they're telling us now that it's okay. Today is Blue Monday, so everybody, if you're depressed or feeling bad, it's okay because, scientists have formed an equation that uses 6 factors, including weather, debt, time since Christmas, failing New Year's resolutions, and low motivation. So
yeah, I want to know who out there is not living paycheck to paycheck these days, Mike. I think that people have less and less money. They're saving less and less money because there's no faith in the economy. What's the point in having hundreds of thousands of dollars when overnight it could be worth nothing? Which, inflation might be a big thing this year. Who knows? You're seeing bankers commit suicide. That's over 50 of them last year. So who knows?
But I'd have to wonder, wouldn't this have to do more with the sun? I mean, I think weather definitely plays a role in this. And, when people are in wintertime and out of the sunlight, they start getting cabin fever and acting all crazy. So I don't know.
It almost sounds like Suicide Day. This is the day to think about suicide, guys. You want to off it? It's the Blue Monday, and that's the day to do it.
What about the failed resolutions? Remember we talked about?
Yes, that's exactly what this is. This is setting an artificial standard for something that we can't prove, that somebody pulled completely out of their behind, and they're like, I got a fact, guys. And this is based on, the weather. It's cold out. It's crappy. People are thinking of better places. They're thinking of family, and they're lonely because nobody's in relationships anymore because they can't afford them because nobody's working full time. Everyone's working 2 part-time jobs, and life is miserable.
For your safety. That's definitely why you have to have 7 jobs.
You can't get health care because nobody wants to give it to you because of the price. It's all part-time jobs. But yes, the jobs are in the increase, guys.
Let's take our first caller here. I believe we have our friend Gabe Brown on the line. How you doing, Gabe?
Not too bad. Just getting home a little while ago. We're out in the water today. Figured I'd call you up.
It's good to have you, man.
Yeah, it's always great to have you.
Yep. No, I figured I'd call you guys up. I actually missed the first few minutes of what you were all discussing because my audio is acting up on my computer, so I figured maybe you could bring me up to speed here.
It's Blue Monday, Gabe, according to science. So we're not going to even question science because they know what's best. And it's Blue Monday, so that's why you feel bad today and just accept it.
And, eventually it's going to be a day everyone commits suicide conveniently, right? Because everyone's going to be depressed.
Apparently.
It's the day to pick. But, and then we kind of touched base and stuff earlier. But, yeah, what do you think about Blue Monday and artificial fake holidays set by science now?
Well, it seems like our new God is establishing the new standard and the new status quo, so to speak. I mean, science is God, and by 2045, this God of ours will become fully aware of everything because it will be omnipresent through CCTV cameras. and our entire tech apparatus. So yeah, I mean we're entering a new age of God.
Isn't
And
that
science is
idiocracy?
God.
Isn't it idiocracy? The guy comes out of a time capsule and he's unscannable and the whole system freaks out and it has to.
More and more when you look at these old movies that just come off as utterly ridiculous possibilities for humanity. How can humanity go down that path? I don't know. You watch Demolition Man, Idiocracy, whatever. More and more society is reflecting that type of atmosphere. I mean, just on an intellectual level.
Gabe, I know you may have called in for a reason, and while we're talking about movies, we already mentioned this in the beginning of the show. We might as well just crack the head on this and talk about it. David Crowley, Gray State, found dead. His family's dead. We don't really know what happened, okay? We don't have any facts here, but what we are being told by authorities is that it's apparent murder-suicide. The only witness testimony is that he looked in the window and seen the bodies next to a gun, and they were unrecognizable. And this is an interesting situation. I'm not really sure. Gabe, what's your take on it? Let's talk about this.
Well, obviously, I could speculate, and some of this might become a little bit of that. But this completely makes no sense to me how this could even have occurred. I know, we saw David at Bilderberg in 2012. I mean, people have seen him after that in 2013. Our friend Jeff Durkin has interviewed him and other producers or organizers for the Gray State film project. So, I mean, there was no indication that he had any intention, from my understanding, to, engage in a murder-suicide between himself and his family. It doesn't really make any sense to me. So I find this to be utterly shocking, for one thing.
Isn't that usual? Like when you see the people interviewed on the news, and they're always like, I would have never expected that. Bob was such a nice guy, and then he hit his wife in the head with the shovel.
It is, Mike, and in this case, I really find it highly suspicious. I don't necessarily believe 100% that he could have done that. I am very skeptical that he would have went and did that, just because of the material that him and his team were working on being highly controversial, as it was, and critical of the very system, the government itself. I mean, we're talking about a man who went on interviews for different, alternative media outlets, and put a trailer out that nearly 1 million people have seen. If you look at the numbers, just from what we can tell, almost 1 million people have seen his trailer.
Well, an individual who was tied to the documentary actually contacted me. We were discussing a little bit, and he knew and he said that Crowley knew the documentary was about to be released was going to piss off quite a few people. He even said the movie is meant to send other people to prison. I knew David and helped with the social media on Great State. This is totally out of line for him. So that's from a close friend, one individual.
I will tell you firsthand. I mean, I was interviewed. I mean, I'm sure maybe you were interviewed. A lot of people at Bilderberg were interviewed about their thoughts on the Bilderberg group, as well as many other topics of police state and the reflection of our contemporary times. And quite frankly, there was footage that was to probably set alarms to some of the people who are controlling our society. And I don't know. I'm very skeptical. I don't believe he would kill himself. There's no reason for it. If you're busy on a groundbreaking project as that was, why would you off yourself and your family? It doesn't make any feasible sense. I don't know of anybody who's come out saying the man felt depressed enough to do this. I haven't seen anybody in our entire activist community speak of any language of that sort.
Well, and
at this point in time, or even when I heard about it last night.
Well, and not only that, sources close to to Crowley, have told me, or we've had discussions that they were in talks about some serious movie deals that.
Anybody in our entire activist community speak of any language of that sort.
Well, and
at this point in time, or even when I heard about it last night.
Well, and not only that, sources close to to Crowley, have told me, or we've had discussions that they were in talks about some serious movie deals. That Gray State looked like it was a legitimate thing. It was about to happen, or it was already happened. Silently. I'm not sure. I can't really get into the details. We'll know more later on this week. But I think somewhere along the line, they really got a lot of exposure and got a lot of help. And that might have scared some individuals. I don't know. That's all speculation, like you said.
It is speculation, but again, like I said, I find it odd because there's no evidence that suggests that he was willing to do this to himself and his family. I mean, I'll just use Michael Rupert as an example of a man who did commit suicide, or at least we were told he did. I mean, in his case, there were people that confirmed he was highly depressed, and they did find a note, and his last show indicated that it was probably feasible that he might have killed himself. In this instance, however, I don't see anybody around his life, his personal life, coming forward saying, yeah, he felt depressed. I don't see any evidence of that. So, and I know that the nature of what he was working on was supposed to be groundbreaking and highly controversial. And, it was really going to expose a lot of this government, even though part of it was a fictional piece. As you know, fiction is very powerful in terms of, in the entertainment world and, the kind of audience that you can draw in. So the fact that these ideas have become, something that could captivate an audience, that could be very troublesome to certain individuals. I'm not sure necessarily who would have, quote-unquote, killed him or whatever it was. I think this needs to be extended investigation. I think this entire matter needs to be further investigated.
Right.
To see if it was more than just a suicide murder or whatever you want to call it.
We don't have all the facts, Gabe, and there's been assumptions made already that, David was the one that did this. We really don't know. When they say it was a murder-suicide, but there's no details onto, who committed the act. So,
how would they even be able to determine that? I mean, wouldn't there be a suicide note? I mean, I'm quite curious.
Isn't that strange? And then you start to think, like, well, if there was a note, that fits some type of programming where, they sent thugs to your house and they force you to sign the note and then they blow your head off, man.
People who commit suicide generally want to make a statement to let others know that that was their intention, that they were highly depressed. I mean, that's in my experience dealing with people who have had suicidal thoughts, they generally want people to know that that's what they were depressed and they were thinking about it. At least from my experience.
Well, that's
it doesn't make any sense.
Help. I'm not claiming I know what happened, but they're gone now, and we're gonna have to at least wait for the godly authorities to give us some type of information. Gabe, this is what I want to know. Why are details being withheld right now?
Well, that's exactly my point.
Details being withheld.
That's why it just seems ludicrous to me. I mean, the guy, they say he's been dead since around Christmas time, and
before the holidays, they said.
Yeah, if he was dead for this long, my question is this: what of his possessions in his house have possibly walked out of his house when he died? I mean, do whoever, if he was murdered, let's just say he was murdered, did somebody walk out with very important materials that might have been for the project? I have some interesting questions about that. Because, I mean, there was a lot of, as you know, and they've made announcements on their Facebook page, the Gray State folks, that they had a lot of materials that they were trying to cut down for the film. And they weren't sure how long to make the film. So I suspect they had a lot of materials, and my question is, are those materials in safe hands, or were they walked out of that house? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, Gabe, and I think the materials are in safe hands.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are as well. I'm sure he made sure those are safe. Yeah.
There's copies.
Yes, there are.
People can't imagine that some shadowy entity could come in and kill people and take their stuff. But I mean, if you look for the last 50 years of quote-unquote activists, have been instances where people have had their entire volume of information stolen right after they conveniently killed themselves.
We need to talk about this because there are some interesting things here. I've known David for years. Okay, I've hung out with the guy, met him multiple times. We were at Paul Fest, events in Minnesota. We had NATO 2012. We had Bilderberg. So, I mean, we interacted quite a bit. We interviewed Mark Dice. I mean, so, like, these guys are pretty cool with us. I read the script of the movie, the Rise. I saw the backstage version. So, I mean, like, these guys were really close. So, I'm not really sure.
Did this guy give you the impression that he had the crazed intention to go kill his wife and his child, his 5-year-old child?
His wife, and we went out to dinner, and it was awesome, and everything was really fun, and Luke R. was there, and a bunch of well-known activists, and we had a great time.
That's why I find this to be odd. I mean, we've all, for the amount, regardless of the amount of time we interacted with the individual, I mean, we're talking about a guy we've actually interacted with. And none of these things that I don't know if you read the European press report on this. They didn't even, if I remember correctly, they didn't even mention what movie project he was working on. They made it sound like he was a crazy maniac who owned guns and wanted to kill his family.
Well, he was a Marine, right? An ex-Marine, and he had post-traumatic stress syndrome or something.
He's going to go crazy. You would think, when you're reading the story, you think you're reading the story about some crazy maniac. Not like the guy that we all met in person. I mean, we're talking about a real human being that we actually met in person here, and that's why I find this story to be fascinating to me and very interesting, because we're not just talking about some guy we never met before. We're talking about a real human being we've met. So that's why I have a little bit of an interest in this story, because I want to know, this needs to be investigated, and we need to know, where's the suicide note? Where's the stuff that was in the house? Did anything walk out of the house?
And let's just say, I'm beating around the bush here, but the average people, from what I'm seeing from the comments and YouTube and Reddit, is that people think the government did this. And it's like, I don't know if that can even be true, but that is crazy.
Well, the two things you always look at in a situation, if it was a crime, was who had the money to gain from this and who had the power to gain from this, who was threatened by this. And, the video was very anti-establishment, very anti-government. What the crazy thing is very prophetic. I mean, look at Ferguson. It looked like almost exactly like he predicted in the video,
That video has an image that is becoming rather commonplace in instances like Ferguson. I mean, there's many other instances you can use examples of. I'll use an example. I'll put it to you this way. People would be like, well, why would the government or why would some shadowy entity want to go kill this guy and his family? Who is he? How is he important? Well, let me ask you this, Mike. Why would Homeland Security be questioning you about what you know of certain individuals during the G8? When you're just a regular guy. I mean, they held you in there for 7 hours asking you, from what I remember, rather ridiculous questions, as if they were asking you if you knew as if you were associated with Osama bin Laden directly. They treated you in that kind of fashion, like they wanted to know information about people who, quite frankly, just hatch information out, or video document confrontations, and they treat it like it's a serious, high-level threat. So I mean,
afraid. So you do have a point. They act like you're a legitimate terrorist when you're just a regular person.
It makes you think. It's like some people would be like, well, why would they go out of their way to do that? Well, I mean, you experienced personally, Mike, them interrogating you about really asinine things as if they were high-level security threats. So obviously, somebody is taking an interest into the thoughts and opinions of individuals who may very well be critical of the entire apparatus in the system. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not ruling out the possibility that it was a murder, not a murder-suicide.
Because we're about to go to break here on TFR. We got a short 3-minute break, guys. Stay tuned. 866-37-TRUTH if you want to get in the convo. We got to talk about a few more details of this case because, this is someone I considered a friend, you know. So we need to figure this out.
Exactly.
Right back, guys.
Chris and Sheree Geo here, founders of Truth Frequency Radio.
Hi, Chris
We
and
just wanted to take a moment to thank all of you for making TFR the biggest and the best independent radio station out there.
When we first entered the alternative media.
All right, we're still live on Liberty Movement Radio, libertymovementradio.com, as well as on livestream.com/BigPZone, therundownlive.com/live. And, you know, this is a interesting conversation. I want to kind of save the next half of it for when we get back on the air with TFR, but we should really talk about how, you know, this is going to be used to manipulate people, you know, after the fact, once the details come out, and also some of the details of the gray state, how, you know, it was recently going Hollywood, and maybe, you know, Dave met with the wrong people. We really don't know. So we have to keep an open mind. We don't have all the details. We're not claiming we know. We're talking about it, and that's perfectly acceptable. We can do that.
Well, you know, and the whole gray state thing, I have the trailer playing.
You're muted.
Oh, and so the whole gray state thing, it's fantastic. I actually have the trailer playing. If you guys want to watch the trailer, check out the chat room if you guys aren't there, therundownlive.com/live. And there you can chat with Mike and I and, you know, 100 other viewers and that are in the chat. You can chat with all of us. Feel free to call us, guys. The number's on the website. Feel free to give us a call, as well as at the studio here, 414-455-4333. So, I don't know, Mike. You know, it's very sad. We never want to believe these kinds of things can happen, especially to people we know and, you know, have worked with and care about, that are passionate about the same ideals, especially when it's somebody that is so passionate in this kind of, industry. When you're talking about truth and honesty and exposing cronyism, I don't really think people who expose cronyism are really that depressed, Mike. They just want to expose the truth and do the right thing for humanity. And if they're going to do the right thing for the large group, you know, I think they're going to make a lot of these responsible decisions on the individual level because they know what's best for the individual as well. So it's very weird and it's very troubling, but we don't know. We don't know if he was on medication or, you know, all those other weird things that are possibilities.
I'm going to speculate a little bit. You know.
Hey, Gabe, just wait. Hold 1 second. We got to go back live. Here it goes. 20 seconds.
Sure.
Remember, hemp protein powder contains 53% protein, is gluten-free, anti-inflammatory, non-GMO, and is loaded with nutrients. Call 888-910-4367, 888-910-4367, and see what our powder, seeds, and oil can do for you. Only at hempusa.org.
The Covert Report with Susan Lindauer. Saturday and Sunday on Truth Frequency Radio.
The Rundown, Monday through Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Check out therundownlive.com. Mike P. Kriston H. The Rundown, Monday through Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Check out therundownlive.com.
Rundown.
866-37-TRUTH if you guys want to get into the convo. We're talking about David Crowley and his family found dead in their home, Minnesota area. Writer and director of the supposed movie Gray State, which I'm sure we'll never see now. You know, this is interesting. Apparently, they were in the home for weeks. I mean, how is this possible, guys? How is this possible that David with all these contacts and friends who I messaged a month ago on Facebook, by the way, to try to get a hold of them. You know, how does this happen? How does a guy go unnoticed for a month? How does his wife go unnoticed for a month? How does the daughter go unnoticed for a month? You know, where are their families? Where are the friends? What happened here? How
everyone just connected so much into the, you know, the matrix here, Mike. They're either on a cell phone or texting. And, you know, I talked to a few people and they said that they were concerned because, you know, normally he got back to them 2 or 3 days after they called. But he didn't get back to him for weeks. And so they were suggesting people, you know, check on him. Maybe not everyone lived near him. But you would think that if his family would have checked on him much sooner, you know, or somebody.
You know, this seems, I gotta tell you, this seems to be becoming more and more common in our society. There's an example. I'll tell you of a story that happened locally here with a kid who committed suicide. He hung himself in a tree on a golf course in the town of Locust Valley, which is not too far from where I live. And he had been missing for months, and nobody even filed a report. His family didn't even wonder, hey, he's not coming to Christmas, he's not coming to Thanksgiving. They found his body decaying in the top of a 100-foot tree. He hung himself in. And the only reason they found his body is because the backpack he had on his back fell off his dead body and landed on the ground as somebody was on the golf course. So I mean, that's how devoid, I guess, society has become, where, you know, people are literally, they end up dead because they committed suicide and nobody even realizes it for months. I heard a story where a man was working in an office. He worked himself quite literally to death. And his dead body was sitting on a desk, and nobody for a week noticed that he had died. Well, he just sat at work all day and night, and nobody even thought to check, is this guy even alive?
Don't they have regulations in at the post offices that people don't collect their mail more than 7 or 8 days without letting their postman know that they should, you know, alert authorities? I think there's something like that, because the mailman is a person that visits your house the most. You're the most intimate person. They know you by your first name. They know when you're home, when you're not home, you know, so I think I'm not sure.
I guess you would think that, but maybe, you know, a lot of people take vacations for a month and, you know, they don't really report that they don't have their mail. I mean, it's just so odd, but I will say, what I was going to say, you know, besides that, because you did ask the question and I tried to answer as best I could on that front. I don't know. I mean, if you look at the atmosphere of the last 6 years, primarily, I'm sure you all recall the DHS document of right-wing extremists and who they specifically put in that list. I mean, the number one threat they had were returning veterans that would become hostile towards the system. You know, and it doesn't necessarily have to define, you know, a violent type hostility. It could be a verbal type hostility towards the system itself, the way it's operating. And if anybody has anything hostile to say about the system, it should be the returning veterans who've been vastly disrespected by the president and by the entire government itself. If, refuse to take care of these people.
The mental state of some of these returning vets, though, because they are very unstable. They can be. They've been really manipulated, and you know,
they've been put on a lot of psychotropic drugs. I mean, many of them have, and that's how the government is dealing with the problem. They program them to such a degree that they don't spend enough time investing towards deprogramming these individuals back into, you know, integrate them into regular society. So yeah, you do have a lot of psychological issues with many of these soldiers, no doubt. But as far as this individual, I mean, I'll bring up two individuals that the government has, you know, killed basically. As far as my understanding, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it. I'm sure you all remember Pat Tillman, who was Pat Tillman, who got fragged in I believe it was Iraq. Or Afghanistan. Remember the football player? He was playing football and he decided to quit so he could serve his country as a soldier. And well, he got fragged, you know, by friendly fire, from what I've heard. And what the government and our media has done is they turned him into an idol that is thrown in front of our face during football games, and they make him out to be this big hero. But meanwhile, from what I've heard, the families were receiving letters saying that the government was doing horrible things overseas. I mean, poppy fields and, protection of not really doing their job. And he had concerns. He wanted to go public, and, well, he's dead. And now he's turned into a national icon that is used for propaganda purposes.
With a twisted story that no one's going to believe because you're a conspiracy theorist if you tell the true story, right?
Well, I'll give you another example of a story that the government has twisted, and it just happened, quite frankly, recently. As much as, many of us do not like, what Chris Kyle has been used for, when they claim he punched Jesse Ventura in the face, and, he got killed by a crazed gunman, and, well, he was a veteran of sorts, and now they're using his image on television in this new movie, Sniper, to project a fairy tale adventure of an epic man who, has been disputed whether he actually did these things. But regardless, I mean, have you seen the commercial for the trailer of this film where they have a child picking up an RPG and he's looking at the child like he's got to kill that child?
Yeah,
they turned him into a icon. Even though we may not have liked what he tried to do to Jesse Ventura and others, they've also used him as, pro-system propaganda too. And I heard he was trying to, train people on firearms training for the most part, and then he just got snuffed out by a crazed gunman who, that a lot of people have questions about whether, that gunman was sent there or not. But he's another veteran that was used as state propaganda, and he was targeted. If you look at all these veteran or, people who are either serving or veterans, they are definitely targets. I read the DHS documents. They are the number one threat to the apparatus of security of this country. So, with all that said, Mike, the reason I bring up those two people and that document is because, and I asked the question, why would David Crowley, I mean, he's just making a film. Why would somebody want to kill him? Well, he was a veteran. He would be more of a threat to the system than you or I, since neither of us have served. We may speak badly about the government and critical of it, but a veteran who does the same is a higher standard list of being targeted, I would suspect.
Good
is
point.
what I'm getting at.
And that's a rational point, that it makes sense to me. The thing is, I know what the media and the police and FBI want us to think. They want us to believe that Crowley did it, but yet we've been given no proof that he had actually committed this act. You know what I mean?
There's no evidence of cause for him to do this. None.
And I don't know if that necessarily matters because, individuals, if something happens dramatic in their life, you just never know. You just never know. Especially if there's issues that were uncovered. None of us were David Crowley. You know what I mean? As much as you love the person, just like none of us are Gabe Brown except for Gabe Brown. None of us are Kristan Harris except for Kristan. None of us are Mike Chesney except for me. The
only thing I could say, Mike, is that there would be some kind of evidence. There would be somebody close enough to know him that would understand this about him. You can't go through life hiding something of that magnitude where you want to kill yourself. Somebody's going to know.
By the time, though, maybe that's why no one literally knew. Maybe, I hate to, be realistic, but, maybe that happened. Maybe the deal fell through and, maybe he snapped. I'm just saying.
If the deal did fall through, then the deal breaker they would have to come out and explain how that didn't work out, and all of these. That's what I mean. There would be there would be some kind of paper trail that would, it would give credence to this possibility. And like I said, I gave Michael Rupert as an example before. I mean, there's a lot of evidence that I've seen from people close to him that would suggest that he probably did kill himself. And, I mean, Michael Rupert was clearly an unhappy person, and
he made it clear, right?
So therefore, I'm what I'm saying, I don't see any evidence of the type that I recall with Michael Rupert in this instance of this individual. I don't see that. I don't see anybody coming forward expressing that kind of point. If I see more of that come out, then I'll be less skeptical, is what I'm getting at. I'm highly skeptical of this because I don't see anybody coming out saying that or pointing out evidence of that. All I see is everyone saying, oh, he was a crazy gunman, that, he was a vet, so he's going to kill his family. That's all I see the media projecting. I don't see them putting people out there who knew him personally, who could vouch that, yeah, he was an unhappy person and things didn't work out with the deal like you're saying.
Well, it's a piece of propaganda to hide the truth. Let's not forget Andrew Breitbart and Michael Hastings, who both had odd deaths recently. It just almost seems like slowly but surely it's like a systematic possible purge, but I'm not going to say you should put any eggs in that.
This is almost becoming like the Clinton era all over again. I'm sure you remember all the people who conveniently killed themselves around Clinton, who generally had, damning information about the administration. I mean, people, shoot themselves twice in the head, their bodies thrown on
Cooper.
Railroad tracks, cars blowing up, suicides everywhere. It's almost like this administration is almost reminiscent of the Clinton era administration, and it kind of makes sense in a way since there's so many Clinton era people involved with it. It has to raise questions. I mean, like I said, Mike, I have to be highly skeptical of this entire, murder-suicide case, at least until somebody comes forward and can confirm that, yeah, the man was depressed, he wanted to do this. I need some kind of assurance in that regard that was feasible.
You might forget that because the idea that he could have been there that long with no one knowing is crazy to me. No parents, no family, no school, no nothing, no one. Like, that's insane to me. Like, I had people contact me and say, if my kid, didn't go to their friend's house for 2 or 3 days, there'd be like the whole neighborhood of kids knocking at the door, like, wondering where the hell the kid's at. So, that's weird. Like,
but he did travel a lot. He was traveling a lot.
Let's talk about this. He recently went to Hollywood.
Yep.
And he just talked to what else? Movie execs about what? Pitching the gray state for millions of dollars.
And Gray State did get pitched, and from inside sources, it sounded like it was incredibly successful. I'm not going to put words in anyone's mouth, but that's the impression that was left with me.
That's rumor anyway.
Yes.
I mean,
it just seems like there was too much positive to the point where this could crash down like this, and unless it was intentionally assisted.
And they were throwing around big names too with this whole deal,
They were throwing around big names, but what if it fell apart? And, he couldn't handle it, or I'm just speculating.
There have to be other business partners involved with that would be aware of this. And if those people indeed exist, if those people exist and they do listen to the show, they need to come forward and express that point. Because at this point, that secret should come out because that doesn't matter anymore.
No, you're right.
Is
the
dead.
People involved do listen. You're right. No, the people that worked with David, they listen to the show. They know who they are. And they know that they haven't talked to him for a while. That's the truth.
I mean, I as you know, Mike, I sometimes don't get to call your show for a long time or get to talk to you. I get busy, and we all get busy. We don't get to talk to each other all the time. And that does happen. I mean, I'm sure David was running around trying, like you said, he went to Hollywood to try to, pitch the film. I'm sure some of his film people were probably busy too. I mean, they all have, private lives. But, I don't know. I just look at this case and none of it makes sense to me. I haven't heard anyone confirm around his life personally and that spends time with him and his family come out and say he felt this way, he had to do this. I just don't see evidence of that. And I'd like for somebody to come out if they have that, evidence to bring that forth because I'll be at least a little bit more assured that was a possibility. I'm skeptical for a reason. I'm not just skeptical because I want to badmouth the government. If the government had nothing to do with this, the guy killed himself, then the guy killed himself. There's nothing I can do.
Right.
It makes sense, but I don't see evidence that makes sense of that.
I'm worried that what's already happening, we can't stop, which is the idea he may have not even done this, and it's going to go out and make it look real bad. It's going to tarnish the image. You know, he talked about real controversial information, and it causes people to, you know, discredit that. You know, what if he didn't do this, and now everybody just kind of throws him under the bus? So it's like, it's really difficult. Why are there details being withheld? You know, usually when people are murdered, like the Sikh temple, you knew within hours that, oh, there was a guy and he had a gun and da 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 da, and there was press conferences.
More than one person, possibly, you know.
Well, and the idea is, you know, there's not much detail here, and they're like, oh, we're gonna give it to the medical examiner and we'll find out in 8 days, and it's like, well, great, like, now what? You know, if there was any like actual wrongdoing there, it's over, it's long gone. And what I have to think is, if this wasn't a family incident, which I highly suspect it was, like 95% sure that this was a family incident, but the other 5% of me is still there. My conspiracy theory side thinks that maybe he went out to LA and met with the wrong person. They, you know, wanted to get rid of him because he talked about controversial things. And I'm not saying the government, because the things that were going to be featured in the movie were controversial. You know, they weren't necessarily
controversial about corporations as well as government entities, correct?
Yep.
There was lots.
So there's any number of factors that could have had done him in if he was done in by some, you know, shadowy entity.
Well, I mean, the whole movie is basically a map of what's happening now into the future, and that's what's so scary. Is it's going to awake a lot of individuals up, because these are real issues and these are real situations that the general population feels very strongly about. You know, irregardless of what kind of establishment and organized goons get in, the general populace differs from most of the politicians. Look at Congress's 7% approval rating, just to show that we can vote in a bunch of people we don't want, however that happens. You know, I mean, look at the corporation power there to be able to lobby and do these kinds of things.
Also, secret societies, you know, the idea that there's these
triangle,
behind the scenes. Well, it is kind of behind the back, where, you know, people aren't, you know, necessarily in the main view of the public, and they're really, you know, calling the shots. And the idea that if there were some type of insurrection, an American revolution, so to speak, those entities who we see these days, we say the Freemasons, Illuminati, elite, whatever, those are the entities who take control in a situation as that. That's why we see the MREPs. That's why we keep talking about this, because there was a lot of truth to the gray state. So whether or not, you know, David did this or his wife, they're gone, and this movie is gone, guys. This is over. The movie, you know, this was David's vision. And I can't make this movie. You know, no one else can give the life that Gray State had to this movie other than David Crowley. And now he is no longer a threat. And, you know, like Gabe was saying earlier, he was a vet. He had credibility. The way he was envisioning making this movie, the A-list actors that they had planned to sign on to this was a big deal. And, you know, I could see him getting, you know, very upset if it didn't work out. I just would have to say that, you know, for the people listening, if there are people depressed out there, whatnot, there's other people out there. We all have problems. The world is very frustrating. We talk about a lot of the negative things here, and I wish we didn't have to do that, but we showcase those things and we try to, you know, break them down and understand them instead of being frustrated. But, you know, we like to have a good time here, but these issues are very, very serious. And, you know, we can't let them, you know, consume our lives to the point of doing some violent extreme act, because that's exactly what this system wants. They're gearing up for people to do things like this. And I'm not saying that I know what happened, but I know that the system is planning for individuals to do stuff like this. So, you know, this is what they're planning for.
Mike, I'm amazed at how watered down the media has presented this, though. They could really run with this about this anti-government kook who killed his family and kids, who made, you know, they think of what direction they could go with this. And
think they want that trailer to become common knowledge too. I mean, they've already had 1 million views just about for that trailer. Anybody can go search
And
it
that jumped
on
a ton
the
recently.
concept trailer. So this just goes to show you, quite frankly, it could come down to a point where even if this film is never made, maybe somebody could tackle on the project of making a film about the person who has killed his family.
Much better idea.
Or
Gabe.
the
Much better.
film that never got made because of his life's ending.
Well,
And
it sounds almost like a movie in itself worth being made.
Absolutely, I agree. And, I'd hope that, David didn't do this. As his friend, I hope that he did not do this. I really hope so. And let's hope that when we hear the facts, that he didn't do it. But you know what? It doesn't look good, and, we got to hear the facts. That's all I'm saying.
As you know, Mike, I try to be as realistic and as, logical as I can possibly be when it comes to the, I'm trying to be grounded here about all of the quote-unquote conspiracy-oriented sounding stuff. I try to bring the most logical sounding thing I can imagine. Well, when I look at this case, like I've been saying, I just don't see a great deal of evidence that suggests that he was the kind of person that wanted to go this way. So until I see that, like I did with the Michael Rupert case, which, a lot of people think he was murdered, I don't necessarily think he was murdered because I saw enough evidence that suggested to me from people surrounding him and Michael's own tone that he probably did kill himself, and I accept that. He probably killed himself. Now, in this case, I don't see a lot of the same overlapping evidence that would suggest that, and until I do, I'm going to hold a very skeptical view that he was involved with a murder-suicide pact to kill his family. I mean, there's no suicide note. It's just, what do you go out on a rant, out on the limb and just say, hey, I'm going to grab a gun and just kill you all? It just doesn't seem like a feasible, logical thing for somebody to do who wants to kill themselves.
And maybe, we didn't know the real David Crowley. Maybe we didn't know.
Somebody knew the real David Crowley, and that somebody needs to come out and explain to the world what they knew. Because I'll tell you, Mike, we all have secrets. The whole world has secrets. But there's at least one person who knows those secrets, and that one person, they can verify whether somebody had the intent to do something of this sort, and they can testify to that fact.
I think you're right.
You got to work with the facts, and you're absolutely right, Gabe. I think
until somebody comes out and says something, I'm going to hold a skeptical view. But again, if somebody can prove beyond reasonable doubt to me that this man, David Crowley, is capable of these, characteristics, I'm willing to accept that fact, that maybe the man really did feel that way enough to do that to his family, which I feel very unfortunate.
We're running out of time. I appreciate you hanging out with us and talking about this terrible incident on Blue Monday. We're gonna follow this and find out what really happened. Gabe Brown, you're always welcome. Anytime, call us back, man.
God bless, man.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, son.
Take it easy. There goes Gabe Brown. Gabe brings really concise, thought out points, and he really makes a lot of great points that make you think, because I don't want to jump on that conspiracy boat because I know this guy.
It's not MK Ultra, Mike. It has to be MK Ultra mind control.
I don't know. I know this guy, and I see the animal side of people. It's something about spirituality, and you can sense it. You see in their eyes, and you can see when people have the potential to snap. And he was in the military. He was trained to kill. That's something.
Who knows what kind of military programs he was involved with either.
But we didn't even touch on that, whether he was in intelligence and the other people he was involved with, and we really don't know.
It could have been somebody from his past. Never know.
There's a lot of what ifs, but the point is his family's gone now. There is going to be no movie
that we know of, but I think
release The Rise uncut so people can see it. We know how to get that. And, just stay tuned, guys. Phoenix Rising Radio is coming up next. Truth Frequency is an awesome home for us. We've been having a great time here. We're going to be live all week, hanging out, 8 p.m. Central. TheRundownLive.com is the website. It has a bunch of awesome articles Kristan, anything else before we're
Yeah,
out
if
of
you
here?
guys know anything about this, feel free to reach out to Mike and I. Show tips at therundownlive.com, guys. Don't forget to download the app. It's free. Send us your images, art, and any news that you think we should be covering. Show tips at therundownlive.com. Thanks again for tuning in. Denver 90.7 FM, Milwaukee. You guys stay classy. And check out the Gray State trailer. And who knows, maybe I think the movie should be released, Mike, because that would say that they can't win, that they cannot bully this. Or
Who's going to make it? It's David's vision. You know,
it's
is.
Like,
Truth Free. RundownLive.com.
Green Bay Packers lost. Oh,
crappy game. Oh my. Well, it was an excellent game, but
Aaron Rodgers had the worst game he has played in the last 3 years on that game, by the way. He threw 2 interceptions. He hasn't done that since like 2011 or something.
Yeah,
one game.
What a ridiculous bunch of crap. But you know what? I'm over it. You know, I don't feel.
Why don't you go for it on 4th and 1? And then again on 4th and 2, you could have been up 21-0, Mike. It was ridiculous. It was heartbreaking. It was gut-wrenching. There's no way we should have lost the entire game in the last 4 minutes.
Here was so nervous. It was crazy, man.
That reminds me of the Elway Montana game where they scored, what was it, 9 touchdowns in under 5 minutes? It was something ridiculous like that.
I can't even believe it. You know, it was ridiculous. But that being said, oh well. You know what I mean?
I know. I'm sad. The Seahawks shouldn't be there. Pats should be.
Game. Like, I'm not even upset.
Now
like,
we know how Dallas feels.
I personally wouldn't even have gone there. I have chosen to move on.
I know. I just wanted to say, Boss Dix needs to go play for the Bears.
It's just a game, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Our team lost, big deal, whatever. There's always bigger problem.
I bet you weren't saying that yesterday. I wanted to hear.
No. I'm a huge football fan. Don't get me wrong. I understand the game. I love the game, but at the end of the day, it's just the game. And I'm a grown ass man. And if my yellow and green team doesn't win, I'm not gonna beat my wife.
Yeah, it's not gonna ruin your day.
Right, and I saw people out mad at the gas station, like a skirt, like it's at 2 a.m. Drunk as hell because they're mad about the Packer game. You know.
Well, you go for it on 4th and 1 and 4th and 2.
Take away from this the point, which is people getting mad about a Packer game. Think about what happens in people's lives and how they manage their anger. And, this is really what we get into, managing your humanity, managing yourself, being self-accountable, these things that we've been preaching on the Rundown Live. I mean, how could this be when you're, actually holding yourself accountable and not committing violence against others? And
violence doesn't solve anything, guys. That's why non-aggression principle is the most important unless you're protecting your life. You have the right to defend yourself. So,
well, it's good that at least there are now police radars that can see inside your house. But maybe we
talked about this. Remember the glasses, that the X-ray glasses the cops are getting, so they can just kind of check out you and your wife going at it and stuff like that.
Proud of you guys. RundownLive.com. We're back tomorrow,
Tuesday.
Mike P. Kristan H. The Rundown, Monday through Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Check out therundownlive.com. The Rundown, Monday through Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Check out therundownlive.com.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. This is going to be a very special episode here, as we approach 50 years since John F. Kennedy was murdered as a result of a conspiracy involving more people than just Lee Harvey Oswald and a few crazy gunmen. We have to talk about the cover-up too, because the cover-up to this crime is a big part of the overall conspiracy, the real conspiracy. There are conspiracy theories. One of the conspiracy theories is that Lee Harvey Oswald killed John F. Kennedy. 50 years later, I think many people understand that that conspiracy theory cannot be proven, has never been proven, and will never be proven. Partially because they killed their patsy, Lee Oswald, but partially because they helped cover up facts about JFK's assassination. Military intelligence. How intelligent could it be? Richard Nagel is a very important figure in the JFK mystery. Richard Case Nagel was alleged to be a double agent or a triple agent, however you want to look at it. In his own words, he believed that he was betrayed by his government. He believed that there was a conspiracy to kill John F. Kennedy, and he believed that he became a target himself because Richard Case Nagel was supposed to kill Harvey Lee Oswald before Oswald killed John F. Kennedy. Why didn't Richard Nagel kill Harvey Lee Oswald? There's a reason. He knows those reasons. Richard Nagel believed that the government betrayed him. He was not even sure who he was working for by the time that he walked into an El Paso, Texas bank, a federally insured bank, with a loaded firearm, raised the firearm into the ceiling, fired 2 shots into the ceiling of the bank, walked out of the bank, got into his car, where he was apprehended by a local police officer. Author and researcher Dick Russell wrote the definitive book on the assassination of John F. Kennedy, The Man Who Knew Too Much. In large part, Russell wrote in the preface of the book, this book is the story of a former military intelligence officer and CIA contract agent named Richard Case Nagel. Richard Case Nagel was a CIA/KGB operative who believed he was working for the good guys in order to stop an assassination plot against John F. Kennedy. In the book, The Man Who Knew Too Much, Nagel tells Dick Russell he warned the FBI about a plot to kill the president in September of 1963. Nagel added that there would be enough details to warrant the arrest of the eventual accused assassin Lee Harvey Oswald, as well as others. Nagel became a CIA operative whose mission was to infiltrate the Soviet intelligence community. Working as a double agent, Nagel was allegedly ordered by the KGB to assassinate Oswald before Oswald could murder President Kennedy. The Man Who Knew Too Much leads us closer to the truth about who murdered President Kennedy, how the assassination was planned in the shadows, and why Oswald was blamed as the lone gunman. Richard Nagel walked into a bank in El Paso, Texas on September 20th, 1963, after many attempts to warn authorities about a plot to assassinate President Kennedy. He aimed a Colt .45 pistol towards the bank ceiling and fired 2 shots. He calmly put the gun away and walked out of the bank into his car nearby. He is arrested by Officer Jim Budred and charged with robbing the State National Bank. Being a federally insured bank, Nagel was handed over to the FBI. Nagel was quoted as saying to the FBI agent, "I would rather be arrested than commit murder and treason." Murder and treason. Interesting. Nagel was found with a notebook that had the address and phone number for the Cuban embassy in Mexico City, as well as a newsletter from the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. As we know, Oswald was handing out many leaflets very publicly for the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Oswald had been in contact with the Cuban embassy and was seen passing out pamphlets for the Fair Play for Cuba committee. Nagel was trailing Oswald. After being arrested in El Paso on September 20th, 1963, authorities also found a military ID card on Richard Nagel, but the card belonged to Oswald. So the question was, why was Nagel carrying Lee Harvey Oswald's uniform service identification card? Now this is different than the identification Oswald is found with after the assassination of President Kennedy. Nagel's card has the same card number 4271617 as the one Dallas police seized from Oswald, but the photograph and signature of Nagel's card were different. A photograph of this can be seen in The Man Who Knew Too Much, because many people have seen Oswald's Department of Defense, Department of Defense ID card, and Nagel was found with an ID card that had the same number, but looks a little different. And the picture is very grainy, so I haven't really found the best picture of that yet. We need a good copy of that. Officer Bundred didn't believe Nagel intended to rob the bank that day. During one of Nagel's preliminary hearings, Bundred was sitting next to the alleged bank robber, and he asked Nagel, "You really didn't want to rob that bank, did you?" The officer felt like the incident was some type of diversionary tactic. Nagel told the officer he was glad to be going to prison because, quote, "I really don't want to be in Dallas." The officer responded, "What do you mean by that?" "You'll see soon enough," is what Nagel told him. Jim Bundred later told Dick Russell, "Oswald's name came up. I can't tell you whether Oswald was mentioned before or after the assassination. I remember Nagel saying something to me about that." In The Man Who Knew Too Much, Bundred recounted what happened next. "A few days later, after Lee Harvey Oswald was killed, what Nagel said came back to me. I thought, this had to be what he was talking about. How the hell would he have previous knowledge of it? How would he know what was coming down in Dallas? I talked to an FBI agent here about it, but a lot of this was just QT, not at liberty to discuss it. I was just a young cop. There was nothing I could do. I just feel Richard Nagel knew a lot more about the assassination than he let on, or that the government let on. It's bothered me ever since." Nagel insisted that the pistol used in the El Paso bank was not his, but the FBI knows who it belongs to. Nagel was eventually found guilty of entering a federally insured bank with intent to rob. Before being convicted, it's possible Nagel met Lee Harvey Oswald in the late 1950s when both were stationed in the Far East. Working for military intelligence in 1958, Richard Nagel was loaned to another intelligence agency, according to what Nagel told Dick Russell. The other agency gave Nagel assignments in Japan, Hong Kong, Korea, and Formosa. Russell writes, "This was precisely the period when Oswald had been stationed in the Far East." The CIA then tasked Nagel with monitoring Oswald's activity after Oswald left the USSR in 1962. It's believed that Nagel had an audio tape of a conversation with Oswald and several conspirators, and he may have had a photo of himself and Oswald in New Orleans. So it's alleged that Nagel died in 1996, and that a lot of the truth might have died with him. The Man Who Knew Too Much. This is a great book. Eric Galoob recommended this book to me. It is a fascinating read. I had to read it a few times to try to piece all the different things that tied in Richard Nagel and how he was involved in this major plot to kill John F. Kennedy. We know that there were several plots. He talks about several plots to kill John F. Kennedy. There was at least 3. It is one of those testimonies that has stood the test of time. Because Richard Nagel was so public and did these things before the assassination happened and actually took some steps to try to stop the assassination of John F. Kennedy, it gives a little more credibility to what he's saying and what he's not saying. It's possible that Richard Nagel was still holding back in what he told Dick Russell. If you read the book, you will definitely see that. The things to focus on with Richard Nagel are not just the allegations that he makes, but the things that he did to try to warn people about what was coming in Dallas. He specifically mentions Dallas. He knows something is going to happen in Dallas. Richard Nagel was working for U.S. military intelligence, working undercover as a KGB officer. probably felt at some point he was burned either by the CIA or the KGB, and he felt like his only hope was the FBI. And you can see that as the reason why he walks into that bank. I believe everyone who wants to know about JFK should read this book. Give it a chance. The government has their theory, and it's 50 years since JFK was murdered, and they're going to be out in Dallas trying to sell their theory 50 years later. And they'll be doing this 50 years from now, 100 years from now, unless we get the truth out. Unless we let people know that JFK was murdered as a result of a conspiracy. People within the government covered that conspiracy up. People within the government and outside of our government were most likely involved in the conspiracy and now are desperately trying to keep their conspiracy theory alive. But it's dead because it's not true. It has no roots. It has no value. All it has is a nice hollow shell. That's it. There's nothing inside of it. People like the hollow shell because then you don't really have to focus on what's inside. It's easier to think that JFK was killed by one person than to think that he was killed by people within our own government. It's a serious accusation, and we say it because the evidence is there. The evidence of the cover-up is there. There is no good reason to cover up somebody killing your president. None. Because if they can do it with one person, if they can do it with the commander-in-chief, they can do it with anybody. And they will. And they have. And they continue to. Look at all of the murders. Look at all of the assassinations after John F. Kennedy. Up until the early 70s, maybe. Maybe even later. There was a war going on. Those who did not fall in line with their agenda were taken out systematically. We know that without Jim Garrison's trial of Clay Shaw, we would never have the Zapruder film. It would have been locked up and it would have been gone. Like Kennedy's brain, it would have mysteriously vanished. Like the evidence. There's a reason why everybody was running to the grassy knoll. There's a reason why there was a nightmare on Elm Street. Kennedy's motorcade was not supposed to go down Elm Street. It was supposed to continue on down Main Street. It was never supposed to go down Elm Street. Who changed the parade route? Who knew that the parade route was going to be changed? How would Lee Harvey Oswald know that the parade route was changed? He wouldn't. And of course, the grassy knoll will always be the biggest question. Officers, citizens, everyone was running towards the grassy knoll. Behind the grassy knoll, there were train tracks. There was a railroad depot. There were people that saw hobos being taken off of the trains, almost escorted into the police station, and then quietly let go. George Bush Sr. doesn't know where he was that day. There could have been a lot of people in Dallas that day, including Richard Nixon. This was a turkey shoot, and many people know. You don't think Kevin Costner got some backlash from playing Jim Garrison in Oliver Stone's JFK? I'm sure there was a huge backlash for anyone in there. And look at the people that are in that movie. And look at what they're doing now. I'm surprised Charlie Sheen wasn't in that movie. He might be the only one missing. John Candy's in that movie. Sad to say, he's passed on now. Both of the guys from The Grumpy Old Men are in that movie. Come on. These people know. And they're waiting. They're waiting for us to awaken, to arise. And we will. I'm not going to live in a country, in a place where my children believe that JFK was killed by a lone gunman. I don't want to live in a country, in a world, where my children will be forced to believe that 9/11 was carried out solely by Osama bin Laden and 19 hijackers. I don't want my children to grow up thinking that it's normal for a plane to hit a building, a 100-story building, and fall in less than 60 minutes. And fall, free fall speed in 10 seconds down to the ground. I don't want them to think that Building 7 collapsed in the same way as the Twin Towers did. due to structural fire damage. There were bombs going off in Building 7. There were explosions, explosives, whatever you want to call it. Something was happening in Building 7. Why? Was another plane supposed to hit Building 7? Flight 93? Who knows? There were a lot of planes missing on 911, and there were a lot of people missing when JFK was killed. The Secret Service was ordered to back off, and that's very clear in some of the videos that we've seen of a Secret Service agent shaking his hands, raising his hands, and asking why he's being told not to ride in the back of the Kennedy motorcade like he should have been. There's a reason why they have handles on the back of the Kennedy motorcade, because the Secret Service is supposed to be riding there. There was no reason to have the top down in Kennedy's motorcade either. You needed to get rid of the Secret Service agent behind Kennedy because that's where one of the shots was going to come from. It's possible one of the shots came from the school book depository, but it's highly unlikely that the shooter was Lee Harvey Oswald. And even if the shooter was Lee Harvey Oswald, the kill shot itself did not come from the school book depository. The kill shot came from in front of Kennedy. That's very clear. Richard Case Nagel tried to warn everybody. He tried to let people know what was happening, what was coming. And it was coming. There were gunmen on the ground, but there were conspirators in a pyramid, in a circle, not locked in some room. This was a huge conspiracy. This was a declaration of war against this country, against the Republic, against freedom, and against all free people. We did not hear the sound of war because we were not told what really happened. Same thing happened on 911. Same thing happened with the Federal Reserve Board. All the same. They lied. Some lied because they were lied to. But let's look at the father of that lie and how deep that goes and how far back this goes. Who could really pull off 911? Who could pull off the JFK assassination? It couldn't be one person. It had to be many, many people. It had to be planned, orchestrated, with the cover-up in place. Everything was in place. They trained for this. They practiced this. They saw Kennedy coming before many other people did. Probably because they wanted him to come. Probably because he was a part of some of those social structures. It's not that because they killed him, he was a good person. It's not that because they killed him, he must have been real. It happened, and the ones who made it happen have to live with that, and they have had to live with that for their whole life. And they know that if this shadow force can kill the president of a country, of the winners of World War I and World War II, then this shadow group is a huge threat. How deep does the conspiracy go? It all depends on what you think is true. As a follower of Jesus Christ, obviously, it's easy for me to see where the conspiracy came from, to see the root of all evil, the father of all lies. That is the one who pulled off this murder. He's pulled off many other things, but it's not because he has power. It is because we have choices. We have free will. Nobody forced anyone to kill John F. Kennedy. That was an act of free will. Maybe there were circumstances why they did it. Maybe they felt pressured or whatever. Regardless of the circumstances as to why they did it, and they have to live with that. And they have to realize who they are serving. When someone dies because you made them die, you have to live with that for the rest of your life, whether it's justified or not. Maybe it's the second biggest sin, because obviously the biggest sin as a follower of Christ would be to not be a follower of Christ. And yes, there are many who say that they are and are not. But God knows who they are. And if we trust Him, and if we have faith in Him, and if we have open eyes, we will see. He will show us who is good and who is bad. Just kind of wrapping this whole thing up here. We know Devil is real. We know God is real. Let me tell you, God is real. And if you don't believe God is real, that's your own choice. Don't ever try to tell me God is not real. So, with Richard Case Nagel, this man who knew too much, obviously, he knew a lot. And what we know about him has only just begun. So thank you. We're going to continue this fight. It's 50 years. They murdered our president. We're not going to let that go. I'm sorry. But what we are going to do is continue to fight for truth. I will continue to fight for you. This is for our children. This is what we do. No surrender, no regrets. Sacrifices will be made, but our Lord and Savior made the ultimate sacrifice for us. And the ultimate sacrifice was that He died on the cross for our sins. We have nothing to fear. We've already won. All we have to do is just keep going. All we have to do is love. Spread truth. Spread the word of God. Be kind to your neighbor. Love people as much as you can. And never, ever give up. Never give in. We sin, but we remember that we are sinners. And that's what sinners do. Knowing that we sinned helps us to learn from that sin, so we don't make the same mistake twice. It's very important. And even if you do, never give up. God never gives up. Never gives up on us. We can never give up on ourselves. This is Mind, Body, Soul Radio. Thank you.
they could pull off 911, what else could they do?
If it looks like a controlled demolition, then
it just might be
a controlled demolition.
That's it.
Because in a situation where, did you ever see in World War II planes hitting buildings and things and they just fell straight down? No.
That's never happened.
I don't think it ever has. How did it happen now? And of all events in all time of history, has it ever happened?
Yeah,
I don't think there has been once. So that's an astronomical odds of that to really happen as it was presented to us.
Well, I mean, I was a person who watched it happen and thought that, okay, that could possibly happen.
You really believed that at the time?
I did. I really did.
And they really had you down then.
Well, that was the whole thing, is that they really didn't, because I was already,
questioning.
I was already questioning things, and I had just seen JFK.
Now that helped kind of get your mind opened up a little
really
bit.
helped because then it
Because JFK was not killed by Oswald.
No,
he was not. He was not killed by Oswald.
Even if you think one of those shots came from him,
and there was no magic.
But even if you think that one shot came from him, it was not the kill shot. The kill shot definitely came from that
grassy knoll, and everybody was running to it because the shot came from there, and they knew it hit him in the right side of the forehead, and that's what killed the president. And I do believe that it was a government op that did it within the United States government, a CIA operative,
and
or a hireling of them.
That's why many people feel the same way about 911. We feel the exact same way.
And all of these things will be brought to light and will be adjudicated in due order.
They will, and it might not even be in our lifetime.
Oh no, it won't be in our lifetime, but it will occur.
Be in your children's lifetime. But one day, sometime, somewhere, people will know. People see this at different times. It took me at least 3 years, 4 years, from 911 to really say, okay, there's something wrong here. But it didn't take much. It really only took somebody passing me a DVD. I watched that DVD, and I started having more questions.
Clicked on.
When I watched JFK, I had many more questions. I just, this was back in this was early 90s.
The Zapruder film makes it so clear, you go, oh, that's not anything like this.
Yeah, so, really, to really think that, well, if they could pull off JFK, they could pull off 911. It's not a far stretch.
It is not hard to do, actually, if you do everything in the right way and the media is in support or in some way helping. Not all of them were, of course.
This was a big op. I mean, you have to have everybody in line. You had to get a lot of people on a lot of boats to run down the same pattern. A lot of people did. They ran with it. But I don't know if they ran with it because they were tricked.
No, I think it was like they just knew how to manipulate the information.
And maybe it's different for every person.
It wasn't that everybody was part of it. It's just how you present it.
Sure. And maybe, those people can wake up now and say, well, you know what? I want to change. I want to do something. I want to redeem myself. There's always time. And that's the whole thing about truth is you can only keep that lie going for so long, and truth shines.
Truth will only stand. A lie always crumbles and falls, no matter how well it's handled. And that's the poor thing for those who try to manipulate and form a lie, is that they always are destroyed when it collapses.
Right.
Either in the beginning. Now, you would think that those who did the Kennedy affair got away with it. They think, whoa, look at this, it's been over 50 years, man. What's going on? It's 50th anniversary. They didn't bring anybody that had truly been part of that to trial or bring light to it.
Clay Shaw definitely at some point was involved in some things. It's not a stretch to put Clay Shaw on trial. Had Jim Garrison not put Clay Shaw or Clay Bertrand on trial, we would not have the Zapruder film now. We probably wouldn't have as many facts as we do. That's why, for me, it's very important to get a similar type of court case. It would be a lot tougher today.
But you got to remember, they say follow the money. But in this case, as Bruceman says, it says follow the blood. Watch the blood flow after an event like this.
Well,
the girl who had taken pictures of certain things, she died.
So did Barry Jennings, who was in Building 7.
And there are people like me and others who know all the pieces and go,
I really don't think anybody knows all of the pieces. I think
you're absolutely right.
I think many people are onto a lot of good leads, and there are a lot of great leads in this. But when you examine 911 like you're examining JFK, then you really start to see, okay, you know, where do things stand? And you have to remember, a lot of people are going to try to mislead us and get us to, you know, just basically give up and say, oh, this is all crazy. I can't figure out, so I'm just going to not do this. It's not about figuring it out. It's not about getting to the bottom of this.
That's true.
It is about exposing the fact that this was a false flag. These are clear false flags. And if we don't say something, say anything, if we don't oppose this in any fashion, in any form, they are going to keep doing this. If we stand here and say, yeah, they did this, it might make them think twice. If 2 billion people stand here and say, we know that 911 was at some level an inside job, that is going to stop a lot of people from trying to pull off another 911. And
well,
they will.
You know, it would encourage them because there's always some glad hand in there. And I've been in the military.
Sure.
They said, oh, they think we can't do it again?
We'll
do it again.
Right. But they're going to.
Absolutely. This isn't the last time we're going to see an operation of this scale.
The whole Boston bombing.
Looky be right.
Governor Stevenson, Senator Johnson, Mr. Butler, Senator Symington, Senator Humphrey, Speaker Rayburn, fellow Democrats, I want to express my thanks to Governor Stevenson for his generous and heartwarming introduction. It was my great honor to place his name in nomination at the 1956 Democratic Convention. And I am delighted to have his support and his counsel and his advice in the coming months ahead. Let me say first that I accept the nomination of the Democratic Party. I accept it without reservation and with only one obligation, the obligation to devote every effort of my mind and spirit to lead our party back to victory and our nation to greatness. I am grateful too that you have provided us with such a strong platform to stand on and to run on. Pledges which are made so eloquently are made to be kept. The rights of man, the civil and economic rights essential to the human dignity of all men, are indeed our goal and are indeed our first principle. This is a platform on which I can run with enthusiasm and with conviction. And I am grateful, finally, that I can rely in the coming months on many others, on a distinguished running mate who brings unity and strength to our platform and our ticket, Lyndon Johnson. On one of the most articulate spokesmen of modern times, Adlai Stevenson. On a great fighter for our needs as a nation and a people, Stuart Symington. On my traveling companion in Wisconsin and West Virginia, Senator Hubert Humphrey. on Paul Butler, our devoted and courageous chairman, and on that fighting campaigner whose support I now welcome, President Harry Truman. I feel a lot safer with all of them on my side. And I'm proud of the contrast with our Republican competitors, for their ranks are so thin that not one challenger has dared to put his head up in the last 12 months. I am fully aware of the fact that the Democratic Party, by nominating someone of my faith, has taken on what many regard as a new and hazardous risk, new at least since 1928. The Democratic Party has once again placed its confidence in the American people and in their ability to render a free and fair judgment, and in my ability to render a free and fair judgment. To uphold the Constitution and my oath of office, to reject any kind of religious pressure or obligation that might directly or indirectly interfere with my conduct of the presidency in the national interest. My record of 14 years in supporting public education, supporting complete separation of church and state, and resisting pressure from sources of any kind should be clear by now to everyone. I hope that no American, considering the really critical issues facing this country, will waste his franchise and throw away his vote by voting either for me or against me because of my religious affiliation. It is not relevant. I am telling you what you are entitled to know as I come before you seeking your support for the most powerful office in the free world. I am saying to you that my decisions on every public policy will be my own, as an American, as a Democrat, and as a free man. I mention all of this only because this country faces so many serious challenges, so many great opportunities, so many burdensome responsibilities, that I hope that it is to those great matters that we can address ourselves in the coming months. And if this statement of mine makes it easier to concentrate on our nation's problems, then I'm glad that I have made it. Under any circumstances, the victory we seek in November will not be easy. We know that in our hearts. We know that our opponents will invoke the name of Abraham Lincoln on behalf of their candidate, despite the fact that his political career has often seemed to show charity towards none and malice for all. We know it will not be easy to campaign against a man who has spoken and voted on every side of every issue. Mr. Nixon may feel that it's his turn now, after the New Deal and the Fair Deal. But before he deals, someone's going to cut the cards. That someone may be the millions of Americans who voted for President Eisenhower, but would balk at electing his successor. For just as historians tell us that Richard I was not fit to fill the shoes of the bold Henry II, and that Richard Cromwell was not fit to wear the mantle of his uncle, they might add in future years that Richard Nixon did not measure up to the footsteps of Dwight D. Eisenhower. Perhaps he could carry on the party policies, the policies of Nixon and Benson and Dirksen and Goldwater, but this nation cannot afford such a luxury. Perhaps we could afford a Coolidge following Harding, and perhaps we could afford a Pierce following Fillmore, but after Buchanan, this nation needed Lincoln. After Taft, we needed Wilson, and after Hoover, we needed Franklin Roosevelt. But we're not merely running against Mr. Nixon. Our task is not merely one of itemizing Republican failures, nor is that wholly necessary. For the families forced from the farm do not need us to tell them of their plight. The unemployed miners and textile workers know that the decision is before them in November. The old people without medical care, the families without a decent home, the parents of children without a decent school, they all know that it's time for a change. We are not here to curse the darkness. We are here to light a candle. As Winston Churchill said on taking office some 20 years ago, if we open a quarrel between the present and the past, we shall be in danger of losing the future. Today, our concern must be with that future. For the world is changing, the old era is ending, the old ways will not do. Abroad, the balance of power is shifting. New and more terrible weapons are coming into use. 1/3 of the world may be free, but 1/3 is the victim of a cruel repression, and the other third is rocked by poverty and hunger and disease. Communist influence has penetrated into Asia. It stands in the Middle East and now festers some 90 miles off the coast of Florida. Friends have slipped into neutrality, and neutrals have slipped into hostility. As our keynoter reminded us, the president who began his career by going to Korea ends it by staying away from Japan. The world has been close to war before, but now man, who survived all previous threats to his existence, has taken into his mortal hands the power to exterminate his species 7 times over. Here at home, the future is equally revolutionary. The New Deal and the Fair Deal were bold measures for their generations, but now this is a new generation. A technological output and explosion on the farm has led to an output explosion. An urban population revolution has overcrowded our schools and cluttered our cities and crowded our slums. A peaceful revolution for human rights, demanding an end to racial discrimination in all parts of our community life, has strained at the leashes imposed by a timid executive leadership. It is time, in short, for a new generation of leadership. All over the world, particularly in the newer nations, young men are coming to power. Men who are not bound by the traditions of the past. Men who are not blinded by the old fears and hates and rivalries. Young men who can cast off the old slogans and the old delusions. The Republican nominee, of course, is a young man, but his approach is as old as McKinley. His party is the party of the past, the party of memory. His speeches are generalities from Poor Richard's Almanac. Their platform made up of old leftover Democratic planks, has the courage of our old convictions. Their pledge is to the status quo, and today there is no status quo. For I stand here tonight, facing west, on what was once the last frontier. From the lands that stretch 3,000 miles behind us, the pioneers gave up their safety, their comfort, and sometimes their lives to build our new West. They were not the captives of their own doubts, nor the prisoners of their own price tags. They were determined to make the new world strong and free, an example to the world, to overcome its hazards and its hardships, to conquer the enemies that threatened from within and out. Some would say that those struggles are all over, that all the horizons have been explored, that all the battles have been won, that there is no longer an American frontier. But I trust that no one in this assemblage would agree with that sentiment. For the problems are not all solved, and the battles are not all won. And we stand today on the edge of a new frontier, the frontier of the 1960s, the frontier of unknown opportunities and perils, the frontier of unfilled hopes and unfilled threats. Woodrow Wilson's New Freedom promised our nation a new political and economic framework. Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal promised security and succor to those in need. But the new frontier of which I speak is not a set of promises. It is a set of challenges. It sums up not what I intend to offer to the American people, but what I intend to ask of them. It appeals to their pride. It appeals to our pride, not our security. It holds out the promise of more sacrifice instead of more security. The new frontier is here, whether we seek it or not. Beyond that frontier are uncharted areas of science and space, unsolved problems of peace and war, unconquered province of ignorance and prejudice, unanswered questions of poverty and surplus. It would be easier to shrink from that new frontier, to look to the safe mediocrity of the past, to be lulled by good intentions and high rhetoric, and those who prefer that course should not vote for me or the Democratic Party. But I believe that the times require imagination and courage and perseverance. I'm asking each of you to be pioneers towards that new frontier. My call is to the young in heart, regardless of age, to the stout in spirit, regardless of party, to all who respond to the scriptural call, be strong and of good courage, be not afraid, neither be dismayed. For courage, not complacency, is our need today. Leadership, not salesmanship. And the only valid test of leadership is the ability to lead and lead vigorously. A tired nation, said David Lloyd George, is a Tory nation. And the United States today cannot afford to be either tired or Tory. There may be those who wish to hear more promises to this group or that, more harsh rhetoric about the men in the Kremlin as a substitute for policy, more assurances of a golden future where taxes are always low and the subsidies are always high. But my promises are in the platform that you have adopted. Our ends will not be won by rhetoric, and we can have faith in the future only if we have faith in ourselves. For the harsh facts of the matter are that we stand at this frontier at a turning point of history. We must prove all over again to a watching world, as we sit on a most conspicuous stage, whether this nation, conceived as it is, with its freedom of choice, its breadth of opportunity, its range of alternatives, can compete with a single-minded advance of the communist system. Can a nation organized and governed such as ours endure? That is the real question. Have we the nerve and the will? Can we carry through in an age where we will witness not only new breakthroughs in weapons of destruction, but also a race for mastery of the sky and the rain, the ocean and the tides, the far side of space, and the inside of men's minds? That is the question of the new frontier. That is the choice that our nation must make. A choice that lies not merely between two men or two parties, but between the public interest and private comfort, between national greatness and national decline, between the fresh air of progress and the stale, dank atmosphere of normalcy, between dedication or mediocrity. All mankind waits upon our decision. A whole world looks to see what we shall do, and we cannot fail that trust, and we cannot fail to try. It has been a long road from the first snowy day in New Hampshire many months ago to this crowded convention city. Now begins another long journey, taking me into your cities and homes across the United States. Give me your help and your hand and your voice. Recall with me the words of Isaiah, that they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary. As we face the coming great challenge, we too shall wait upon the Lord and ask that He renew our strength. Then shall we be equal to the test. Then we shall not be weary. Then we shall prevail.
Dr. Neba, Professor Hayes, Governor Stevenson, Mr. Meany, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I accept your nomination, and I am proud of it. I am proud to be the only candidate in 1960 with a nomination of two political parties, although I'm not certain how many tickets are now headed in how many states by Senator Goldwater. We had an interesting convention at Los Angeles, and we ended with a strong Democratic platform, which we called the Rights of Man. The Republican platform has also been presented. I do not know its title, but it has been referred to as the power of positive thinking. I do not regard the title of liberal as an honorary degree. I regard it as a license to preach the gospel of liberalism across this country. But I think you know why this title could be conferred on my candidacy. Just before you met, a weekly news magazine with wide circulation featured a section entitled Kennedy's Liberal Promises, and described me, and I quote, as the farthest out liberal Democrat around, unquote. While I am not certain of the beatnik definition of farthest out, I am certain that this was not intended as a compliment. And last week, as further proof of my credentials, a noted American clergyman was quoted as saying that our society may survive in the event of my election, but it certainly won't be what it was. I would like to think he was complimenting me, but I'm not sure he was. But a more serious challenge to my credentials, this time as a Democrat, was issued in Dallas, Texas. In his address to a large gathering of Texas Republicans, and there are no purer breed any place in the United States, Mr. Nixon complained that what he called the party of Schlesinger, Galbraith, and Bowles was not the party of Jefferson, Jackson, and Wilson. I do not agree. But I have no intention of issuing a similar challenge to my opponent's credentials. For I know full well that the party of Nixon, Dirksen, and Goldwater is the party of Hoover, Harding, Coolidge, McKinley, and the rest. The final proof is the old political adage that you can tell a friend by the enemies that he makes. And by this standard, you and I are the closest of friends. For Mr. Nixon and Mr. Dirksen and Mr. Mont and Mr. Goldwater don't like my liberal policies, I'm glad to say, any more than they do yours. They are fighting a rearguard action against the 20th century, and they fear that our time is coming and theirs is going. I do not mean to say that the fight is wholly between the Democratic and the Republican parties. Those of you who are here tonight are proof of the fact that some of the best friends that the Democrats have are not in the Democratic Party. I think in November that some of them may be in the Republican Party. But I hold out no hope at all for the vast and impressive number of Republicans who suddenly, just before election time, those who are running for office, suddenly begin to sound like true religion. 8 years ago on this occasion, Adlai Stevenson called this quadrennial outburst of affection, that pause in the Republican occupation, known as the liberal hour. And he added it should never be confused, and he was right, with any period when Congress is in session. What do our opponents mean when they apply to us the label liberal? If by liberal they mean, as they want people to believe, someone who is soft in his policies abroad, who is against local government, and who is unconcerned with the taxpayer's dollar, then the record of this party and its members demonstrate that we are not that kind of liberal. But if by a liberal they mean someone who looks ahead and not behind, someone who welcomes new ideas without rigid reactions, someone who cares about the welfare of the people, their health, their housing, their schools, their jobs, their civil rights and their civil liberties, someone who believes that we can break through the stalemate and suspicions that grip us in our policies abroad If that is what they mean by a liberal, then I'm proud to say that I'm a liberal. But first, I would like to say what I understand the word liberal to mean, and explain in the process why I consider myself to be a liberal, and what it means in the presidential election of 1960. In short, having set forth my views, I hope for all time 2 nights ago in Houston, on the proper relationship between church and state, I want to take this opportunity to set forth my views on the proper relationship between the state and the citizen. This is my political credo. I believe in human dignity as the source of national purpose, in human liberty as the source of national action, and the human heart as the source of national compassion, and in the human mind as the source of our invention and our ideas. It is, I believe, this faith in our fellow citizens, as individuals and as people, that lies at the heart of the liberal faith. For liberalism is not so much a party creed or a set of fixed platform promises as it is an attitude of mind and heart, a faith in man's ability through the experiences of his reason and judgment to increase for himself and his fellow men the amount of justice and freedom and brotherhood which all human life deserves. I believe also in the United States of America, in the promise that it contains and has contained throughout our history of producing a society so abundant and creative and so free and responsible that it can not only fulfill the aspirations of its citizens, but serve equally well as a beacon for all mankind. I do not believe in a superstate. I see no magic to tax dollars which are sent to Washington and then returned. I abhor the waste and incompetence of large-scale federal bureaucracies in this administration as well as in others. I do not favor state compulsion when voluntary individual effort can do the job and do it well. But I believe in a government which acts, which exercises its full powers and its full responsibilities. Government is an art and a precious obligation. And when it has a job to do, I believe it should do it. And this requires not only great ends, but that we propose concrete means of achieving them. Our responsibility is not discharged by an announcement of virtuous ends. Our responsibility is to achieve these objectives with social invention, with political skill, and executive vigor. I believe for these reasons that liberalism is our best and our only hope in the world today. For the liberal society is a free society, and it is at the same time, and for that reason, a strong society. Its strength is drawn from the will of free people committed to great ends and peacefully striving to meet them. Only liberalism, in short, can repair our national power, restore our national purpose, and liberate our national energies. And the only basic issue in the 1960 presidential campaign is whether our government will fall in a conservative rut and die there, or whether we will move ahead in the liberal spirit of daring, of breaking new ground, of doing in our generation what Woodrow Wilson and Franklin Roosevelt and Harry Truman and Adlai Stevenson did in their time of influence and responsibility. Our liberalism has its roots in our diverse origins. Most of us are descended from that segment of the American population which was once called an immigrant minority. Today, along with our children and grandchildren we do not feel minor. We feel proud of our origins, and we are not second to any group in our sense of national purpose. For many years, New York represented the new frontier to all those who came from the ends of the earth, defying new opportunity and new freedom. Generations of men and women who fled from the despotism of the czars, the horrors of the Nazis, the tyranny of hunger, who came here to the new frontier in the state of New York. These men and women, a living cross-section of American history, indeed a cross-section of the entire world's history of pain and hope, made of this city not only a new world of opportunity, but a new world of the spirit as well. Tonight we salute Governor and Senator Herbert Lehman as a symbol of that spirit. And as a reminder that the fight for full constitutional rights for all Americans is a fight that must be carried on in 1961. Many of these same immigrant families produced the pioneers and builders of the American labor movement. They are the men who sweated in our shops, who struggled to create a union, who were driven by longing for education for their children and for their children's development. They went to night schools. They built their own future, their union's future and their country's future, brick by brick, block by block, neighborhood by neighborhood, and now in their children's time, suburb by suburb. Tonight we salute George Meany as a symbol of that struggle and as a reminder that the fight to eliminate poverty and human exploitation is a fight that goes on in our own day. But in 1960, the cause of liberalism cannot content itself with carrying on the fight for human justice and economic liberalism here at home. For here and around the world, the fear of war hangs over us every morning and every night. It lies expressed or silent in the minds of every American. We cannot banish it by repeating that we are economically first or that we are militarily first, for saying so doesn't make it so. More will be needed than goodwill missions or talking back to Soviet politicians or increasing the tempo of the arms race. More will be needed than good intentions, for we know where that paving leads. In Winston Churchill's words, we cannot escape our dangers by recoiling from them. We dare not pretend such dangers do not exist. And tonight we salute Adlai Stevenson as an eloquent spokesman for the effort to achieve an intelligent foreign policy. Our opponents would like the people to believe that in a time of danger, it would be hazardous to change the administration that has brought us to this time of danger. I think it would be hazardous not to change. I think it would be hazardous to continue 4 more years of stagnation and indifference at home and abroad, of starving the underpinnings of our national power, including not only our defense, but our image abroad as a friend. This is an important election. This is an important election, in many ways as important as any in this century. And I think that the Democratic Party and the Liberal Party here in New York, and those who believe in progress all over the United States, should be associated with us in this great effort. The reason that Woodrow Wilson and Franklin Roosevelt and Harry Truman and Adlai Stevenson had influence abroad, and the United States in their time had it, was because they moved this country here at home. Because they stood for something here in the United States of expanding the benefits of our society to our own people. And the people around the world look to us as a symbol of hope. I think it is our task to recreate that same atmosphere in our own time. Our national elections have often proved to be the turning point in the course of our country. I am proposing that 1960 be another turning point in the history of the great republic. Some pundits are saying that it's 1928 all over again. I say it's 1932 all over again. I say it is the great opportunity that we will have in our time to move our people and this country and the people of the free world beyond the new frontiers of the 1960s. Thank you.
Full name is Lee Harvey Oswald, O-S-W-A-L-D.
I really don't know what the situation is about. Nobody has told me anything except that I'm accused of murdering a policeman. I know nothing more than that, and I do request for someone to come forward to give me a legal assistance.
Did you kill the president?
No, I've not been charged with that. In fact, nobody has said that to me yet. The first thing I heard about it was when the newspaper reporters in the hall asked me that question.
You have been.
Nobody said what? Sir?
You have been.
Nobody said what? Okay, we ain't here.
Okay. What did you do in Russia?
A policeman hit me.
Here comes Oswald down the hall again.
You buy that rifle? What dispatches you people have been given, but I emphatically deny these charges.
Oswald has hustled through a doorway.
Had he told anyone he planned to kill the president?
He hasn't admitted killing the president to anyone.
You have any reason to believe that there's any organization behind it?
How is it he says it has not been mentioned to him?
Well, I don't know what he said. He says he didn't do it. We're still working on the evidence. This has been a joint effort by the Secret Service, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Dallas Police Department, the Dallas Sheriff's Office, my office, and Captain Will Fritz has been in charge of it.
How would you describe his mood during the questioning?
Very arrogant. Has been all along.
What does he say, Chief?
He just denies everything.
How do you sum him up as a man, based on your experience with criminal types?
Oh, I think it's a man that planned this murder weeks or months ago and has laid his plans carefully and carried them out and has planned at that time what he's going to tell the police that are questioning him at present.
What was his motive?
He didn't give any motive since he denies them both.
As we understand it, no one actually saw this man pull the trigger of the rifle that apparently killed the president. Is that correct?
That is correct up to this time in our investigation.
What about ballistics test, Chief?
The ballistic test, we haven't had a final report, but it is, I understand, will be favorable.
You think the smudged fingerprints that have been found on the rifle which killed the president will be able to establish the identity of the killer?
We hope so, but I couldn't say positive at this time that they will be.
Have you enough to convict him?
I don't know whether it would be enough to convict him or not. If we can put his prints on the rifle, I certainly would connect him with a rifle. We want to say this, that this investigation has been carried on jointly by the FBI, the Secret Service, the Rangers, and the Dallas Police Department. Captain Fritz has been in charge.
Has he made any admissions at all about the shooting of the police officer?
No, he
Nothing?
denies everything.
I would say that without any doubt, he's the killer. The law says beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, there's no question that he was the killer of President Kennedy.
And will you ask death in the electric chair for Lee Oswald?
Yes, sir. We'll ask the death penalty.
How many cases of this type have you been involved in? That is, where the death penalty is involved.
Since I've been district attorney, I've asked the death penalty in 24 cases.
And how many times have you attained it?
23.
In this man's apparent subversive background, was there any surveillance? Were police aware of his presence in Dallas?
We in the police department here did not know he was in Dallas. I understand the FBI did know that he was in Dallas.
Chief, do you normally practice for the FBI to inform the police, municipal
Yes.
police department?
Chief, do you have...
We did not have
But
the
you were
knowledge.
not informed.
We had not been informed of this man.
Chief, do you have any concern for the safety of your prisoner in view of the high feeling among the people of Dallas over the assassination of the president?
No, but necessary precautions will be taken, of course.
Hey, officer! Officer! Yeah, he's got to be here. There he is.
There he is.
Here he comes.
Now the prisoner wearing a white sweater, his chain from his t-shirt.
There is He's been shot. He's been shot. Lee Oswald has been shot. Oswald expired at 1:07 p.m. He died.
If he had lived, of course, he would be entitled to counsel. I think he is entitled to counsel now, and I think all of America now is entitled to have counsel for Lee Oswald so that we can find out actually what took place on November 22nd.
1 week after the assassination, President Kennedy's successor, Lyndon B. Johnson, appointed a President's Commission with Chief Justice Earl Warren as chairman. The other members were Senator Richard Russell of Georgia, Senator John Sherman Cooper of Kentucky, Representative Hale Boggs, Louisiana, Representative Gerald R. Ford, Michigan, Allen W. Dulles, former director of the CIA, and John J. McCloy, former chairman, Chase Manhattan Bank.
Another Supreme Court Justice, Jackson, while presiding over the Nuremberg trials, permitted counsel to be appointed for dead Nazi generals who were considered to be war criminals.
Are you charging the Chief Justice with a cover-up?
Yes, I'm, of course, charging the government with not only suppressing information, but I'm charging the FBI and the Secret Service with operating this case from a theory that Oswald was the assassin, that he acted alone, and I'm charging them with pursuing investigation only along those lines and having no interest in any information which indicates anything contrary to their preconceived theory. This film is a brief for the defense. Let us examine some of the preconceptions of the Dallas police and the FBI.
Chief, we understand you have the results of the paraffin tests which were made to determine whether Oswald had fired a weapon. Can you tell us what those tests show?
I understand that it was positive.
What does that mean?
It only means that he fired a gun.
What about the paraffin test?
Yes, I haven't gone into that. The paraffin test showed that he had recently fired a gun. It was on both hands. Both hands. A gun.
Gordon Shanklin, the FBI agent in charge at Dallas, added, quote, "A paraffin test used to determine whether a person has fired a weapon recently was administered to Oswald shortly after he was apprehended Friday, 1 hour after the assassination. It showed that particles of gunpowder from a weapon, probably a rifle, remained on Oswald's cheek and hands," close quote. The test, however, showed no gunpowder on either hands or cheek, and no nitrates on Oswald's face. Confronted with but one possible interpretation, that the paraffin test results were consistent with innocence, the commission concluded that the test, formally presented as a cornerstone in the case against Oswald, was, quote, completely unreliable.
Investigation showed he was the only one missing employee. This description and name was broadcast.
That explanation is inadequate in two respects. First, Oswald was not the only missing employee. 48 employees were outside of the building when the shots were fired, and others left just after the shots, and many were not permitted to re-enter, and thus were absent when the police search began. And secondly, the Warren Commission report states, the police never mentioned Oswald's name in their broadcast descriptions before his arrest.
Now, he went from there to the bus, caught a bus at Lamar Street, went part of the way to his address over in Oak Cliff.
Was Oswald on the bus?
While on the bus, he told the bus driver the president had just been shot, and later told a driver that he'd been shot and laughed at the time.
This would indicate that it was his intention to kill the president.
Yes.
But the laugh wasn't Oswald's. The only source of the story, the bus driver, identified 16-year-old Milton Jones as the laugher. When asked if he could identify Oswald as his passenger, the driver replied, I could not do it. I wouldn't do it at the lineup, and I wouldn't do it now. No, sir, I couldn't. I could not identify him. Yet the Dallas police reports of their police lineups state that the bus driver made a, quote, positive identification, close quote, of Oswald. The bus driver denied that that was true. The commission concluded, quote, the commission is satisfied that the lineups were conducted fairly.
This is Dealey Plaza, Dallas, Texas. The presidential motorcade entered the plaza from Main Street. Turn north on Houston Street and southwest on Elm Street. The commission decided that the shots came from the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository, while the limousine was here. Directly in front and above the limousine is the triple overpass, a railroad bridge. To the right, on top of a grassy knoll, is a wooden fence, landscaped with bushes and trees. Behind the fence, a parking lot. Further back, the railroad yard, with a 14-foot tower maintained by the railroad company.
The commission asked 3 master rifle experts to duplicate Oswald's feat of November 22nd. They failed. Was Oswald more skilled than the commission's experts? This is an interview with Sergeant Nelson Delgado, who served in the Marine Corps with Lee Harvey Oswald. Sergeant Delgado appeared as a witness before the Warren Commission. Sergeant, prior to your Warren Commission testimony, were you interviewed by agents of the FBI?
Yes, they came to my home in South Jersey to interview me. The first 2 visits, they came just to get my story, what I knew about Oswald, how close we were, and things like that. After that, then they started, the questions were tending to break my story down.
Sergeant, where are you now stationed?
Down in one of the missile sites in South Jersey. Have been there since prior to the assassination of Kennedy. I've been here now for 3 years, and this month, the 20th to be exact, I'm leaving for Vietnam.
When did you first meet Oswald?
Just prior to the Christmas of 1958, Lee Oswald reported into our unit. Oswald and I got along very good together. We were, like I said, working the same jobs. Involving aircrafts and radar, we controlled them from the ground and ran intercepts. We were about 40 enlisted men that really participated in this job. All of us knew Lee, and he knew all of us. We got along fine. We had discussions.
Was Oswald interested in guns?
They say he was a gun enthusiast, but I recall many instances where we stood inspections and he was constantly being gigged for having a dirty weapon and then taking improper care of his weapon. He was always reminded of when he had to clean the weapon. Never took it upon himself to do so.
Do you have personal knowledge of Oswald's ability with a rifle?
At the range, he couldn't prove by me that he was a good shot. As any person who's ever served in the armed forces could tell you, there's a part in the qualification that calls for rapid firing. This is done with 10 shots, 8 in a clip and 2 that you load by hand. They give you maybe 30 or 45 seconds to be exact to fire these 10 rounds. Well, when you fire these, then you stand away from your firing position until everyone has finished firing. Then the targets are brought down and scored. The targets are run back up, and they're disked for the number that you have hit, 5s, 4s, 3s, or misses. Well, in Oswald's particular case, it was quite funny to look at, because he would get a couple of discs. Maybe out of the possible 10, he'll get 2 or 3 Maggie's drawers. Now, these are a red flag that's on a long pole, and this is run from left to right on the target itself. And you don't see this on the firing line too often, not the Marine firing line. And that's, you can't help but notice it when you're seeing discs, round cylinder things coming up and down, and farther on down the line you see a flag waving. Well, that was going to catch your eye anyway. And we thought it was funny that Oswald was getting these Maggie's drawers so rapidly, one after the other. And this is why I can't think that he would be a good shot, because a good shot doesn't pull this. He'll pull a 3, but he won't pull a Maggie's drawer. It's a complete miss.
How did the FBI react to your statement that Oswald was a poor shot?
They tried to disprove this. They did not like the idea when I came up with the statement that Oswald, as far as I knew, Oswald was a very poor shot.
Do you feel that the agents of the FBI actually tried to get you to change your statement that Oswald was a poor shot?
Yes, sir, I definitely do.
Nine wounds, 4 to President Kennedy, 5 to Governor Connolly, presented the commission with another puzzle. Did 2 bullets do all of the damage? A frame-by-frame study of film taken at the time proved that 2 of the shots occurred within 1.8 seconds, an impossibility. The commission agreed that the rifle could not be operated that quickly. Commission counsel Rankin stated, to say they were hit by separate bullets is synonymous with saying that there were 2 assassins. But 2 assassins did not fit, so a new assumption was made. 1 bullet struck both the president and the governor. A 1-bullet, 2-victim theory. Necessity dictated that the theory become a conclusion. However, Governor Connolly, in a press conference...
Unquestionably, when the first shot was fired, I recognized it as a shot. I thought of nothing else but that it was a rifle shot. I turned to my right. I had time to think. I had time to react. And I turned to my right to look back over my right shoulder to see if I could see anything unusual, and particularly to see if I could catch him out of the corner of my eye. Because I immediately thought...
Him, you mean
the president.
the president?
Because I immediately thought of an assassination attempt the moment I heard the shot. I didn't see anything except just the general blur of waving of people moving, but nothing really unusual. I did not see the president out of the corner of my eye, and I was in the process of turning back to look over my left shoulder, and had about come to the point where I was looking straight forward again when I felt the impact of the bullet that hit me.
which entered the right posterior chest close to the shoulder blade and coursed downward along the chest wall, taking out and fragmenting a portion of the fifth rib on the right. The bullet then emerged from the chest, evidently struck his right wrist, fracturing the lower portion of the right radius, and then entered the left thigh where it was spent.
I am convinced beyond any question of a doubt that the first shot that was fired did not hit me. Then I was hit. And I was not then, and I have no memory, no recollection of the sound of the shot that hit me. And beyond any question of a doubt, the third shot did not hit me.
Pictures taken at the time of the assassination confirm the eyewitness testimony, for they reveal that Governor Connolly reacted to the bullet considerably after President Kennedy did. Two members of the commission seem to agree. Mr. Dulles. But you would then have the problem. You would think if Connolly had been hit at the same time, would have reacted in the same way, and not reacted much later, as these pictures show. Mr. McCloy, that is right. Mr. Dulles, because the wounds would have been inflicted. Mr. McCloy, that is what puzzles me. Mr. Dulles, that is what puzzles me. The commission countered with the news that Governor Connolly was merely struck a glancing blow to a rib, thereby explaining his delayed reaction. The hard evidence which conclusively demolishes the commission's case is that more grains of metal were found in one of the governor's wounds than were missing from this bullet. The commission's autopsy expert, Commander Humes, testified, "I do not understand how it could possibly have left fragments in the wrist." As to the fragments in the governor's thigh wound, Commander Humes added, "I cannot conceive of where they came from this missile." The commission also stated, as you know, Mr. Holland, that the same bullet which hit Governor Connolly first struck President Kennedy, based upon what you observed from that position just above the street on the overpass. Is that possible?
No. No, that Warren Commission is in error on that, because I was an eyewitness to that, and I know that the same bullet that hit President Kennedy did not hit Governor Connolly. The first bullet, the president slumped over, and Governor Connolly made his turn to the right and then back to the left. And that's when the second shot was fired and knocked him down in the floorboard. And it would have been impossible for him to turn had the bullet hit, the same bullet hit him that went through the president's neck.
And did you see the effect of the next bullet which struck President Kennedy?
I saw the effects of the next bullet that struck the president. Because it flipped him over almost on his stomach and the side of his head, and his head was laying on the edge of the seat. He was laying more on his stomach, and his foot was hanging out over the car edge of the car, upside down.
Bowers, what is your present occupation?
I'm Vice President of Lockwood Meadows Incorporated, which is a real estate land development company.
And where were you employed on November 22nd, 1963?
At that time, I was employed as a tower operator for the Union Terminal Company.
And where were you at about 12:30 that day?
I was at the south end of the terminal of the tower building, rather looking down toward the terminal and observing the motorcade as was everyone else in the area.
Could you tell us what you heard and what you saw from about 12 noon until the time that the shots were fired?
Well, for some time that morning, since perhaps 10 o'clock in the morning, we had the area pretty well sealed off, and the policemen had been stationed on the triple underpass as well as other strategic corners in the area, so that there was very little traffic moving into this area at this time. This is a dead-end area which is used primarily for parking. After 11 or 11:30, there was practically no movement in the area whatsoever. However, about 12:10, give or take 5 minutes, there was a car which entered the area and probed around for some time. This car was a 59 Oldsmobile station wagon with a out-of-state license. It was muddy as if it had just come in off of the road from some area where it was a red sandy area. It was occupied by one male who spent 3 or 4 minutes in the area looking it over, and then as he found out, left by the entrance, which is the only way in and out of the area at that time. Not too long after that, perhaps 5 or 6 minutes, a car of a totally different description, also occupied by one male, entered the area. Now, this man performed a similar action, and he toured down around the area, probing to examine the exits, and seemed at one or more occasions to have a mic or something resembling such an instrument up to his face. Just a few moments after that, the third car came into the area, and these were the only 3 cars that entered this area during this specific period. The third car was a 61 or 2 Chevrolet. This car was muddy all the way up to the windows as if it had just come in off the road. It had an out-of-state license identical to the first car of the series. And it also had political stickers on it, which were not only for the same candidate, but were identical in nature and color, so that they appeared to have been from the same group. This car was occupied by one male who spent a little bit more time in the area than the others, and probed down by the side of the tower where I was located. I could not state that these cars left the area entirely, because after they got back onto the extension of Elm Street in front of the school depository building, they were lost to my vision, so that they could have remained very close by.
Mr. Holland, on November 22nd, where were you?
November the 22nd, I was standing on top of the triple underpass, waiting for the parade and the president's car. I arrived about 11:45 or close to noon. 2 policemen was talking to me and one of them asked me if I would come back up there and identify the people that had any business or had a right to be up there.
They would be railroad employees?
They'd be railroad employees, and I told him I would.
And what was your position with the railroad company?
Track and signal supervisor for the Union Terminal Railroad. I've put in 41 years of railroad service in the signal department.
Did you look in any particular direction when you heard the shots?
Yes, I looked over to where I thought the shot came from. and I saw a puff of smoke still lingering underneath the trees in front of the wooden fence. The report sounded like it came from behind the wooden fence. And a policeman throwed his motorcycle down in the middle of the street and run up the embankment with his pistol drawn. He was running toward that particular spot. And also another motorcycle policeman right behind him tried to ride up the embankment on his motorcycle, and it turned over about halfway up the embankment. And he got off his motorcycle and left it laying there and run on over to the fence with his gun in his hand.
Where do you think the shots came from?
Well, I know where that third shot came from.
Where did that shot come from?
Behind the picket fence.
Is there any
close to the little plaza?
Is there any doubt in your mind that that shot came from behind the
There's
fence?
no doubt in my mind. There's no doubt whatsoever in my mind in the statement that I made in the sheriff's office immediately after the shooting, and the statement that I made to the Warren Commission. I made it very plain there was no doubt in my mind. There was definitely a shot fired from behind that picket fence. I made it plain to the Warren Commission, and I think I made the same statement in the sheriff's office. There was a fourth shot.
On November 22nd, Mr. Holland, did you tell the sheriff's office in an affidavit you signed that date that you saw a puff of smoke come from behind the picket fence?
I am certain I did.
Was it the general feeling, would you say, Mr. Holland, among the police officers and others, at the moment that the shots were fired, that at least one shot came from behind that wooden fence?
There's about 6 or 8 of us boys from the Union Terminal run around there to find some evidence that there was someone around there. Certainly the ones that was with me that run around that fence realized what was happening. They told me the same thing that I told you, that there was definitely a shot fired, and they saw the smoke. We just all started running around that fence as a unit.
Where were you on November 22nd, Mr. Dodd?
I was standing on the underpass, Commerce Underpass in Dallas, Texas.
Were you there alone?
No, I was along with 3 friends of mine.
Railroad men?
Yeah, all railroad men.
Mr. Holland was one of them.
That's right.
And did you see anything which might indicate to you where the shots came from?
Well, we all 4 seen about the same thing. As the shots, the smoke came from behind the hedge on the north side of the plaza, and a motorcycle policeman dropped his motorcycle in the street with his gun in his hand and run up the embankment to the hedge. And then I went north to look around the corner to see if there's anyone behind the hedge, and met Special Agent of the Katy Railroad, and he went down there, and I walked along with him to see if there were any tracks there, in which there were tracks, and cigarettes butts were laying where someone had been standing on the bumper, looking over the fence or something.
Were you questioned by agents of any government agency on November 22nd, Mr. Dodd?
Yes, we were. We were taken over to the courthouse and questioned by, I suppose, Secret Service men of some kind. And they asked me quite a few questions, about the same as I've told you men here today.
But you were never called as a witness by the Warren?
No, I never was called.
Because here's the Warren report, and in the index your name is not listed, and there's no reference in the whole 888 pages to the fact that you were up there and you saw what you saw, you heard what you heard.
Well, I don't know about that. But there was something that looks to me like that going on there that somebody should have found out something. A man walk up and shoot a man handcuffed to a couple of policemen and get away with it. Why, I figured there's something else that's going on besides what it should be.
There was a motorcycle policeman that just stopped his motorcycle up by the monument and had drawn his revolver and was racing up the hill to the left of me. There was a deputy sheriff, which I think was stationed under the underpass, Buddy Walters. At this time, I says, you know, I felt something sting me on the face as I was standing down there. I said, just sting, and Walters looked at me and says, yes, says, you got blood on your cheek. He says, where were you standing? I says, well, down by the underpass. So we started walking down there, and when Walters got about, I'd say 10 feet away, he says, look there on the curb, there was a very visible mark on the curb where a bullet had struck. Either a fragment of the bullet or a piece of the concrete. It flew up and scratched my face. And he said, go to the city police headquarters and make a statement, which I did.
Mr. Tague, this is a picture of Dealey Plaza, as you know. I wonder if you'd be good enough to show me where you were standing when you heard the shots.
I was standing at the east end of the triple underpass between Commerce and Main. There's a little concrete divider there. It's about 3 feet wide.
And, sir, could you indicate where the bullet struck the concrete curb?
The bullet struck the curb on the south curb of Main Street. It would be right here.
And at the time that you first heard the shots, what was your impression as to the origin of those shots?
My first impression was that they had come from the left of me.
Would you indicate on the picture where that would be?
Up in this area here towards the hill.
Where in relation to that wooden fence?
Well, somewhere towards the wooden fence.
Mr. Tague, on the 22nd, when the shots were being fired, your first impression was that they came from the area near the wooden fence.
That's correct.
Where do you now think that the shots came from?
I believe that they did come from the school book depository because of the things I've read about, the evidence which has been brought forth in the newspapers and through the Warren Report and so on.
Mr. Nix, where were you on November 22nd, 1963?
Standing on the corner of Main and Houston.
And did you take any pictures of the presidential limousine as it went through Dealey Plaza?
Yes, I've taken pictures before and after, before the assassination and during the assassination.
And you know, of course, that your pictures were eventually used by the government to determine where the limousine was when some of the shots were fired.
Yes.
And did you deliver a copy of your film to the federal government?
Yes, I delivered a copy of my film to the federal government about December the 1st.
About a week out, a little over a week after the assassination.
Yes, my film got lost in the processing plant.
Where is the original film?
The original film belonged to United Press International. The government has a duplicate copy.
And where is that duplicate copy?
In the archives.
And is that the duplicate copy which was used by the Warren Commission for the purpose of determining, along with other films, the Muchmore film and the Zapruder film, where the presidential limousine was when some of the shots were fired?
I would say so.
Well, you now have a copy of your film, which you were kind enough to show to us this afternoon. Is that copy the same as the original which you gave to the FBI on December 1st?
I would say no. There is some films may be missing, some frames. Some of the frames were ruined.
Does the film which you have at the present time have the same number of frames as the film which you delivered to the FBI on December 1st?
I would say no, but it's because of losing maybe a frame here and there.
At the time the shots were fired, did you look at the book depository building?
No.
Did you think at that time that the shots came from the book depository building?
No, I thought it came from a fence between the book depository and the railroad track.
Did anyone else who you know, who you've spoken with, also believe that the shots came from there?
Most everyone thought it came from the fence behind the book depository.
Did you have occasion to speak with Forrest Sorrells, who was, of course, a friend of yours, and the Secret Service agent in charge of Dallas that day?
Yes, I did.
Did he tell you where he thought the shots came from?
He thought they were coming from the same place.
Which is?
Behind the fence.
At the present time, where do you believe the shots came from?
Well, they came from the book depository because there's proof that it did come from there.
I see. This you've read in newspapers and you've read the report?
Yes. I believe the Warren report.
We are in the basement of the Terminal Annex building on the northeast corner of Dealey Plaza. We're here with Mr. J.C. Price, the engineer in charge of the building. Mr. Price, where were you at the time that the presidential motorcade drove through Dealey Plaza?
Well, I went up to the roof and where I'd get a better view of the cabin.
Is this where you were sitting on November 22nd, Mr. Price?
Yes, sir.
Right here?
Right here on this spot.
And where did you think you heard the shots come from?
From behind the overpass over there, triple overpass. That's where I thought the shots were coming from.
And where did you see the man run?
Over behind that wooden fence, past the cars, and over behind the Texas Depository building.
Did you give that information to the Dallas Sheriff's Department on the very day of the assassination?
Yes, I did. I'd say in about 30 minutes after the assassination.
Were you ever called as a witness by the Warren Commission?
No, sir. No, sir.
I show you this map published by the Warren Commission of the Dealey Plaza area and ask you if you would mark on it where you thought the shots came from.
Yes, yes, sir.
That's just behind the wooden fence where it joins the overpass. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We're now here more than 2 years after the assassination. Now, where do you think the shots came from on November 22nd?
Well, I can't be sure. It seems that from all information that's been gathered that the shots came from the Texas Boat Depository, but I can't hardly believe that. Although I never did look over there at the building, but really I think the shots came from that direction. It seems that everything pointed to that fact that they came from the book depository building, but I can't buy that right now. That's about it.
May I have your name, please, sir?
Bill Newman.
Billy, tell me what you saw and what you felt. What happened to you?
We just come from left field after seeing the president and the first lady, and we were just in front of the triple underpass on Elm Street, and we were at the edge of the curve, getting ready to wave at the president. So
You were down under the viaduct, so to speak, weren't you?
Well, we were halfway in between
on the grass,
triple underpass. We were at the curve when the incident happened. But the president's car was some 50 feet still yet. In front of us coming towards us, and we heard the first shot, and the president, I don't know who was hit first, but the president jumped up in his seat. And then as the car got directly in front of us. Well, a gunshot apparently from behind us hit the president side of the temple.
Do you think the first gunshot came from behind you too?
I think it came from the same location. Apparently back up on the mall. I don't know what you call it.
Do you think the shot came from up on top of the viaduct toward the president? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Not on the viaduct itself, but up on top of the hill, a little mound of ground there, the garden.
Mr. Brehm, where were you on November 22nd, 1963?
I had taken my 5-year-old son downtown to see the presidential parade.
This is a picture taken by Mr. Nix of the limousine at the time the shots were fired. Do you see yourself and your boy in that picture?
Yes, sir. This is myself and this is my son. On this frame here where the first shot hit the president, I would say that he was possibly 30 feet away when the first bullet struck, moved a little closer, and was possibly 20 to 25 feet away when the second bullet hit.
Did you see the effect of the bullets upon the president?
When the second bullet hit, there was the hair seemed to go flying. It was very definite then that he was struck in the head with the second bullet. And yes, sir, I very definitely saw effects of the second bullet.
Did you see any particles of the president's skull fly when the bullet struck him in the head?
I saw a piece fly over, in the area of the curb where I was standing.
And in which direction did that fly?
It seemed to have come left and back.
In other words, the skull particle flew to the left and to the rear of the presidential limousine.
Sir, whatever it was that I saw did fall both in that direction and over into the curb there.
You were a ranger during the war, correct?
Yes, sir, I was a ranger during the war. Took part in the invasion of France and was shot a couple of times. So, as I say, it's possibly like swimming. I hadn't heard that sound for many a year, but you don't forget it once you've heard a shot rounding, coming close to you.
Did you speak with newsmen on November 22nd and tell them what you saw?
Yes, sir, and told them simply that their 2 shots had hit the president and the direction that I had thought the bullets had come from.
Did you at any time that day make a statement which was televised?
Yes, sir. Fortunately, I was probably 15 to 20 feet away from the president when it happened.
Tell us exactly what you saw, sir.
He was coming down the street, and my 5-year-old boy and myself were by ourselves on the grass there on Palmer Street, and I asked Joe to wave to him, and Joe waved, and I waved, and the man...
That's all right, sir.
You go ahead, Charlie. As he was waving back, the shot rang out, and he slumped down in the seat, and his wife reached up toward him, and as he was slumping down, and the second shot went off, and it just knocked him down from the seat. I'm positive it had hit him. I hope it didn't, but I'm positive that it hit him, and he went all the way down in the car. Then they speeded up, and I didn't know what was going on, so I just grabbed the boy and fell on him in hopes that there wasn't a maniac around. I'm sorry. I can't help you more, but I won't forget it.
Did you make a statement to the Dallas Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
How long did you remain in the Dallas Sheriff's Office that day?
I would say about 3 hours to 4 hours.
Were you among the closest witnesses to the limousine when the shot struck the president?
Yes, sir, I would have to say that, if not the closest, one of the closest to the unfortunate incident. I did get a view of something I'll never forget.
Were you called as a witness by the Warren Commission?
No, I was not called by the Warren Commission to testify.
Immediately after the shots were fired, there, of course, was mass confusion, to put it mildly. But the area was immediately sealed off by I would say at least 50 police within 3 to 5 minutes. The first one to appear on the scene, other than those who, of course, who were standing around, including 2 on top of the triple underpass, was one who rode a motorcycle up the incline coming up from the lower portion of Elm Street. And he rode perhaps 2/3 of the way up or more before he deserted his motorcycle. At the time of the shooting, in the vicinity of where the 2 men I've described were, there was a flash of light, or there was something which occurred which caught my eye in this immediate area on the embankment. Now, what this was, I could not state at that time, and at this time I could not identify it, other than there was some unusual occurrence, a flash of light or smoke or something which caused me to feel like something out of the ordinary had occurred there.
In reading your testimony, Mr. Bowers, it appears that just as you were about to make that statement, you were interrupted in the middle of the sentence by the commission counsel, who then went into another area.
Well, that's correct. I was there only to tell them what they asked, and so that when they seemed to want to cut off the conversation, I felt like that was, as far as I was concerned, that was the end of it.
Mr. Bowers, how many shots did you hear?
There were 3 shots, and these were spaced with 1 shot, then a pause, and then 2 shots in very close order, such as perhaps almost on top of each other, while there was some pause between the first and the second shots.
Did you tell that to the Dallas police?
Yes, I told this to the police, and then also told it to the FBI, and also I had a discussion 2 or 3 days later with them concerning this, and they made no comment, other than the fact that when I stated I felt like the second and third shots could not have been fired from the same rifle, they reminded me that I wasn't an expert, and I had to agree.
Is this the exact spot you were standing on November 22nd, Mr. Holland?
That's correct. This is the exact spot that I was standing November the 22nd, waiting for the parade.
And where did you hear that third shot come from?
Right over about 20 or 30 feet from the other end of that little picket fence.
And where was the smoke that you saw?
It drifted right out underneath those green trees, those 2 trees.
From behind the fence?
From behind the fence. It kind of hung there just like for a few seconds, long enough that you could see that it was.
And then what?
Smoke.
And then what'd you do?
Immediately after the president's car came underneath this overpass, 4 of us broke a run around this fence to find out if we could see anybody leaving the area.
Can we walk this way now that you went on the 22nd?
No, we can walk that way right now.
Fine.
We were trying to see what we could see, and
this was the direction you walked on the 22nd.
This was the direction. Made this right turn. Jumped this steam line, this pipe, and one man right behind me jumped, and another one jumped right on top of him.
Fell on top of him?
Fell on top of him.
And were there more cars here on the 22nd than there are today?
They were bumper to bumper. Just a sea of cars. You couldn't hardly get through them. We were jumping over the bumpers, over the hood of the cars to work our way to the spot that we saw the smoke and heard the shot. Then we came up to the wooden fence.
Mr. Holland, did you remain behind here for a while when the police officers were searching the area?
Approximately 15 minutes before I had to go back to my office. There was about 40 or 50 people around here searching.
And what did you find here?
A lot of footprints behind this car, mud on the bumpers. And I looked around to see if I could find some empty shells or any evidence of a shot being fired and the bullet shell rejected from the gun. And this is where I saw the smoke from the third shot.
Right drifting out around here?
Just drifting out underneath these trees.
And when that shot hit the president, as he passed by this lamppost, did you see the effect of the shot upon the president?
Well, it knocked him over to his left, down in the car.
Away from here?
Away from here.
About where was he in relation, where was the car, the presidential limousine, in relation to the lamppost?
Just a little to the left of that lamppost we're looking at.
In effect, Mr. Holland, the Warren Commission published just a very small portion of your testimony and used your testimony as proof that no shots could have come from behind the fence. Did they accurately and fairly use your testimony?
They are wrong, because my testimony, and I made it very clear, that there was a fourth shot fired, and one of those shots came from behind that picket fence. And there's no doubt in my mind, and never will be, because I was on the spot. I saw the smoke, heard the report, and saw the smoke from behind that fence. And I don't see how that they could doubt there was a fourth shot fired.
The vast majority of the witnesses who expressed an opinion as to the origin of the shots agreed with Mr. Holland that the shot did come from behind the fence. These witnesses, as this picture shows, were positioned throughout Dealey Plaza. The commission concluded that no credible evidence suggests that the shots were fired from any place other than the Texas School Book Depository building. Mr. Holland, you were on the overpass. You were probably in the best position of any witness on November 22nd. In your view, did the Warren Commission present all of the facts regarding the assassination of President Kennedy?
Well, let me say this. The Warren Commission, I think, had to report in their book what they wanted the world to believe when they read the Warren Commission. As you know, as well as I know, that everybody in the world was reading this Warren Commission, and it had to read like they wanted it to read. They had to prove that Oswald did it alone.
In preparing its evidence, the commission suppressed one photograph, mutilated another, cropped a third, and made a mystery of a fourth.
And I took the picture. It so happened my picture, when I took it, was at the same instant that the president was hit. And that does show in my picture.
Did you realize what had happened when you heard the shot?
No, I didn't. There was, 3 or 4 real close together. And it was, must have been the first one that shot him, because that's when that was the time I took the picture. And during that time, after I took the picture, and the shots were still being fired, I decided I'd better get on the ground.
You did lie down?
I did. I was, no more than 15 foot from the car, and in line of fire, evidently.
Did Mrs. Kennedy scream on the first shot?
I don't know about the first shot, but she did scream. She says, "My God, he's been hit," or "he's been shot."
Now, the picture you took, I understand the FBI has it now.
Yes, that's right.
The federal police did have it on November 22nd, but it was never published or referred to by the commission. The agent who took it from Mrs. Mormon described it, quote, "Mrs. Mormon had taken a picture of the lead motorcycle officer. In the background of this picture was a picture of the book depository building and the window where the gunman sat when doing the shooting. A picture of the window at the time of the shooting. Why wasn't it published? Wasn't it conclusive proof of Oswald's guilt or innocence?" This is Commission Exhibit 5. It purportedly was found among Oswald's effects. It depicts General Walker's home in Dallas and was used by the Commission as proof that Oswald shot at General Walker. Marina Oswald was questioned about it before the Commission. Question. License plate? Mrs. Oswald. I would have remembered this black spot if it were there at the time the Commission showed me this, or the FBI. When the FBI first showed me this photograph, I remember that the license plate, the number of the license plate, was on this car, was on the photograph. It had white and black numbers. There was no black spot that I see on it now. Question. Who showed you the picture? The FBI, or the Secret Service, or the Commission? Answer. The FBI first, and then the Commission. Question. Now, at the time the Commission showed you the picture in Washington, was there a hole shown in the picture where the car's license plate should be? Answer. No, I don't know what happened to this picture, because when the Commission showed me the picture, there was not this spot here. If there was a hole, I would have asked them about it right away, why that hole is there, or that black spot. Associated Press photographer James Olkins took this picture as the first shot was fired. People all over the country asked, how could Oswald be downstairs watching the motorcade if he was upstairs shooting the president? The FBI puzzled over it too.
The reason Preacher's going to be down in this area down here. Oh, he is. This is the reason for this last one. That's where we go. Right back this way.
The Commission said the man in the doorway was Billy Lovelady. Although Lovelady agreed, he also said he wore a red and white striped sport shirt, buttoned near the neck, and no jacket. No Commission member ever saw Lovelady. Apparently, no Commission member even saw a picture of him. The press was unable to obtain one. This is a previously unpublished photograph of Lovelady taken by us from a camouflage position. Here is a picture of Oswald at the time of his arrest. Was the man in the doorway Oswald or Lovelady or neither one? If it was Oswald, that fact alone is proof of his innocence.
The suspect's name is Jack Rubinstein, I believe. He goes by the name of Jack Ruby.
Did you know Ruby before this?
No, sir. Saw him in this very same room Friday night when we had the defendant up here. If some of you will recall, he asked a question from out here in the audience, or answered a question. He's standing right back here, and I didn't know who he was. I thought he was a member of the press, and he told me as we walked out of here that he was a nightclub operator here.
What question did he ask?
What?
What question did he ask?
I don't remember, but he maybe it was an answer, but he said something.
It was Friday night when I asked you to look to me like your good friend. I don't know what it is.
We have not been able to find anyone of our men who saw and recognized Ruby at the time of this transfer.
The thing that I saw, I was waiting at the armored car to ride with the suspect to the county jail. I knew that they would bring him out. They had cleared the way, and then I heard the shot. I didn't see the gun. I just saw the struggle that ensued. I immediately ran from the armored car down the ramp and tried to help subdue the prisoner that had shot Oswald.
Now, do I believe that you recognize this man after the capture?
Yes, sir.
Did I understand you to say that if you had seen him before, you would have ejected him?
Yes, sir.
Well, now, as Oswald was escorted out, were the policemen to either side of him? Weren't there any in front of him?
Yes.
How did the man get by the policeman in front?
The only thing I know is that someone said he jumped.
This is Detective Jim Lavelle, who was this morning handcuffed to Oswald and was bringing him out to the car to be transferred to the county jail. Could you tell us what happened?
Now, you were handcuffed to him?
I was handcuffed to him and also had a hold of the waistband of his trousers. I saw this man come from the crowd, and at the time he emerged from this crowd of people, he was not more than 6 or 7 feet from me.
Did you see the gun in his hand as he came?
I saw the gun in his hand as he emerged from the crowd. But being such a short distance from me, I had no time to say anything.
Now, when Oswald fell to the ground, was he unconscious at that point?
I would say if he was not, he was nearly so. Just as soon as my partner on the other side, Mr. Graves, grabbed Jack's hand with the gun in such a manner that he couldn't fire it anymore.
Did you recognize him when he came through?
Yes, I have known Jack Ruby for a number of years, and I recognized him just as soon as he emerged from the crowd.
We are in the office of Napoleon J. Daniels, a real estate broker in Dallas, Texas. Mr. Daniels, have you been associated with the Dallas Police Force?
I was for 7 years.
In what capacity?
As a patrolman.
Where were you on November 24th, 1963?
Well, I was going down to inspect the assassination site around 11 o'clock, I guess, and I noticed Officer Vaughn standing on the Main Street ramp of the City Hall at the basement, and I stopped to go back to talk to him, and I asked him what his purpose was there, and he told me he was keeping anybody from entering the basement because they fixed to transfer Oswald.
How long did you remain in front of the Main Street ramp with Officer Vaughn?
About 20 minutes, I guess.
Did you remain there until you heard a shot?
I did.
From 11 o'clock until 11:20, did anyone enter the basement through the Main Street ramp?
There was one man about a couple of minutes before Oswald was shot.
Could you describe that man?
Yes, he was a white man, weighed about 175, and had on a blue suit, about 5'9".
What was the color of his hair?
It's brownish, and he's bald in the top.
Was there anything else distinctive about the gentleman?
He had his right hand in his right coat pocket, and something seemed to be protruding from it.
What was your impression when you saw him enter the basement with his hand in his pocket?
My first impression was that he had a gun in his pocket, and then I didn't think too much about it because Officer Vaughn didn't challenge him, he just let him go on down in there.
Did Vaughn indicate any recognition or knowledge of who the person was when the man passed by him?
Well, I just assumed he did because he didn't try to stop him. I assumed he knew who he was.
Did Vaughn allow anyone else to enter the basement other than that one man?
No.
How long after that man entered the basement did you hear a shot?
About time enough, I guess, for him to walk down in there and get settled.
Chief Curry, would you comment on the presence of Jack Ruby in the basement of City Hall while Lee Harvey Oswald was being transferred? How did he get there?
Well, of course, it's been pretty well established by this time that he came in the ramp entrance, on the Main Street entrance. And The officer who was guarding this door had stepped away to permit a vehicle to come out. It wasn't necessary that he do this, but he had stepped across the sidewalk to assist a vehicle coming out of the basement. And that's when Ruby came into the basement. And this was less than 2 minutes before Oswald was brought down.
Where was Officer Vaughn standing when this man entered past him?
He's sitting right in the center of the entrance to the basement there.
And what was his responsibility or obligation that day, do you know?
To not let anyone go down in there for them. I know.
Have you any idea why he allowed this man to enter past him?
No, I don't know, other than just he knew who he was or something. That's what I thought at the time. He had to know who he was.
Did Officer Vaughn look at the man who walked past him?
He looked in this direction, yes.
We are at the Lewiston Raceway in Lewiston, Maine, with Mrs. Nancy Hamilton, owner of the Hamilton Stables. Mrs. Hamilton, did you testify as a witness before the Warren Commission?
Yes, I did, on June 2nd, 1964. I have been a freelance investigator for various police departments, district attorney's offices, such as the Sacramento District Attorney's Office, Suffolk County, Massachusetts District Attorney's Office, Boston Police Department, and various private detectives.
And before that, were you employed by Jack Ruby?
Yes, I was. This was in 1961 in Dallas at his club, the Carousel, and I was bartender, waitress, and rather the manager there.
How did you get that job?
I had gone into Dallas not knowing anyone, and of course the first place I went was the police department. And they were very kind and got me the job there.
They got you the job at Jack Ruby's
Yes,
club?
they did.
Did they know Ruby?
Personally, oh yes, very well. Vouched for him. Wonderful person, great man. Well known by the Dallas Police Department.
What were your duties there?
Well, general bar duties such as setting up the liquor, getting the bar ready for the evening trade, waiting tables if he was short-handed. Otherwise, I'd be behind the bar serving the drinks.
Did you ever serve drinks to Dallas police officers?
Oh, yes. In fact, the Dallas police officers were the special boys, shall we say. We even had a private stock for them.
Private stock?
Oh, yes. They wouldn't, bar liquor wasn't for them. We had names such as Hagen Haig or Black Label, the very, very high-priced drinks on the house, of course. You'd never, and that was a gross oversight if you ever charged a Dallas police officer or any official of the city of Dallas or Tarrant County.
Well, other than the Dallas police officers, what officials did frequent Ruby's establishment?
Oh, such as your district attorney, which would be Mr. Wade.
Did you receive any specific instructions from Jack Ruby about serving drinks for the Dallas police officers?
Yes, in fact, Jack told me point blank. He said, Nancy, if you ever, he said intentionally or unintentionally, charge a Dallas police officer, he said, you might as well go look for another job. He said, don't offend them, cater to them, talk with them, even if you ignore the other customers. Bend over backwards to be nice to them.
Did Ruby perform any other favors for the Dallas police officers?
Well, yeah, well, favors, well, we call them favors, I suppose so. He provided girls, gambling, and booze.
How many Dallas police officers would you estimate Jack Ruby knew on a personal basis?
At least half and probably two-thirds.
There were almost 1,200 police officers in Dallas in 1963. Would you say Ruby knew 600 of them?
Oh, easily.
A great deal has been written about the relationship of the Dallas Police Department with Jack Ruby. We have 1,200 men in our department, and we had each man to submit a report regarding his knowledge or acquaintance with Jack Ruby. Less than 50 men even knew Jack Ruby.
You see, Jack Ruby was a man who wanted to be noticed, wanted to be known. And he used to frequent the Dallas Police Department. And he used to brag, oh, I can get this fixed for you, or I can get that fixed for you.
Did the Dallas Police Department or District Attorney's Office ever do any favors for Jack Ruby?
Several that I could probably name, such as serving drinks a little late.
I mean, Ruby was permitted to serve drinks after hours.
He did, and no one ever interfered. And, of course, it was common knowledge that he ran girls and gambling, and I've never seen him any kind of pickup on him.
Did you serve mixed drinks to police officers?
Yes.
Is it against the law in Dallas to serve mixed drinks?
Oh, yes, definitely, except in a private club.
This, of course, was not a private club.
No, open club.
So that every time you served a drink to a police officer, it was a violation of the law?
Yes, and I'd say I probably broke the law a few hundred times in doing so.
And of course, the police were witnesses.
Well, up to a point, there was witnesses. After that, I guess they probably didn't care.
Mr. Johnson, when did you first meet Jack Ruby?
I met Jack Ruby in 1952 on Irving Street, a place called the Silver Spur. I went to work for Jack Ruby in 1956. And the club was a Vegas club. I worked for him for about 6 years.
Did Ruby know many Dallas police officers?
Well, yes, he did. I'd say he knew probably half of the people on the force.
There were about 1,200 police officers on the force.
Yes, well, I'm sure he knew about half of them. And
Did
he was very nice to them.
We have 1,200 men in our department, and we had each man to submit a report regarding his knowledge or acquaintance with Jack Ruby. Less than 50 men even knew Jack Ruby, and less than a dozen had ever been in his place of business. Most of these that had been in his place of business had been in there because they were sent there on investigations or had answered a call for police service. I believe there was 4 men in our department that we were able to determine had been there socially, that is, off duty in the presence and were present in his nightclub.
Did you see police officers drop into the Vegas club during the 6 years you worked there?
Oh, very definitely. They would come in there all the time, off duty, on duty, and so forth. And
how were they treated?
They were treated royally.
You testified before the Warren Commission, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did they ask you how many police officers Jack Ruby knew?
No, they didn't ask me that question.
I've just read your testimony, and as I recall, they asked you one question about a police officer. They asked you if you knew a policeman named Harry Olson. And you said you didn't remember the name.
That name didn't register with me.
But that was the only question they asked you about policemen.
About policemen, yes. They asked me numerous questions, but nothing about police other than that one that you just named.
We are at the office of Penn Jones, Jr. in Midlothian, Texas, 25 miles from the Dallas courthouse. For the past 2 years, he alone in the Dallas area has conducted an independent investigation into the assassination of President Kennedy.
Well, I love President Kennedy very much. I was one of the few weekly newspapers that covered the Ruby trial. And my actual investigating did not begin until I started reading the Warren report and realized that something was very, very much amiss in reading that report. I really believe that the only way you can believe the Warren report is to not read it.
Have you found it difficult to uncover the facts this time?
Yes, it's very difficult. Witnesses are reluctant. Some of them have gone into hiding, or at least cannot be found by me. And in many cases, the police have actually told, or in some witnesses say, federal authorities have told them not to talk about the assassination. The witnesses are frightened. Some of them went into hiding. I'm sure that I spent at least 1 month searching for Earlene Roberts. And I don't know of any person, any newsman, or any investigator that talked to Earlene Roberts after she testified before the Warren Commission and her testimony was quite startling.
Mrs. Roberts told Commission counsel of a rather mysterious incident which occurred just after Oswald entered the rooming house on November 22nd. At approximately 1 p.m., she said, a police car drove up to the house at 1026 North Beckley and parked outside. Questioned by Commission counsel, where was it parked? It was parked in front of the house. Did this police car stop directly in front of your house? Yes, it stopped directly in front of my house. Where was Oswald when this happened? In his room. Were there 2 uniformed policemen in the car? Oh, yes. And one of the officers sounded the horn? Just kind of a tit-tit, twice. The commission did not satisfactorily explain why a police car stopped in front of Oswald's dwelling, or why the policeman sounded the horn twice and then drove away just before he came out.
Now, of course, she is dead. And she's not the only one. There are at least 8 persons now dead, either from murder or at least strange deaths, who were closely related to Jack Ruby or Lee Harvey Oswald.
Can you give us one instance of a witness who died a strange death?
Well, let's take the case of Betty Mooney McDonald, one of Jack Ruby's strippers. A fellow named Warren Reynolds saw a man running from the scene of the Tippett slaying. Shortly thereafter, Reynolds was shot through the head. Now, before Reynolds was shot, he could not identify the man running from the scene as Oswald. Then he was shot through the head, and a fellow named Garner was arrested. Then McDonald was the alibi for Garner. She said Garner could not have shot Reynolds because he was with me at the time. 2 days after her alibi, Betty Mooney McDonald was arrested for fighting with a roommate. Although the roommate was not arrested, McDonald was put in jail that night, and an hour later she was found hanged in her cell. And of course the Dallas police said she hung herself.
Did Reynolds finally testify before the commission?
After Reynolds recovered from his wound, he testified and was able to identify Oswald.
Mr. Reynolds, where are you employed?
At the Giant Reynolds Motor Company.
And were you working there on November 22nd, 1963?
Yes, sir.
How close is the used car lot which you worked to the scene of the Tippett killing?
1 block.
Were you there at about 1 o'clock on the 22nd?
Yes, sir.
And then what happened? What did you see? What did you hear?
We were listening to the radio about the assassination, and we heard these shots, and we ran out on this porch, and we saw this gunman running up the street. And I followed him for a block until I lost him. And then I was going back to the used car lot, and this policeman stopped me and asked me what had happened. And I told him that I had seen this man with the gun, and I had followed him, and I lost him. So he took the description and my name and stuff like that, and while I was talking to him, some television camera was taking the pictures. And after that, I went on back to the used car lot.
Were you questioned by agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation or the United States Secret Service during November 1963?
No, I sure wasn't.
Were you questioned by FBI agents or Secret Service agents during December 1963?
No, sir.
Were you questioned by FBI agents or Secret Service agents during January 64?
Yes, sir, I was.
When was that, sir?
That was on January the 21st. 2 agents come out and they talked to me and asked me what I had seen, and I told them, and they showed me 3 pictures.
You were questioned by agents of the FBI on January 21st, 64. Then what happened?
2 days after that, as I was close enough to use car lot one night, when I went downstairs to turn off the lights, some gunman was hidden down there, and he shot me. He shot me through the glasses, right here, and the bullet lodged right over here.
Mr. Reynolds, who knew about your questioning by the FBI between the time that you were actually questioned by them and the time that you were shot 2 days later?
Just friends and, of course, my family.
The commission concluded on page 663 of its report that it was wild speculation for anyone to think that there might have been a connection between the fact that you were shot in January and the fact that you observed the gunman flee from the Tippit scene. What is your comment, sir?
If they would catch the man and prove that he did do it, we could figure out from there whether he was connected or not. And until then, I don't believe anybody is smart enough to say whether it is connection or not.
That's one of the examples, and there are many others. Bill Hunter was shot through the heart in the police station out in Long Beach, California. Jim Cody on the Times-Herald was killed by a karate chop to the throat in his apartment in Dallas. And the man that was the most likely suspect was not even indicted for the murder. The death of Tom Howard is a very strange one. They said he died of an apparent heart attack. There was no autopsy. But I know personally that Tom Howard was acting very strangely 3 days before he died. I and other people who saw him felt like that he was very frightened. 3 days later, he was dead. Now, he was the man who saw Jack Ruby first after the killing of Oswald.
Well, whether these deaths are related to the assassination or not, does the fact that witnesses have died in this fashion tend to make it more difficult to secure statements from those witnesses who have survived?
Certainly, there is very little evidence, first-hand evidence left with the erasing of the lives of Tippit and Oswald and these other people who had first-hand conversations with either Ruby or Oswald. That has made the gathering of evidence very difficult. And the continued threats on these people who still have evidence makes them hesitant to talk, and it makes anyone trying to do investigative work very, very difficult.
Do you know of any witnesses, commission witnesses, who were threatened before they testified before the commission?
Mrs. Clemens was one. She witnessed the killing of Tippit.
Mrs. Clemens, where were you on November 22nd, 1963?
I was working for Miss Smotherman, 327 East 10th, just down the block from where Tippit was killed.
Did you know Officer Tippit?
Yes, I saw him pretty many times.
And did you hear the shots?
Yes, I heard the shots.
And what did you do?
I ran out into the street and looked down the street, and I ran back down the street where he was lying, and I looked at him.
Now, when you heard the shots and you went out of the house, did you see a man with a gun?
Yes, I did.
What was he doing?
Oh, he was reloading it. When I said he was reloading his gun.
And how would you describe that man?
Well, he's kind of chunky. He's kind of heavy. He wasn't a very big man.
Was he tall or short?
Yeah, he's kind of short guy.
Short and heavy?
Yes.
And was there any other man there?
Yes, there was one on the other side of the street. All I know, he told him to go.
Mrs. Clemens, the man who had the gun, did he make any motion at all to the other man across the street?
No more than told him to go.
Well, he waved his hand and said, go on? And then what happened with the man with the gun?
He unloaded and reloaded.
And what did the other man do?
Man kept going straight down the street.
And then did they go in opposite directions?
Yes, they was. They wasn't together. They went this way from each other. The one done the shooting went this way. The other one went straight down past street that way.
What was the man who did not do the shooting, but the man who went in the other direction from the man with the gun? What was he wearing, if you remember?
Well, first I can remember he had looked like light khakis and a white shirt.
And was he tall or short?
He was tall.
And was he heavy or thin?
He was thin.
But the one who had the gun, seconds after Tippit was shot, he was short.
Yes, he was short and kind of heavy.
Now, did you testify before the Warren Commission about this case?
I haven't said anything to anyone.
Did anyone come to see you after the murder of Officer Tippit?
Yes, he was a man came, I don't know what he was. He came to my house and talked to me. But I don't know what he looked like a policeman to me.
He did. Did he have a gun?
Yes, he wore a gun.
Mrs. Clemens, how long after Tippit was shot did this man with a gun come to visit you?
About 2 days. It was about 2 days. Said that I might get hurt. Someone might hurt me if I would talk.
About what you saw?
What I saw. He just told me to be the best if I didn't say anything because I might get hurt.
I would love to see a computer faced with the problem of coming up with the probabilities of the assassination taking place the way it did, with all of these strange incidents that took place before and are continuing to take place after the assassination. I think all of us who love this country should be alerted that something is wrong in the land.
Full name is Lee Harvey Oswald, O-S-W-A-L-D.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is May 5th, 2019, and today's broadcast is called The Minnesota Connection to JFK. Joining me today will be Tim Nolan, local historian, also an investigative researcher, investigative journalist, I should say, and he's got some interesting tales to tell of his connections with Jack Ruby and his time there in the early 60s. Down in Dallas, and how it ties back to the state of Minnesota. Welcome, Tim.
Well, thank you, Dan. Looking forward to our conversation.
Yes, I've been wanting to do this for a while now, and I'm glad to get it finally out there. And your story here has not been told in the form of an interview or broadcast publicly. Is that correct?
That is correct. I'm giving you the exclusive.
Oh, very good. We could call this the exclusive interview here by Tim Nolan on the Minnesota Connection. And you grew up here. I see you graduated from Edina High School in 1960. And what does that put you for your age now, may I ask?
Hey, I'm 78, and I was of the class of 59. But when just before graduation, they would not give me credit for military and religion from St. Thomas Academy.
Oh, really? I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah.
So class of 59 here, and you've been in Minnesota essentially your whole life.
Well, yeah, I was born in Minneapolis, March 21st, 1941 at St. Mary's Hospital.
Oh, very good. Interesting. Well, where would you like to start on this broadcast, Tim? You want to start on with your connection down to what brought you to Dallas, or do you want to start with Minneapolis?
That's a good point, Dan. Because I can just starting out, a friend of mine, Gordy Miller, that we worked with at Minneapolis General Hospital, we both were pursuing mortuary science, and we decided we wanted to go down to Dallas to Gumpton Jones because the instructor at Gumpton Jones wrote the book that was used at the University of Minnesota. And we figured, why go? Let's just go directly to the source. So we started out at Gumpton Jones mortuary school. And the first couple of days of class, they asked if anybody had any ambulance or funeral home experience, that there was an opening at O'Neill Funeral Home. And I fit that bill, so I interviewed with O'Neill, with Peg O'Neill's wife did the interview. And they actually were divorced. But anyway, I started there. I lived right on the premises. We had a dorm kind of in the back of the funeral home on the second floor. And he had the ambulance service for the city of Dallas, and then also we had the mortuary business. But then it was something when we had somebody to transfer to a nursing home, that we'd ride along and kind of give them a presentation on how they should plan their pre-need for their funeral. Because Peg O'Neill was quite a wheeler dealer. And then all of a sudden they're expanding. They offered O'Neill ambulance service, the Dallas County. So then we had to be licensed and everything on that matter and through the Dallas Police Department.
And now, Tim, how common is that for a funeral home to have their own ambulance service? Is that pretty rare, or is that more common?
That was very common back in those days in the starting up because a funeral coach could be converted into an ambulance.
Oh, interesting.
So that was very, very common. Okay. And then it was after the 1960s and stuff that they right around before that the city, like for Minneapolis General, had ambulance, and then we had the overflow contract for one of my part-time jobs. That's how I got connected with Minneapolis General.
Okay.
But anyway, I had to stop by the Dallas Police Department. I stopped by after class one day on the way to work. And the guy said, he said, we're closed. He said, hey, he's one of O'Neill's boys. Yeah, we got time. We'll run him through. So I did they did the mug shot and the fingerprinting and all that stuff, and issued me my license and stuff that I had to have with me for the ambulance. But then the one time I was at night, I could hear Peg O'Neill arguing with his wife. They were divorced, but they were fighting like cats. And I said, "We got to get rid of that damn fast-talking Yankee. He's gonna be problems."
And that was referring to you, right?
Referring to me, right?
Oh.
But he was a typical Peg O'Neill. I could label him as a typical good old Southern good old boy, and he was very, very, very connected with the city of Dallas and the Dallas Police Department.
And his name was Vernon O'Neill. How did he get the nickname Peg?
Because he had a limp. I can't remember. I think it was maybe military related or something. But they referred to him as Peg O'Neill.
Oh, interesting.
And also there's something a reference for later on our discussions later on this year leading up to November, the anniversary. I recommend that people get William Manchester's book, The Death of the President. William Manchester, The Death of the President, and there is reference in there about Peg O'Neill and his connection.
Okay, good. So they had made so what exactly did that reference refer to, Tim? When you're a young guy, you overheard them say Peg O'Neill that they had to get rid of the fast talking Yankee.
Yeah, he referred to me as a fast-talking Yankee because I realized, boy, that was once we crossed that Mason-Dixon line and the good old boys of the South, and boy, speaking of that too, it's fresh in my mind. I sound like I'm kind of rambling. We can all pull this together as we go to discussions further on during the year leading up to November again, his anniversary. But one time I was talking to the young black guy that did the kept up maintain the maintenance on the funeral coaches and the limousines and ambulances and so on. And also they came home. That's the first time it just shocked me. I ever heard the word. They called me the N word, the N lover.
Oh,
and
interesting.
It really. And then also when we were on an ambulance call one day, and I went over just instinct, having worked for Minneapolis General and on the private companies that backed up Minneapolis General, I was around a lot of accidents. So I instinctively went over to the one that was, they hit the windshield. And all they said, leave them goddamn alone. They got their own damn ambulance. And my God, what is this all about? But Hall and Thomas was the ambulance service for the black community. But that was really the segregation. I was never, not at all familiar with that type of the culture experience and culture shock for me.
Oh, interesting.
Anyway,
okay.
Payday, the young guy that was doing all the car wash, they'd have him go over to his part of town and bring back barbecue. So these guys were kind of two-faced and everything, whatever, but that was just kind of something. Then there's another point that kind of came up. All of a sudden, there was a hospice facility right down on Oak Lawn Avenue. And the vice president, not a regional, the vice president of Johnson & Johnson Pharmaceutical Company was there in hospice dying. And his family contacted said, they wanted to come in and make funeral arrangements. They had their arrangements in funeral in Dallas, and then they'd have other ones in his hometown. But anyway, they said, we want the absolutely best casket that you have for our husband and for our father and so on. So Joe and I went to National Casket Company, and we got a solid copper deposit. This is about 600 pounds empty, the casket. And we brought that back and we trying to find a church truck that we'd set caskets on that could hold up that kind of weight, so we had to kind of improvise with it. And then Peg O'Neill said, let's pick up another one of those because we'll need another one of those before very long. But don't take Nolan with you.
And what time, what month and year was this?
Boy, I was trying to pinpoint that on, but that was probably around maybe like 1962. And that's because there was even plan to lure Kennedy down to Dallas even before November of 1963.
Okay, so this was even 62, or regardless, it's multiple months before the actual assassination.
Exactly. Yeah. But it's just going back, like we learned by going backwards, and we live by moving forward. And that's when I started learning connecting the dots. But then just before I went down to Dallas, I kind of scattered around and kind of like I'm bouncing around, but just when we can connect the dots with the conversation. But I worked for them, Hennepin County Coroner's Office, the summer of '61. And then I helped Dr. John Coles was the chief pathologist, and Colonel Guthrie was the coroner. And they had the coroner's inquest on the second floor. It was like a courtroom setting and everything. It was actually a miniature scaled down version. And I got to work with Dr. Cole on a lot of different situations, and I helped solve 3 crimes, homicides and all that stuff. And after he had a chance, was going county, and he would become the chief medical examiner. He wanted me to stay on, but I worked there that summer as a temporary, and I had to go to seniority. But I used to see John from time to time and said, boy, Tim, it's just too bad you couldn't stay on board because nobody was as skilled and as competent as you were. I've had a lot of replacements because they just didn't realize what the job consisted of.
So even back then you had a critical mind, critical thinking as far as looking at things from the big picture.
Yeah, really. And then because it was such interesting, because he had such an interesting technique. He said, Tim, some of the philosophies I still remember this day. He said, that body will tell us its story and what happened. And that's way back in 1961. Now toxicology and all the forensic stuff that they have available. But he was way ahead of his time and all that stuff. It was a really neat experience. And then also, having worked with doctors that were on call that would go out on the scene, they felt I was so confident, I was so observant in making reference to things I saw on the scene, the different types of deaths and so on, that they would send me out on my own. And that because I recommended it was going to be a coroner's, definitely a coroner's call or coroner's case, that the medical examiner would step in and do his exam. Chief pathologist would do the examination and everything. And there was one time the detectives were there, and I said, no, I said, this lady died a natural death. You can see she kind of slid down in the kitchen cabinets and stuff. I said, saliva mortis is that's what happens at the time of death, when the blood settles in the lower areas of the body. And then the one detective said, that makes sense because there's no forced entry here in the back door. And I said, yeah, I said, I'm just going to have to rule it out. I'm going to rule it a natural cause of death. And I'll find out from a family, and I checked, and she had been under doctor's orders, and it would not be classified a coroner's or possible homicide. But I just realized in reminiscing, I came to involved in all this stuff. I became very highly intuitive, and I think that's why I became very good at what I did, and it carried through in a lot of situations I got very interested in. The crime scenes and different. I questioned authority, and that's something I remember along the lines and working on campaigns. But anyway, when we the guys I worked with, there was 3 of us to a shift, and we had a 3-day week. And these guys worked hard and played hard, and I was not old enough to drink. So I said, I used to go to the girly bars in Minneapolis. He said, well, here. There's bottle clubs. Dallas was a bottle club. You had to bring your bottle with you. So I remember Joe gave me one of his Jack Daniels. Said, here. I said, well, he said, yeah, go down the street. There's called the Carousel Club. There's dancing girls down there. You can go down there and they'll let you in. Just show them the bottle. But anyway, so I walked down a couple blocks, and right in the middle of the block there was this carousel. And I went to walk in the door and said, hey, wait. He said, I know you're not old enough. He said, but let's just go out in the alley here and talk because they won't let me smoke here in the club. Anyway, the guy that went out in the alley and why he had a cigarette I found out was Jack Ruby.
Really? And okay. This is in Dallas.
And I used to go to the bars in Minneapolis. I used to go to the Frolics. He said, the Frolics, he said, the kid had me up in Minneapolis. He said, they wanted me to run the club down in Dallas like they do with the clubs up in Minneapolis. Anyway, the kid was Kid Ken, Isidore Blumenfeld, and his family had all the liquor licenses in the city of Minneapolis under family names and so on. And I later on, my dad had good connections with Kid Ken. They were really good friends and partied a lot and so on.
So just to interrupt here, Jack Ruby was sent up to do some scouting then in Minneapolis. Back then, okay.
They wanted him to kind of look over the operations at Augie's and also the Frolics. And Augie's was owned by Augie, and the Frolics was owned by Kid Can.
And so I'm showing an image of what Augie's looks like here on the screen right now. That's on, I think it's 5th and Hennepin in downtown Minneapolis, and that's still around today, right?
Yeah. And see you back later after being in Dallas, and I was working for Minneapolis General full time. We had a call to Augie's. One of the dancers fell off the stage and into the rack where the bottles were, and she was cut up pretty badly to me. But now Augie's, I think I stopped by there many years ago. And it's just it's kind of like a nightclub. It's kind of very dark and all that. They have girls come by the tables and so on. They don't come up on this little narrow platform. It's like a 4x8 sheet of plywood.
And Augie, the owner of Augie's, you said also owned Frolics.
No. Augie only owned Augie owned Augie's.
Okay.
The Frolic was owned by Kid Can.
Oh, Kid Can. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
And have you read the book Augie's Secrets? It's called The Minneapolis Mob and the King of the Hennepin Strip, authored by Neil Carland.
Yes, I have, and that's a book I would recommend people to read. And I even gave the information to Hennepin County Attorney Mike Freeman. And it's really sad there. People, if you go to page, starts out, let's see, I marked it on here, start out at page 150. But every Jack Ruby nut you're running into on the road, you usually find a couple of gracious and sincere characters. One of my favorite such fellows is Augie Ratner, proprietor of Augie's, the classiest strip joint in the Midwest. Whenever Blazing Star, Gypsy Rosalie were anywhere near Minneapolis, they were known to come and find them at Augie's. Now I know you want to think about all the people who hung out around the road when Sadie wasn't around, owned strip joints. Jack Ruby and Augie Ratner were exceptions. And they would sit on opposite ends of the social spectrum. Ruby was the kind of guy you could not get rid of. Augie was the kind of guy you could not get enough of. But anyway, then they mentioned on there one other time that it really upset me, and I just literally threw the book down. I was so upset about how they. But every Jack Ruby light nut you run into on the road, you usually find a couple of gracious and sincere characters. Let's see. I think I just whoops. Anyway, I'll find it. Oh yeah, let's see. Okay. Yeah, so it's about they made the comment that they would love to have had Kennedy come to Minneapolis to show either that Augie or Jack Ruby would love to have shot him to show that some Jews have some balls. And that I saw that point in the book here. I'll find out. We go back to that later on. But that really upset me when I saw that they would do it like a thrill seeking, just to kill somebody with a statue of Kennedy, just to get there.
So do you think, was there ever a plot? I know there were several plots to kill Kennedy in various cities, including, I think, Chicago. Was Minneapolis one of the spots, or is that just mentioned there just off the cuff?
That was just off the cuff. And
Okay.
Speaking of Chicago, that's worthy mentioning, because the Nixon and Kennedy election was just by just a handful of votes. And literally, with the power that Jack Kennedy's father had with the East Coast and the Midwest mob and all that, was actually the Chicago deals that won the election for Kennedy.
Oh, really?
And then Bobby Kennedy, once he was going to go after the mob.
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, Jack Ruby did not like Bobby Kennedy at all.
No, no. And J. Edgar Hoover he despised, because he walked in one time and Bobby Kennedy said to J. Edgar Hoover, "How dare you just walk into my office? You make an appointment and schedule a time with me like everybody else." Because J. Edgar Hoover hated the Kennedys, and he was obsessed by having any women agents, and that's another situation. Doing a profile on J. Edgar Hoover.
Oh, yeah.
I was in Arizona when the first female agent was shot by friendly fire. I was 2 blocks away. I heard the shots, and then I followed up. I saw what happened. They were on a stakeout, and they had her go around the one end of the building, and they came around the other way, and they shot her. But he was very quirky, had a lot of idiosyncrasies, J. Edgar Hoover, and that ties, and we can talk about his connection. Let's plan like in November, his connection with the Kennedy assassination and being in town the night before and so on.
Yeah, because Hoover was the director of the FBI for over 50 years, I believe.
Yeah, really, he had a dossier on everybody.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Had the dirt.
Yeah.
So when you were, tell me about 1963 at O'Neill Funeral Home. It says here on your LinkedIn that you worked there, or went to school there, 62 to 63. What month did you wrap up your classes there at the college?
Okay, because I was back in Minneapolis, and I was working, that summer I was working at Minneapolis General.
Okay.
Because I came back in about the fall, the early fall. And then I was working nights at General when Gordy Miller was running my paint contracting business I'd had for many years. And he and Matt Ulrich woke me up, and they said the president's been shot. We walked across the hall and watched it on the neighbor's TV, and that's about the editor. Walter Cronkite was announcing that the situation, the dialogue of Kennedy's assassination attempt.
And when was the first time you saw on the news one of the O'Neill ambulances carrying away the president, and you looked and said, "Hey, I went to.
Yeah,
I know those guys.
Because I saw the O'Neill. I said, "Oh my God, that is there." And then the casket coming off of Air Force One was the casket from O'Neill. And then there was some information. I think it was in the death of the president. Secret Service called O'Neill and said, "We want the best casket that you have. It's for the president of the United States." So they load up the casket and they bring it over to Parkland. And there was some scramble going on. This is not from my situation being right there at the time, but just what I read was able to put pieces of the puzzle together. And then the Secret Service coming out of the Parkland emergency, and then they were ramrodding the casket into the back of the funeral coach. There was a pin. There was like a table there that you put the casket on, then you put the pin at the other end of the casket and it keeps it in place.
Okay.
But the pin was in place and was never removed, so it would be able to slide the casket onto the table, it was referred to.
That's it. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so then also because they damaged the end of the casket by ramrodding it, trying to get into the funeral coach, and then I guess one of the guys from O'Neill was able to stop them and told them what the problem was, and then they were able to get it on board.
Yeah, it says here in this clip I found is funeral director Vernon O'Neill selected a, quote, extremely handsome, expensive, all-bronze, silk-lined casket and delivered it personally to Parkland Hospital.
Yeah.
And that's the one they use. Now it's also not the same one that was seen 3 days later during the televised funeral of the president.
No, because I remember one of the guys I know when I worked at Werner's Brothers knew one of the guys at the funeral home in Washington D.C. and he described the casket. I think it was a cherry wood or something, or it was a wood casket. Because actually O'Neill got the casket back and all the interior of the casket was removed and say this was not authorized through proper channels. They denied the claimant's petition to get reimbursed for it.
Yeah, and then because Jacqueline Kennedy wished for her husband's funeral to replicate as closely as possible the services of previous presidents who died in office, particularly the funeral of Abraham Lincoln. Those are usually featured in an open casket, so the public could say their last goodbye, but because of the condition of JFK's head, they couldn't do the open casket, and also they had to, like you say, switch the caskets because of the blood that was all over the silk, the lining. We also have the fact that it was more than likely switched anyway, but anyway, it was Vernon O'Neill, Peg O'Neill, who selected the actual casket, that bronze one. Interesting.
Yeah, that's the way the dialogue goes. But like what I'd mentioned prior, that when Joe and I went over, and then he mentioned, they said, "Let's get another one because we need another one here before very long." And don't take Nolan with you.
So he was able to pick that out, and he was under specific orders not to bring you along to help pick it out.
Pick up the second casket and bring it back, because Jack and Joe went over to National Casket.
Now, are you familiar with, I just found this today, Mr. Joseph F. Garvey. He's the last surviving former employee of O'Neill Funeral Home. Were you ever working?
That's one I referred to.
Oh, okay. And there was
he was Peg's kind of right-hand man and everything.
Okay, yeah, his job was the funeral home director, and and it looks like here in the city of Dallas, there's two major contractors in 1963 for funeral homes. O'Neill was one of them, and what was the other one? Do you recall the other competing company?
Oh boy, not right offhand. I try to remember that it was over in because Oak Lawn Avenue was in the Oak Cliff area of all that, and then there might have been a southern part of Dallas.
Now, I'd like to get your thoughts too, because not that you were there at this time in November, but it does mention that once Kennedy's body was placed in the casket and loaded onto the O'Neill funeral coach, the Secret Service commandeered the vehicle, leaving Mr. O'Neill afoot at Parkland Hospital. Kennedy's body and Jackie were then driven by the Secret Service to the airport to be loaded onto Air Force One to be taken to D.C. But it would take hours for O'Neill later to locate his hearse at Love Field, as it was reportedly left in an obscure hangar.
Yeah, really.
What are your thoughts on that, Tim, about the switching
it
around?
sounds like, this summing, because Secret Service was very slippery. And, there was a stand down just as they were coming down the one road there, and then the one agents on the running boards of the turned around and said, why? The order was given to get off, they wanted, the Secret Service off the limo. And the presidential limo should have been second, but it was a lead limo coming down in the DB Plaza. And there's little clips of that around different places. That's why it was interesting to see that and piece it all together.
Yeah, that is very interesting. Now back to O'Neill, the funeral home. I did find on YouTube, and maybe you recommend this too, but the ambulance drivers were Aubrey Reich and Dennis McGuire. And do you know both of those?
So for new guys, and that's why we can go there, because when Peg got the Dallas County contract, there was a house right directly behind the funeral home, a block away, but just directly behind the end of our drive, and then that was the backyard of the and that was there was people that took over the ambulance service, and my theory on that was that's when Secret Service or the Central Intelligence Agency kind of started infiltrated, because they were in position, because they had a lot of not only the day of the assassination, but there was one of O'Neill's ambulances reported close by that DB Plaza unloading. Somebody got out of the back, and then that's the one that Lawrence that got him from the storm sewer. But they were dropping people off and bringing weapons around and all that stuff.
And when you say storm sewer, you're referring to one of the alleged shooters down in below the street level.
Yeah, and he was the low man on the seniority-wise, so he got the lousy deal at this climb through the storm sewers, in and out of the storm sewers.
Yeah, and this.
And later on, they sealed off that storm sewer.
Yeah, they filled it in with concrete, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. And there was a yellow marking on the curb. That was for the driver to, and then the umbrella man had a definite position in the thing that was to slow down, to get in line, because he already had been hit from behind, and that was handpicked by LBJ.
Yeah, when we get into this whole JFK, it gets very interesting because of all the different layers. People generally think that, it was the CIA, or it was the mob, or it was the Secret Service, or it was the FBI, or it's a lone nut gunman. But when you consider the fact that most of these agencies were in it together, doing a compartmentalized portion of that assassination, that's where it really gets interesting. We're going from rerouting the route by the Secret Service to electing to use a non-bubble top, to having the cars in the different location going down on Elm Drive there, taking that corner, having having the car come to essentially a complete stop that we don't see in the Zapruder film, but we do see the brake lights on, and the car being first, the initial car in that motorcade, which is very rare to have that. And I also believe that the Secret Service, the staffing for that parade or that motorcade route was reduced from X number of agents down to 30 people or whatever that day it was. They cut it way back. The Secret Service people, Secret Service agents. Now that interview, I'm looking at it right here on YouTube. It's November 22nd, 1963. The actual day of the shooting, they interview ambulance drivers Aubrey Reich and Dennis McGuire. Dennis McGuire's nickname was Peanuts. He was the assistant undertaker. And then Aubrey Reich was an employee at the O'Neill Funeral Home at Parkland Hospital. So was there a funeral home at Parkland?
No.
Okay. No. It was, sorry. That's where he was. That's where the interview was taking place. Sorry. Okay. But
see, that's like those are the ones that are hired once he got the Dallas County contract, and that's And they were living in the house right behind, because that goes so typical of some of the other operations too, where these agents are in the town and staking it out and all that stuff.
Because he was only 25, Aubrey Reich, do you think that a lot of these people are selected unwittingly, just because they're young and naive? Was he selected, or is that just the way it ended up, that he was the driver?
Because that's a good question. I think probably that they kind of a little of each. They're a little bit naive and they're a little ambitious and all that stuff starting out. And some of the more seasoned ones, because that's like, it's just like Alan Douglas, the head of the CIA. Kennedy had fired him.
Yep. Yeah, Alan Dulles, yes, and that was one of the things that caused or led to the JFK assassination, was going after the CIA, wanting to split it, split it into 1,000 pieces and throw it to the wind. And then he went after the mob and the CIA and the Federal Reserve, and I mean, he went after a huge undertaking.
They were just big time, yeah.
Very interesting. The other thing I was going to bring up,
and there's something, I don't know, I don't want to overwhelm the people listening right now, but there was an open mic on one of the motorcycles, and the sound specialist, somebody picked up 16 shots possibility. They said Navy summer echoes and all that, but that ties in. We can get into more nitty-gritty detail of the day of the assassination. And also, I Zapruder, it's just ironic how he just happened to be in the right place at the right time and setting up the camera. What was his involvement? Or just some kind of innocent guy who wanted to take pictures and all that stuff? Because I think, I would question him, looking at what I'm learning and questioning people and all that. I would really get him back and forth many, many times and find, because I think he had a very intricate part of that whole, he happened to be at the right place at the right time. It's just, would become suspicious.
Yeah, because the Zapruder with the film, there's two things that are interesting or intriguing to me. Number one is the fact that he was filming and captured it all, and number two, the location, because that Zapruder film did not become public for several years after the killing, right?
Exactly. And then there was some, when they got some of the film, there was a sprocket, some had been damaged, that the picture was on Life magazine.
Oh yes, yes, and it really cemented. We had the lone nut shooter Oswald shooting from behind in the Texas School Book Depository, but the Zapruder film shows the evidence of the grassy knoll or the shot coming from the side. And that, what are your thoughts on the fact that may have been coincidentally pushed out there? Because after that point, the people investigating, or the armchair investigators like yourself and myself, started pushing the angle that he was shot from the grassy knoll, which maybe the CIA wanted people to go down that avenue because it further pushed the angle away from the fact that he was actually shot from the front.
Yeah, because there's 4 elements I look at. I've learned when I see anything, I call number one is a main event. Then the second is the distraction. Then there's the distortion. Then there's the cover-up. And I think that distraction, the grassy knoll, was a perfect distraction to have everybody look in one direction, and then also the main stuff is going on when everybody's looking right. Everything is going on the left. Or there's even the shots are looking up on the Texas Book Depository, and they're looking at a different window. And then they found out later on that even the boxes, there was a handprint that they were able to pick up. And now they photoshopped the one shot of Lee Harvey Oswald holding this alleged weapon that he had purchased. And they can see the shots in the picture and all that.
It keeps the distraction in full force and keeps people chasing down things on the wrong rabbit hole.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's not to say that a shot didn't come from the grassy knoll, because one I believe certainly did come from the grassy knoll, but it was not the...
It was not the fatal shot.
Not the fatal, no. Yes.
And let's see, The Unspeakable by James Douglas. brings up an interesting about the one that was a deaf mute, but he's trying to tell he saw a shooter on the second or third trestle. That shot hit the windshield. And that's possibly may have, that one shot that hit the windshield is probably the one that may have hit Conley.
Correct. And that's also the reason that vehicle, the limousine, had to be quarantined and taken away, and that windshield replaced.
To Detroit and did all the change in the windshield and all that stuff, and
they couldn't have that. They couldn't have the evidence of the windshield being shot because that would throw the theory of Oswald out the window. So that had to be quickly replaced because, as you know, in any type of intelligence operation, covert operation like this, there are mistakes that are made, and they got to clean that up and sanitize that later because, like you said, there was no fingerprints or handprints in the sixth floor depository room, allegedly where Oswald was, except a palm print of Mac Wallace. Was a partial palm print, was the only one there. There's no evidence of Oswald even being in that room except, and he did work there.
In the lunchroom at the time because somebody saw them go down the stairway and then go into the lunchroom.
Yeah, so he wasn't more likely even in that room. And do you believe then there was also shots fired from a different room, but still on the sixth floor of the Texas School Book Depository?
There was. I have that documentary, JFK to 9/11, Rich Man's Trick, where the people are looking up and they even names Francis that did that documentary. Mentions that ones that looked up, and that was several. I was over looking at the building to the left from the alleged window, the sniper's nest, or they referred to it.
Yeah, and that's one of these. It's all goes back into the intelligence operations like this, where there's partial lies built into partial falsehoods, but yet it keeps people ultimately confused because shots did come from the Texas School Book Depository, just not from the sniper's nest at all, or perhaps there was. But another room on that sixth floor, and with people pointing up to that building certainly was a culprit in the whole event, but so was the grassy knoll, so was the storm sewer, so was the trestle, and potentially buildings in the complete reverse rear of that car on the other street with a straight-on shot. Those two other buildings at the corner, not even the Texas School Book Depository. There could have been people on the sniper team on top of that other building. So lots of scenarios. Now the interesting thing is Lee Harvey Oswald was planted there at the building by his handlers to take that job when they basically assigned him that job at that facility. As we know, he was working with the Office of Naval Intelligence, working with the FBI, employed with the CIA perhaps as well, and was a double or triple agent doing intelligence operations. But when he became a liability in New Orleans is when they needed to peg this assassination on someone for Kennedy, and Oswald became the low-hanging fruit, one that they needed to take out. So they assigned him to the job there, which was owned. That building was that the Hunt building? Who owned that?
There was Hunter. There was a Baines, Colonel Baines or something, because it wasn't like LBJ's wife was a Baines, but it was not. It was it was a Colonel Baines that had owned the property one time.
I think, and maybe it was even H.L. Hunt. I'm not sure, but they had to use that building and that facility and routed that motorcade with around Friendlies.
Because that's right. Was it Lamar Hunt?
Yeah, it's connected, I think,
Lamar Hunt, yeah.
I think it's connected.
Yeah, because they're the ones that had met at that one mansion the night before with Nixon was there, and also now...
Clint Murchison, I think.
Yeah. Some of the old, some of the deep-pocket oilmen, and then there's Madeline. I have a gal that we can talk to and bring into the conversation later on that actually talked to Madeline. That was LBJ's girlfriend or mistress.
Now, let's go back to the fact that Oswald knew Ruby.
Yeah.
Because they were connected in New Orleans already. So when we think of JFK, what I usually tell people to have a better understanding of what happened in Dallas and JFK, you have to understand what took place the year and two before in the city of New Orleans, is where these characters all come together with David Ferrie, Jack Ruby, the CIA, Carlos Marcello with the mob, and also Lee Harvey Oswald. So that's where a lot of these things take place. Now we know, I was going to show too, I've got it up here right now, the Wikipedia page for Jack Ruby, and I wanted to give the listeners here to the show his original born name was Jacob Leon Rubenstein. And so he was born in Chicago, and that's where he came out of, and was connected to the Chicago mob that time, and then ended up in New Orleans with the Marcello group, and then tied into everything else. But why would they call him, he switched his name to Ruby, but that was more of a nickname, correct?
More of a nickname, right. And they just kind of kept it that way, too. And also that I met Judith Baker, that was Lee Harvey Oswald's handler. And it's interesting, she's got some interesting conversation stuff, too, that goes into great detail about how Jack Ruby, how they injected him with the CIA, some of their toxic stuff, where they kept injecting him with cancer cells. And he died in prison from cancer, so they never wanted him to stand trial because some of this stuff really would have been a lot of clarity.
Yeah, Jack Ruby really had information. He was ready to speak and talk about what was all going on there in that killing, and also his assignment, I'll call it assignment to kill basically Lee Harvey Oswald, as they did know each other, but the connections were very, very deep. And yes, he was working on that group with David Ferrie, Judith Ferrie Baker in New Orleans on that. Really was an assignment, I believe, an operation, CIA-funded operation, to come up with this fast-acting cancer cell to be injected, because in the early 60s they wanted to use that on Fidel Castro. So a lot of things were going on here with David Ferrie in New Orleans. Judith Ferrie Baker was the scientist there brought on. Lee Harvey Oswald was running trips back and forth from these cells that they were working on, with the instructing and putting them in, injecting them into monkeys and mice down in New Orleans. And that's where all these guys come together, and Dr. Mary Sherman was another central figure in these experiments to try to get this fast-acting cancer. At the same time, Judith Ferrie Baker was looking to become a cancer, to cure cancer. These scientists down there at the Tulane Medical School, along with the Alton Ochsner and the Ochsner Medical School, almost as big as what we have up here as Mayo Clinic for medical here in Minnesota. The name down there is very huge down in New Orleans, is Mr. Alton Ochsner, and he was heavily influenced and working with the CIA in some of these operations, but they wanted to, instead of cure cancer, put together a rogue element of cancer that would multiply quickly and leave it as if someone died of natural causes or cancer, and they wanted to inject him, and that being him, Fidel Castro in Cuba, to take him out. So they were testing it on these monkeys and mice, and they became very, very good at it. And that's how the whole thing came about with Mr. Lee Oswald, is that his mistress at the time, who was Judith Ferrie Baker, became upset when they started testing this cancer on unwitting victims at the Jackson prison there in Jackson, Louisiana, I believe. They tested it on people on, I think it was death row at a prison. They were injecting them, live people, with this fast-acting cancer. And once she found out that they were using them and experimenting on people who signed up to do experiments but did not know they were signing up for cancer, she blew the whistle and bailed and got out of it. And so did Oswald. And at that point, they became liabilities. And so in fear of them ever talking about this experiment is where they inserted Mr. Oswald into Dallas and tied him up with Jack Ruby, and Judith Ferrie Baker left and went back to Florida, where she grew up. So it was to shut up and cover up so many instances here of these covert operations that were going on in the early 60s, and they were all tied together much like David Ferry says, you got the Kennedy case assassination is a riddle wrapped inside of an enigma, wrapped inside of a mystery. You've got multiple things all going on here, and then we all know David Ferry was later found dead in what they called a suicide, and that was not the case. Dr. Mary Sherman was later found killed. They ruled that an accidental fire in her apartment that she died, but her arm was missing from an experiment at the local hospital because they were dealing with these high particle accelerators there at the Tulane Medical Hospital. So they ended up getting rid of each of the characters one by one for plausible deniability once again. And to get Ruby out of the picture, they said, how about you kill Harvey Oswald, Lee Harvey. Didn't want to do it, but he had no choice. He would have been taken out by the mob if he didn't follow orders. And so he had to shoot him. He's in prison, about to testify. They had to move his trial case out of jurisdiction, out of location. So they scheduled it for the following year. And months after this, before he was about to testify and go on the stand, he got sick, died at, ironically enough, Parkland Hospital due to what they call officially pneumonia. But he had a fast-acting cancer in his body that he claims, and it was probably most certainly true, that he was being injected by doctors on the inside with this. And so that's how he went down. Aged 55, he died on January 3rd, 1967 at Parkland Memorial Hospital. So you can tell when there's operations like this with these black ops, everyone along the way gets taken out that could potentially talk as well. I'm going to bring up here a picture.
Alan, there's so many, the ones that knew anybody or knew anything, or just the odds of probability on insurance actuaries were 1 in a trillion that would many people could be.
I'm bringing up here a picture of the Carousel Club, and this was in New Orleans, the Carousel Burlesque Club. And here's I've got a picture of his business card signed your host Jack Ruby down there on Commerce Street in Dallas, open till 2 o'clock. And then there's a picture here with some of the ladies. The other connection to Minnesota is, who was the lead dancer? Was it Jade? What was
Jada?
Jada was the dancer. And once she found out about the Ruby killing and the incident with Ruby, she quickly fled and ended up hitting someone in a traffic accident. And to avoid all of the stuff going down in Dallas resulting in the aftermath of JFK, she came up to Minneapolis and took a job as a dancer.
Yeah,
got involved with some, I think, some narcotics charges, and she was going to come up here and work for a few months and then head to San Francisco because of the nightclub scene was really taking off. But she came back and worked in Minneapolis. Another connection to all of this, and that was the lead dancer, Jada or Jada. I'm not sure what it was, but
Jada.
JDA. And
Jada, yeah, Jada.
The other one from Carousel, Tim and I haven't brought this up to you, but you may be familiar with it. Outside the Carousel Club, when the shooting took place, they have pictures of the Carousel Club, and out front was Tammy True. Tammy True was one of the dancers being highlighted at Jack Ruby's club. She has come out 3 years ago, looks like 2017, as a whistleblower, essentially. Came out with a documentary about her own life. She's still alive to this day. I believe she's 78. She's got a documentary called True Tales, the Tammy True Story. And if you ever get a chance to watch her documentary, I have not seen it, but she says she comes out and basically tells all of the things that went on back in those early days of the early 60s. And her name is Tammy True, Tammi, and she was one of those working there with Jada as well. But a lot of connections. People are coming out to talk. People are coming out and trying to speak. But things like that don't get a lot of play. Don't get a lot of airtime. A documentary like that, it's not going to go mainstream. And that's how these things keep being suppressed over the years.
Just like there was a one guy too that they had the documentary that Oliver Stone did, JFK, and some guy was in prison that he's saying he shot Kennedy from the grassy knoll, and all of a sudden that they would have put him, they would have got a better living environment. He would have probably put him in solitary confinement or something.
Oh,
I'm trying to remember what his name was. Fry or something, I think his name comes to mind. James Fry or something. He said he was the one that killed Kennedy.
Yeah, lots, and then again, lots have come out like that, claiming they did, and then also some of those aren't true. So you're trying to dissect who really did what. You know, we got Woody Harrelson's father involved.
And then he was one of the three tramps. The cops are doing their job. They had the three tramps, and Woody Harrelson's father said he shot Kennedy, but it hit in his back brace.
Ah, and that was Charles Harrelson, right?
Yeah, that was Woody's father. And he said he shot Kennedy, but he did shoot Kennedy, but it hit in his back brace.
So we got multiple people, and I guess they say that these snipers work in teams of three. One's more of a spotter, one's a shooter.
Yeah, and then the radio.
Yeah. And one's a radio man. Okay. And so how many different shooting groups do you think there were of these the groups of three?
Because Francis Conley in his documentary really does a good job. He has 8 snipers.
8, okay.
8 snipers, and that kind of the 8 snipers kind of ties in with the open key on the motorcycle cop that they had counted 16.
Okay.
Then there was a cartridge on the top of the public safety building, and that was probably the one that was the one handpicked by Kennedy, handpicked by LBJ, because that sniper was also the one that shot LBJ's sister, because she was getting very promiscuous, and he didn't want that would infringe on his political career.
Well, that was Josephina, right?
Yeah.
And LBJ actually ordered that hit as well.
Yeah, right.
And that was his sister.
That was the sister. But the one that shot his sister is the one that, when Kennedy went forward and grabbed his throat, they had the good shot. They had the good shot. That was, and their angle was just on top of the public safety building, was a straight shot down that.
Yeah, that's the building I was referring to before, next to the Texas School Book Depository on that corner is where you get a clear shot from the rear. That's right, that's what it's called.
Yeah. And there was a cartridge on that rooftop that was found.
Okay. And I think the other reason they've got all these shooters and the triangulation of the shooters is that it leaves the plausible deniability with each of the shooters. Was I really the one that shot the president or not? You never really know. It's almost like a firing squad where you've got the shooters. One of them have a blank, and so you never know which one, if you're actually the one shooting on the firing squad or not. It leaves that impression that you never know if you were the one who made the shot. Or is the firing squad, all of them blanks, except for one real live bullet? I'm not sure how that goes, but it's similar to that.
There was some stuff in the along on the roadway there and everything too, because they all had different shots and different angles and all that stuff. But the key shots that did the job was on the first one when he grabbed his throat, and that was from the public safety building, and then the Lawrence from the storm sewer when he went back, and then to his left, and then the doctors even pointed to that temple, part of the temple, the right temple.
And then that hole in the neck, they ended up explaining that away, that they had to, in life-saving efforts, had to perform a tracheotomy. So they explained that as a tracheotomy hole when that was really a bullet wound.
And then really also the one on the table there was J.D. Tippit, the Kennedy lookalike.
Yes, because and he was the op in Dallas.
Said, "That's not my husband," and Bobby said, "That's not my brother."
Yeah,
and I would really bet if you could get the family, disinter that grave and do the DNA, you'd find out that the one in Arlington all these years is J.D. Tippit. Then the biggest question is, where is Kennedy's body?
Yeah, and I agree with you also there, Tim, that if you were to dig up the eternal flame there in Arlington Cemetery, and underneath that, where the body of alleged JFK is most certainly not JFK, and I believe that's Dallas police officer J.D. Tippit, and his nickname on the police force was JFK because of his strong resemblance to John F. Kennedy, and I think that's the exact reason they needed him to be on duty that day and needed him killed, so they could switch and swap the body and body parts or whatever they needed around because of his close resemblance to JFK. Now they had an automatic backup plan. If anything, if they ran into any issues with the body, and that also explains why they had these multiple coffins being flown to Bethesda. And
that was a pink shipping container, it's called, that was brought into Bethesda by helicopter.
Yep,
and then also
they had a shipping container and a casket, and I don't know if there was 3 or 2 of them, but they a lot of confusion there when they got to Bethesda to perform that autopsy because they were dealing with different bodies, and they were confused, and that was part of the plan again to leave confusion and plausible deniability.
Yeah.
Now
the guy that even performed the autopsy was not really qualified in this state of Texas. That was a crime, and they could have got the top forensic pathologist to do their deal, but that's why the Secret Service tried to swoop them out of there and get them out of there really quick. They broke the law.
Correct. The jurisdiction there for a murder needs to be handled, and the autopsy and the coroner needs to be done in the county that it took place in, which was Dallas, Texas. It was a crime that the fact that they flew his body to D.C. in the first place.
Yeah.
But they needed to pull all this stuff together.
Gordon Liddy is the one that shot J.D. Tippit, and he shot him from the wrong direction. That's why Liggett, the CIA embalmer, had to alter the wounds and do all that stuff. And Jackie wanted to stay in the back of Air Force One by the casket, but they insisted she be up front. And then
LBJ?
LBJ insisted that she be up front when he's being sworn in.
Yeah, and for those listeners out there, if a president is shot and killed and assassinated, the vice president automatically becomes the president. There's no need for a reading in to be sworn in. That is a falsehood. That's no need for that at all. But they had to insist that to do that, to get her up there for that, and we got the infamous picture of him, a hand on the Bible, getting sworn in, while God knows what was going on in the back of that Air Force One, switching the bodies.
Yeah.
But like you say, Liggett was there. He was the embalmer down in Dallas, and they had him fly with that on that. I think it was a 3-hour flight to get to D.C. To do whatever he needed to do, and he didn't get any sleep. And they shipped him back to his home the next morning. And his wife says that he looked disheveled, didn't look like he slept, and he said, "We need to get out of town." And he took him and his wife and the kids, and they fled. And then he knew that the shit was going down. And once Ruby Oswald was shot dead 48 hours later, and then he said, "We can go back now. Everything's fine. We can go back home because the threat is over." So whatever he was involved in with the CIA on the cover-up, he knew he had to hightail it out of there and get lost for a couple of days.
Yeah.
All right, Tim, do you have anything else here in closing thoughts for our show tonight?
Just that the folks are listening to this, start taking some listen to what we've said. I realize it's been kind of scattered, been bouncing back and forth, but come up with some questions that you want and send them either to Dan or myself, and we'll work on that and give you the evidence that we have. And next time we can get together for the month, let's focus on the month of June. I'll have a copy of that executive order that had the money, and the money was in print, and it never was put into circulation. That executive order would have shut down the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, and that was President Kennedy going around circumventing the trying to get the new circulation of the money into place rather than using the Federal Reserve, which we have to this day, those Federal Reserve notes or that fiat currency that we're currently using. He wanted to shut that down, and in fact, he had everything printed, ready to go, and that was the other reason. Among the multitude of reasons JFK needed to be killed, too many things. He was tinkering around with too many things with the bankers and the elite, and he got snuffed out for doing so.
Yeah.
All right, well, for Tim Nolan, this is Dan Hennon. Today is May 5th, 2019, and this is part one in a series called The Minnesota Connection to JFK. We're looking forward to doing a show here on a monthly basis leading up to the anniversary of JFK's murder. And like we said, try to keep your comments below, ask some questions, and we'll try to get Tim to answer them in future episodes. Once again, thanks for listening. Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is June 9th, 2019, and our broadcast today will be joined with Tim Nolan, local Minneapolis historian. We'll be talking about the JFK assassination discussion. Today will be part two, notable events in the month of June. Lots of things that took place relating to and leading up to JFK's assassination in November of '63. Welcome to the show, Tim.
Thank you, Dan. Looking forward to our conversation.
Yeah, lots to talk about here, and our last episode was the Minnesota connection to the JFK assassination, as